Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter trapped in Forbidden Game of Dragons? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The sun shone down on the great Scarlet engine as hundreds of people milled around on the platform beside it. They were dressed in a mix of styles. Some were in clothes that would also be seen in the rest of London, but many of them were wearing robes, cloaks, and pointed hats. But the strangeness didn't stop there. If one was to watch them closely, they would notice that despite the train preparing to leave, no one was making their way onto the train. In fact, no one was walking anywhere at all. They were standing in groups or alone, some having light conversations about nothing serious, but others totally silent. It was as if they were all following the instructions of a very short script. That is, except for one boy. Ron Weasley was very confused. He had no idea why everyone was acting so strangely, or even how he'd ended up in this situation in the first place. "Come on, Neville. Can't you say anything else?" Ron said dejectedly. "Careful, Trevor," Neville said to the toad in his hands. "I don't want to lose you before we even get to Hogwarts." Ron sighed and turned away. Everyone was the same. No matter how Ron prompted them, they would only respond in certain ways. When he'd woken up this morning, in his 11-year-old body, on the 1st of September 1991, and hadn't that been a surprise, his family had been the same way as Neville was. Well, at least with his family, he could have something of a conversation, but only when Ron asked particular questions. How he knew what those questions were, he didn't know. Why he'd thought things would be different at King's Cross, he wasn't sure, but a dozen failed attempts at communication had proved him wrong anyway. He was about to go and start a conversation with somebody else, maybe find Dean and Seamus, but instead collapsed onto a bench. What was the point? "Ron!" A voice called. "Ron!" Ron stood up, looking around the crowded station for the owner of the voice. It sounded like, but it had been so long since he had heard her at age 11. "Ron!" The voice said again, a head of bushy hair appearing from between a large group. "Hermione!" Ron cried, rushing forwards to meet her. They crashed together in a hug, squeezing each other tightly. "Thank goodness you're here," Hermione said into his chest. "Thank Merlin that you're a real person," Ron replied, "and not one of these fake people." "NPCs," Hermione corrected him. Ron broke away from their hug and held Hermione at arm's length, a confused look on his face. "What's an NPC?" "NPC. It stands for non-player character. It's a computer game term." Ron stared at her blankly. Hermione sighed. "Think of them like side characters in a story. They don't have any personality beyond their assigned role." "Hermione, what is going on? Why have my family? Why has everyone been turned into these NPCs? Why are we 11 again?" Hermione looked at Ron, then looked around the platform nervously. "I don't know, Ron, but I assume Harry will show up soon." "Harry?" Ron asked. "Why?" "Well," said Hermione, "whatever has put us into this situation, it's unlikely to have affected us too, and not Harry." "That's a fair point. What's the last thing that you remember?" Hermione sat down on the bench, frowning as she tried to remember. "We were at Hogwarts. There was a battle." "Fred!" Ron cried, jumping up. "Fred had just been, but he's all right now," Ron said, pointing out his brother across the platform. "Hermione, do you see what this means? If this is 1991 again, then we can save everyone." Hermione's frown grew more pronounced. "Maybe. Hey, you were at your house, right? Before you came here, that is." "Yeah, but it was strange. Well, I mean, all of this is strange, but even so, I could kind of have conversations with my family. I had some idea in my head that they would respond to some things I would say. Like I asked my mom about the Express, she told me about it, but when I asked her about what was going on, she just told me to hurry up and brush my teeth." Hermione nodded. "My parents were the same. If this is like a muggle game, then the NPCs will only have certain scripted responses. So like, we could ask Flitwick about charms, but not about Quidditch or something?" Ron looked at Hermione. "I guess so," she replied uncertainly. "But how is it that we know what things to say that will get a proper response?" Ron asked. Hermione shrugged. "I have no idea." That worried Ron. Something that Hermione didn't know? Guys! Harry! Harry ran up to them. Not the man they had known, but the small and vulnerable boy he had been at 11. What on earth is going on? The scenery rushed by the windows of the compartment the three friends had entered. As soon as they had closed the door behind them, the train's whistle had sounded and the long journey to Scotland began. Didn't your cousin ever play RPG games, Harry? Harry snorted. Dudley never played any games that required an excess of reading. Hermione looked insulted, as if the very concept of a person who avoided reading was a personal affront to her. But surely you have some idea, she asked, about games like this. Harry wiggled his hand, as if to say a little. Shouldn't that kind of game have a menu or a stats page or something? A stats page? Said Ron, desperate to find something he could relate this situation to, like a Quidditch player? Kind of, Hermione replied, something that shows a character's attributes, their strength, intelligence, etc. Anyway, I tried all of the mental and vocal commands that I could think of, but nothing has shown up. I think we're getting off point, Harry said. Isn't the most important question, how did we get here? And how do we get back? Weren't we in a battle? We were looking for the snake, right? Ron asked. That's right. The snake. The last. Harry's voice trailed off, worry and confusion showing on his face. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, then back to Harry. Harry? The last what? The last Horcrux, right? Hermione asked in concern. We had to kill the snake, remember? Harry nodded, his brow furrowed as if he was trying to recall something in the distant past. Yeah, but I feel like I'm forgetting something, he said slowly. Something important. Something to do with the snake. Or was it Snape? Did we go into the Forbidden Forest together? Ron and Hermione shared another look. No, said Ron slowly, shaking his head. I don't remember that at all. So, whatever has happened to us, to put us in this situation, has affected our short-term memories, Hermione surmised. So, we don't know how we got in, Harry continued, but how do we get out? Hermione looked at Harry incredulously. Beat the game, duh. Now it was Harry's turn to look at her incredulously. Hermione, it'll take at least 7 years to get back to where we were. We were in the middle of a war. We can't wait that long. We still don't understand what's happening here, Ron said, so we don't actually know what's happening to the real world right now. Plus, I'm not sure it'll take 7 years, Hermione added. If this is a game, then it'll probably just cover the major events. But even hours spent here couldn't matter, Harry said. Hermione threw her hands up in the air. What do you want me to say, Harry? There's no exit button, is there? Winning the game is the obvious way out, but if you have a better idea… Sorry, said Harry, holding up his hands for peace. I know this isn't your fault. This whole scenario is just confusing and frustrating, that's all. After Harry and Hermione had taken a deep breath, Ron spoke up. So, what's next? As soon as he'd said it, the door rattled and it opened to reveal Ron's twin brothers. Hey Ronnykins, we're going down the train to see Lee, one of them said. Apparently he has a new pet tarantula. Make sure you introduce yourself to your new friends. They left as quickly as they came. That was abrupt, Hermione said. Even for them. Yeah, Ron agreed. But I feel strangely compelled to introduce myself now. But we've known you for years, Harry pointed out. Even so, Ron said slowly. Oh, Hermione exclaimed, jumping in her seat. Ron, you've got a quest. Ron gave her an unimpressed look. A self-introduction is hardly an impressive feat, Hermione. Never mind that. Quickly, introduce yourself. Ron rolled his eyes, but spoke anyway. Nice to meet you, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Ah! Ron screamed. Suddenly, where he wasn't before, he was holding a single sheet of parchment. What is this? He cried. Ah! Hermione said, a triumphant look on her face. I think I know what that is. Read it out, Ron. Ron was still wearing a bewildered expression, looking at the parchment that had appeared in his hand, but nodded at Hermione. Anyway, it says, Ron Weasley, physicality, 4 mentality, 3 magicality, 3. Then it just lists a bunch of skills, which are all at 1. Hermione frowned as she listened to Ron. And that's out of 10? Out of 7, I think. It's not written there, but I just have a feeling about it. Okay, Hermione said slowly. I guess I should try then. How do you do? I'm Hermione Granger. Wow, That is strange, she said, studying the parchment in her hand. Hermione Granger. Physicality, 1 mentality, 6 magicality, 3. Hermione frowned. You know that's kind of rude. 6 out of 7 for mentality, whatever that means, isn't bad, Harry pointed out. Well, yeah, Hermione replied, but a 1 for physicality? You're not exactly wrestling trolls into submission, Hermione. She said, looking down the page. Oh, I get it. The skills are linked to these attributes. Flying is a physical skill, persuasion is a mental skill, and transfiguration is a magical skill. So, Ron will be twice as good at flying as you are? Harry asked. But my flying skill is still at 1, Ron said. How do the attribute and skill numbers work together? It'll need to be tested, Hermione said, but they're probably added or maybe multiplied together somehow. Or maybe the attribute value limits how high you could take a type of skill? She shook her head. These are questions for later. Come on, Harry. Don't leave us waiting. Harry raised his eyebrows at her. I'm Harry, he said, but nothing happened. Harry Potter? Harry cleared his throat after looking at the parchment that appeared in his hand. Harry Potter. Physicality, 2 mentality, 3 magicality, 5. We all have a total of 10, Hermione said. I assume that's not a coincidence. Can we increase these scores? Harry asked. Or the scores in our skills? I'd assume so, Hermione said. Maybe if we practice a skill a lot, it'll go up? Beats me, Ron said, looking at his sheet in confusion. For the second time in a few minutes, the door rattled. This time, however, when it opened, it wasn't Ron's brothers. Draco Malfoy strutted through the door, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. They've been saying on the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment. Is it true? Oh, Merlin, I'd forgotten how much of a prat he looked like at 11, Ron said. Harry snorted, then looked at Malfoy, who was continuing to look around the compartment. Oh, he's waiting for me to answer him, Harry realized. How does this conversation thing work again? You should feel prompted to say certain things, Hermione supplied, like a bunch of options for how to respond. Oh yeah, I can sense that now, Harry replied. I can admit that I am Harry Potter, or I can lie. Ron grinned. Come on, Harry. Lis tous affaires. Have him go up and down the train looking for you. Harry grinned back at Ron. Good idea. He turned to Malfoy. Nope, no Harry Potter here. Malfoy suddenly jolted back into action, a scowl appearing on his face. Think you can make a mockery of me? Do you? Crabbe Goyle. Show them what happens when you insult a member of the Malfoy family with such a feeble attempt at lying. Oh, you just had to do it, didn't you? Hermione said. You couldn't have just admitted the truth. You had to get us into a fight before we even got to Hogwarts. I don't understand, Harry said, brow creased in confusion. How did he know that I was lying? Maybe because your persuasion skill is at 1. Hermione cried in exasperation. Oh yeah, my bad, Harry said. Wait, why aren't they doing anything? Indeed, Crabbe and Goyle were just waiting by the door, glaring at them angrily. Oh, Ron exclaimed, it's my turn. It's turn-based combat? Hermione asked incredulously. How unrealistic. Hermione, what struck you as realistic about any of this? Harry asked. Hermione shrugged, while Ron looked confused. What do I do? I can do 7 things. 7 things? Hermione asked, perplexed. Yeah, once I do 7 things, my turn is over, I think. Another feeling? Harry queried. Yeah, I guess I'll try. Ron stood up and drew his wand, pointing it at the 2 brutes. Oh, only 5 left now. What? Hermione said. Yeah, I guess standing up? And maybe drawing your wand, Harry suggested. Try a spell, Hermione demanded. Okay, here goes Stupefy. Ron pointed his wand in a practiced motion, but nothing came out of it. Hermione said, I guess you don't know that spell. Ron looked insulted. Hermione, I've known that spell for years. I mean, your character doesn't. Ron Weasley, the 11-year-old, doesn't know how to throw stunning charms around. Try a first-year spell. Ron frowned at his wand. Locomotor Wibbly. Again, nothing happened. Throw your shoe at him, Harry suggested, but the other 2 ignored him. Maybe we have to actually go to lessons first before we can cast any spells, Hermione suggested. No, I feel that I could have cast it, but that 5 things left isn't enough. Call them action points, Hermione said. 5 action points isn't enough for the Jellylegs jinx? Harry said, "Isn't that a bit much?" Standing up took 1 action point. Does a first-year jinx take more than 5 times as long? Maybe it's not just time, but the effort involved, Hermione said. I guess I'll just do nothing, Ron said in confusion. Can I even do that? But even as he was speaking, Crabbe grunted and started to move. He walked up to Ron, pulled his arm back, and punched him right in the solar plexus. Ow! You all right there, Ron? Asked Harry. Ow! No. He hit me. He's only 11. So am I. Have you lost HP, Ron? Hermione asked. I don't even know what HP is. It stands for health points, Hermione clarified, like a number out of 100 or something. No, Ron said, scratching his head and looking at his parchment again. All the same numbers as before. Hermione humped. But you feel hurt, right? Hermione, I've just been punched by the half-troll of Slytherin, Ron said angrily. Yes, I'm hurt. Technically, he's not in Slytherin yet, Harry added unhelpfully. Maybe we can test it, Hermione said, rubbing her chin. Find out how many hits Ron can take before falling unconscious. No, we cannot. Whose turn is it anyway? Oh, it's mine, said Harry. Maybe if I don't waste a point standing up, I can get a spell off with 6 action points. It's worth a try, Hermione said. Harry drew his wand carefully from his pocket, pointed it at Crabbe, and said locomotor wibbly. A blue bolt shot from his wand and hit Crabbe in the chest, who immediately fell to the floor, the muscles in his legs having lost all their strength. Nice one, Harry, Ron said, still rubbing his stomach. Hey, I've still got 1 action point left, said Harry. Hey, that's not fair, Ron said, affronted. How come Harry can cast jinxes for 5 points, but I can't? Harry shrugged while smiling, but Hermione looked thoughtful. Maybe because Harry's magicality score is higher. It makes spells cheaper? Whatever the case may be, I'll use my last action point. Hermione interrupted. My last AP to stand up? Harry stood up slowly, watching to see what Goyle or Malfoy would do next. A moment after Harry had finished his movement, Goyle cried out, Vincent, in response to Crabbe falling to the floor. Then he rushed forward and swung his first into the side of Ron's head. Ow! Mother! Ronald! Hermione scolded. You'd better watch your language around the first years. But he just whacked me in the head. Ron protested. That's no excuse, Hermione said primly. Think about what your mother would say. She'd probably say a whole lot worse if someone hit her in the head, Ron muttered. What was that? Hermione said, looking sternly at Ron. Nothing. That's right. But why would he go for me anyway? Ron said, Harry's the one who jinxed Crabbe. So far all I've done is stand up and get punched. Maybe because you're closest, Harry suggested. Whatever, Ron said dejectedly. Your turn, right, Hermione? Hermione nodded, seemingly considering her options, then stood up and walked behind Harry, so that she was furthest from the door. Hermione, Ron cried in outrage. How about a little help? You look like you've got it under control. No, I do not. Hermione drew her wand and looked at it. 4 AP left, huh? Can't Jellylegs Goyle with that. How about a charm? Oh, I know. Wingardium Leviosa. Goyle's robes began fluttering and then were pulled over the top of his head by Hermione's spell, blinding him. Oh, nicely done, Hermione. Thanks, Harry, she replied brightly. Next it was Malfoy's turn, who instead of drawing his wand, or walking further into their compartment, decided his best option was. The Weasleys are a disgrace to the name of wizards, my father likes to say. Was that it? Harry exclaimed. That was useless. But apparently, it was one injustice too many for Ron, who had 2 morons struggling in front of him, 1 prat behind him, and a full supply of action points. Depulso! Goyle, still engulfed in his robes, was flung backwards into Malfoy, and they both landed in the train corridor. Wow, that was harsh, Harry said. Yeah, they could have hit their heads, Hermione added. They did hit my head. Whatever, Harry said. Crabbe next, right? However, clearly their combined actions had been enough because Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy all scrambled to their feet and retreated down the train. My father will hear about this, Malfoy shouted as he ran away. We won. Yay, said Harry, raising his arms in victory. I can't believe you got us into a fight before we even crossed the Scottish border, Hermione said. I can, Ron said, massaging the side of his head. It happened the first time, too. Wait, the first time? You did get into a fight back in first year. Hermione said, outraged. Yeah, but that time Scabbers bit them, Harry said. Oh, bugger. Scabbers, Ron said, looking at the cage on top of his trunk. Hermione and Harry looked at it too. Oh, bugger, they both said. They elected, for the moment, to let sleeping rats lie. Hermione hypothesized that the game wouldn't let Wormtail be revealed until the appropriate moment in the story. But even so, they still had to placate Harry with the idea that they needed him alive to free Sirius. I'm still going to try and tell McGonagall, Harry said with determination. Which is a good idea, Hermione said placatingly. Just try not to get your hopes up. Remember, our conversation choices with the NPCs are limited. Harry nodded in acceptance, but still crossed his arms and stared out the window for a while. Hermione, Ron said, what happens if I add points to a skill? Hermione made a confused expression. How do you plan on doing that? I can add 3 skill points to my parchment, he replied. Call it a character sheet. And you can? Did we level up? She asked, looking at her own sheet. I don't know what that means. I can just tell that I have 3 points to add to my skills. Should I add them all to jinxes, hexes, and curses? No, wait, Hermione cried. Don't do anything yet. We don't know if we can reallocate points spent in the future. We need to think about party composition and build optimization. Oh, yeah, you lost me there too, Hermione, Harry said. Hermione cleared her throat and adopted a lecturing pose. It'll be more efficient if we specialize our roles. If, for example, we all focus on combat, then we will really struggle during any non-combat challenges. Likewise, if we try to be jacks of all trades, then a particularly tough challenge may stump us. Instead, we should each specialize in different things. A fighter, a healer, and a something else, creature trainer, thief, something like that. Okay, Harry said slowly. What should we pick then? First of all, let's list all of our options, Hermione said, the physical skills first. Air, said Ron, brawling, flying, sneaking, and toughness. Aha, Hermione said, making notes on a piece of spare parchment. And the mental skills are enchanting, leadership, persuasion, potions, and occlumency. The magical skills are general charms, healing charms, jinxes, hexes, and curses. Those 3 are all one skill, he clarified to Hermione. JH and C, okay, she said, marking it down. And shielding charms and transfiguration, he finished. Okay, said Hermione, finishing her note-taking, let's make a party. Someone should focus on fighting, you said. Harry looked at Hermione. And that should be you, Harry. With all the misadventures that you get up to alone. Plus, your high magicality score may be boosting your spell work. In that case, you should take the mentality skills, Hermione, Ron argued. So, potions, enchanting, and persuasion, she said uncertainly. Which leaves me with the physical skills, Ron said. Well, we should take skills from all over. We should all eventually put points into jinxes, hexes, and curses, as well as shielding charms, general charms, and toughness. She looked at Ron scrutinizingly. Healing charms, she declared. Okay, Ron said. That makes sense. So I'll take healing charms, shielding charms, and toughness. He rubbed the side of his head. I'll take general charms, JHC, and sneaking, Harry said. Hermione nodded approvingly. And like I said, I'll take persuasion, potions, and enchanting. If I can make potions and enchanted equipment for everyone, that'll be really helpful in the long run. They all watched as their character sheets updated themselves. Then suddenly the whistle sounded, and they had arrived. And welcome! Stories in which characters are stuck in a game are something of a guilty pleasure for me and for many others. That being said, I think that there are a number of pitfalls that authors will stumble into. In this story and in these notes, I'm going to try and explain what I see as these problems and how this story tries to avoid them. The first of these is having the main character be by themselves. For one, it limits the kind of conversations that the MC can have, and more importantly, the kind of relationships that the character can have. Plus, having Harry, Ron, and Hermione work together gives way more opportunities for good stories. Please enjoy and leave comments. Chapter 2. With the confusing and stressful day they had all been having, the familiar sight of Hogwarts appearing around the bend, as they approached by boat, was both familiar and comforting. The outline of the castle was silhouetted against the starry sky and warm and welcoming light shone out of the hundreds of windows. The three friends bobbed along with the rest of the first-year students, looking at the castle happily. Strange to think that the last time we saw the castle, a battle was raging around it, Ron said quietly. Our memories of what had been happening during the battle are still mixed up, Harry said. And for all we know, that battle is still raging while we are stuck in this game. Or this is the result of eating those strange mushrooms that Luna found near Shell Cottage last week, said Hermione. Or we've been sent back in time with superpowers gifted by the gods. Or we're dead, and this is the afterlife. Harry pouted, which Hermione privately thought was adorable on his 11-year-old self's face. Hermione's right, Harry, Ron said. We can't get caught up in what might be. Our best path forward is to treat this as what is real. Harry turned his face to stare into the inky blackness of the lake below them. I'm just worried about Ginny, about everyone, that's all. And it's to your credit, said Hermione. But we don't know what happens to us if we die here, and I doubt that all the challenges will be as easy as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. So, you're saying that we need to be serious about it, Harry said. Yes, Hermione agreed, and cautious too. Slow and steady wins the race. Their boat continued to float behind the other first years, and they each sat quietly as they arrived at the castle. They shortly found themselves waiting outside the Great Hall, waiting to enter for their sorting. We're aiming for Gryffindor again, right guys? Harry said in a low voice, while the ghosts made their entrance. Can we aim for houses? Ron said, frowning. Last time for me, the hat just ummed and ahed for a few moments, then put me in Gryffindor. Oh, said Harry in surprise. I had to convince it not to put me in Slytherin. What? Ron said. For me, Hermione said, ignoring Ron's outburst. It considered Ravenclaw, but I didn't argue with it. It just decided on its own. Harry said. Even so, Gryffindor, right? Yeah. After the ghosts had made their exit, Professor McGonagall returned and brought them to the Great Hall to be sorted. When Harry had entered the Great Hall for the first time, when he was really 11, he was overcome with wonder and nervousness. This time, however, he was filled with a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. The Great Hall itself was filled with such a welcoming spirit that Harry hadn't felt since before Voldemort had risen again. But for Harry, it was tainted. Seated at the staff table, Dumbledore looked over them with a kindly smile. The last time Harry had seen the headmaster, he had been begging for his life. But as well as the sadness and guilt that Harry felt for Dumbledore's death, he also felt a small jolt of anger towards the old man. Where it was from, Harry didn't know. Seated at the end of the table was his murderer, Snape, but like with Dumbledore, there was a feeling towards the potion's master which origin Harry couldn't place. Why was he feeling sympathetic to Snape of all people? There was also Quirrell, a situation which would have to be discussed with Ron and Hermione. Abbot Hannah, McGonagall called from the front of the hall. And so, while Harry internally reviewed his impressions of and feelings towards Dumbledore and Snape, the sorting continued. Hermione was the first of the three of them to be sorted and was quickly sent to Gryffindor, to which Harry gave a sigh of relief. Soon enough, it was Harry's turn, and just before the hat was lowered over his head, he had an idea. Wait, don't sort me yet. Can you answer my questions first? Not a bad mind I see. The hat's voice sounded in his ear. Never mind that. Can you tell me why we're in a game? Plenty of courage, too. Harry gave a mental sigh. It seemed that the hat wasn't any more conscious than the other NPCs. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, Harry thought at the hat dejectedly. Not Slytherin? You could be great, you know. Well then, better be Gryffindor. Harry jumped off the stool, a frustrated expression on his face. But that didn't discourage the Gryffindor table from cheering loudly. Harry dropped down next to Hermione, who smiled at him. Harry couldn't stop the smile on his face, breaking through his frustration. At least he was here with his friends. The sorting carried on, and while Harry and Hermione could have probably talked among themselves, due to the generally oblivious nature of the NPCs, they decided to remain silent. One didn't chat during the sorting, game or not. Gryffindor, the hat shouted, and Ron hopped off the stool and came to join Harry and Hermione. Dumbledore gave his usual odd speech, and the feast began. It's strange, Ron said, nodding towards Dumbledore, while piling food onto his plate, seeing him up there. Even stranger to see Snape, Hermione said darkly. And Quirrell. There's something about Snape, Harry said slowly. Dumbledore too, for that matter. I feel like I'm forgetting something important about them both. Ah, Ron gave Harry a strange look. You do remember what happened at the end of 6th year, right, mate? Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, that hadn't slipped my mind. No, it's something else. Something that happened during the battle? Or that you learned during the battle? Hermione asked him. I think we may have seen him at some point. Do you remember that, Ron? Ron looked at Snape intently. Maybe, but it makes sense that we'd see him, right? He was the headmaster at that point, after all. Harry nodded, acknowledging Ron's point. Maybe it'll come back to me in time, he suggested. The next day, they were in the Great Hall again, this time having breakfast. At Hermione's insistence, they were comparing notes regarding the battle at Hogwarts that they were struggling to remember. So you two both think that you managed to destroy the cup? Harry said. That's right, said Hermione. And somebody destroyed the diadem with fiend fire, but we can't remember who. A bloody hero, though, that's for sure, Ron said seriously. But after that, we're struggling to recall anything at all, Hermione complained. I still think we were near the Whomping Willow, Ron said. And I think we may have been in the Forbidden Forest, said Harry. And I have a strong feeling that we all went to the girls' bathroom. So maybe these feelings aren't that reliable, Hermione said in frustration. Harry placed a hand on her arm. Don't get too stressed about it. Hermione, he said, maybe actually going around the castle will jog our memories. In the meantime, we need to think about what we should do next. Yeah, said Ron. Do we actually need to repeat the whole first year? I don't think so, Hermione said slowly. If you think about the train journey yesterday, it was nowhere near the 6 hours that it normally takes. Instead, we had one interaction with the twins and one with Malfoy and his bookends, and then we arrived. You think that only significant events are going to happen? Harry asked, eyebrows raised. Well, there's an easy way to check, said Ron, turning to the Neville NPC who was sitting just down the table from them. Hey, Neville. Oh, Irun. What lesson have we got next? Harry and Hermione waited eagerly to see if Neville would respond to Ron's question. Our first lesson today is potions, Ron. Thanks, he turned back to Harry and Hermione. See, that's right. We're skipping over the uninteresting lessons and getting right to the exciting stuff. I'm not sure I'd call our first potions class exciting, Harry said. Yeah, if memory serves, he bullied Harry and almost made Neville cry, Hermione added. Well, yes, Ron admitted, but it was certainly memorable. Should we get going then? Hermione asked. Hang on, Harry said. I'm looking at the clock. Hermione and Ron turned to follow Harry's gaze. What about it? Ron said. It hasn't moved. Do clocks normally move? Ron said in confusion. I mean the clock hands, Ron, Harry snapped. Oh, hey, you're right. It must have said 8:30 for the last 20 minutes. Hermione stared at the clock in bewilderment. Is it waiting for us? What happens if we decide to just go? As soon the words had left her mouth, the entire Hogwarts student population in the Great Hall stood up and marched out of the double doors, the clock chiming 9 o'clock behind them. Did I just do that? Hermione asked, perplexed. I guess so, Harry said, feeling equally confused. Do we just go to potions then? Ron asked. I guess so, Harry said again. They stood and joined the throng of students leaving breakfast, all three of them thinking deeply. So time only progresses when we want it to? Ron asked. Maybe, Hermione replied. Perhaps the game is making sure that we're ready before springing the next challenge on us. Harry's eyes lit up in realization, and he stopped in the middle of the hallway. Of course. The other two looked at him in surprise. What is it, Harry? Hermione asked. Think about it. If the world is responding to what we say and what we think, then this can't be the real world, because the real world could never respond to our thoughts like that. It must be some kind of illusion or hallucination. It may well be the result of a spell that hit us during the battle. Of course. Hermione still looked skeptical. I don't know of any spell that could do this. But there are spells that affect the mind, Harry argued, like legilimency or the twins. They had those daydream charms. This is kind of like a daydream, right? This is only like a daydream in the most superficial ways, Harry, Hermione said, and all the mind magic that I know only affects one person, not 3 people at the same time. But Harry hadn't given up on his line of thinking yet. How about the Horcruxes? Those had mind-affecting powers. The locket was influencing our moods and created illusions once we got it open. Hey, the diary sucked me into a memory, like a pensieve, and multiple people could enter those. But the only remaining Horcrux is Nagini Harry. How could a snake do this to us? And why? Harry shrugged, but he still wore a triumphant expression, as if they were close to uncovering the truth. So, this isn't time travel? Ron asked, hesitantly. No, I think Harry is right, Hermione said slowly, or is at least closer to the truth. As well as the fact that long-distance time travel is generally considered to be impossible, why would time travel put us into a game as well? Two separate, never before heard of magical phenomena happening to us at the same time? Even with Harry rotten luck, that's not very likely. It's more likely that this is the result of one singular event. So, Ron said in a small voice, Fred really is dead, then? Both Harry and Hermione froze, the triumphant looking falling from Harry's face. Ron, he said, I'm sorry. I didn't. It's fine, Harry, Ron said in clipped tones. Let's just go to potions. And Ron shouldered his bag and walked past them. Harian. Hermione shared a troubled look, but silently agreed to let the issue drop for now and followed him. While they were entering the potions classroom, with the rest of their Gryffindors and Slytherins, Harry stopped Hermione again. Wait, what were those questions again? That Snape asked you the first time? Yeah. Hermione closed her eyes in concentration. Something about the draft of living death, something about monkshood, and what was it? Bezoars, Ron added quietly. Harry snapped his fingers. That's it, thanks. They sat down next to each other. Harry and Ron partnered together, and Hermione with Neville. And as soon as they had, Snape swept into the classroom. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. He began. He sure does like his dramatics, Ron stage whispered to Harry, who snorted in response. Potter, Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draft of living death, sir, Harry said, smirking. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, Professor, Harry grinned. What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Aconite, Hermione whispered to him. Which is also known as aconite, Harry concluded smugly. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming. Yeah, Potter? Harry's mouth dropped open in shock. But I... He just told you, you overgrown bat. Ron jumped to Harry's defense. Hermione was scratching her chin. I guess that your potion skill isn't high enough, she said. That's ridiculous, Harry cried. Clearly, Snape tooted, ignoring their outbursts. Fame isn't everything. I've changed my mind, Harry said. Let's kill him. Yeah, Ron cheered. Hang on, Hermione objected. You're the one who thinks that we've forgotten something important about Snape. You're the one who feels sympathetic towards him. That sympathy is quickly disappearing. In any case, Hermione continued, we certainly don't have the ability to kill him with our skill levels. Ron nodded in disappointment. She's right, Harry, he said. Thank you, Ron. We'll have to wait till fourth year at least. Hey, no. Thanks, Ron, Harry said, smiling at him. You always know how to cheer me up. No problem, mate. Hermione growled, but any further interruptions were cut off by Snape instructing them to start. Hermione was still glaring daggers at Harry, but Ron's next question distracted her. Hermione? Have you ever heard of this potion? What? She said, turning to look at the blackboard. Isn't it the Cure Boils potion? Yeah. What in Merlin's name is a least healing potion? Isn't it obvious? Harry said, it heals. Leastly. First of all, that isn't a word, Hermione said. And secondly, this potion isn't in the Hogwarts curriculum or anywhere in the wizarding world. It must be a game thing, Ron shrugged. It's a little unimaginative, Harry complained. Unimaginative or not, this is still a pretty simple potion, Hermione said, examining the blackboard. Fans of Snape's teaching style or not, Ron and Harry still had years of experience in potion brewing, and a first-year potion, even an imaginary one, was no struggle for them. Which is why they were confused and somewhat insulted when Hermione's potion was the perfect deep red as described in the instructions, and theirs was a very pale pink. But why? Ron complained. We followed all the instructions. I'm not that bad at potions. I got any in my owls? Harry cried. So, why is yours so much better than ours? Ron asked, looking at Hermione. And don't say it's a skill thing. Hermione tilted her head, considering the question. It must be a skill thing. Art, Ron screamed. Anyway, Hermione ignored him. I think we should keep these, or at least my one, she smirked. We may need to use them in a fight later on. Ron and Harry still grumbled while they packed away their equipment, while Hermione slipped her potions vial into her pocket. Class dismissed. Snape barked from the front of the class, startling the three friends. That was quick, Harry said. It must be, because we finished, Hermione responded. Then she looked at her partner. What's next, Neville? Even if he wasn't the real Neville Longbottom, he still managed to imitate the glum expression of the real one. Flying lesson next, he said, his voice low. Chin up, Neville, Harry said, rubbing his hands together in glee. Flying's great. But Harry, Ron said, you can't fly. Harry shot Ron a betrayed look. How can you say that, Ron? I'm Harry Potter. Flying is like my thing. Flying is your thing? Hermione said dryly. Not surviving killing curses? Or rushing head first into dangerous situations? Ron added. Or irritating Snape? Or having messy hair? Harry stopped them. Flying is at least something I am known for. Yeah, Ron said. But do you have any skill points in it? Harry's expression dropped. Bugger. Harry. Language. Hermione chided him. But hey, we finished potions class. Did you get any more points to spend? Harry pulled out his character sheet from his pocket and examined it. No, he said eventually, which is a disappointment because putting up with Snape is at least as challenging as dealing with Malfoy and the trolls. Looks like no Quidditch for you this year, Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder in commiseration. In thought were my friends, Neville said, with tears in his eyes and his arm in a sling. We are, Neville, Harry said earnestly. A real friend would have stood up for me against Malfoy. What's up with him? Ron asked, perplexed, while Neville limped away. It was only a remembrall. Earlier that day, none of them had wanted to risk an aerial battle with Malfoy without any additional flying skill. Uncontested, Malfoy had proceeded to throw Neville's remembrall into the Forbidden Forest, much to the delight of the Slytherins. Now, back in the common room, they appeared to have truly upset Neville. I reckon that the game is punishing us, Hermione said, for not standing up to Malfoy. What? Said Harry. So now Neville won't be our friend? And we've lost out on playing Quidditch, plus any rewards for winning Quidditch games. Harry threw his hands up in the air in defeat. I guess we'll just have to take every opportunity presented to us, Ron said. To that, Harry groaned. And without being on the Quidditch team, Malfoy hasn't challenged me to a duel. Another opportunity lost. Hermione rubbed Harry's back sympathetically, but Ron was deep in thought. Without the midnight duel and without Quidditch, what's next? Halloween? I guess, Hermione said. Actually, if we want to be careful to not miss any more events, we should plan ahead for them. The other two nodded, and Hermione readied her quill to take notes. What else was in first year? Well, there's the third-floor corridor, Harry said. Oh, and the business with the dragon, Ron added, rubbing his hand. And mine and Ron's adventure into the Forbidden Forest, Harry added. Hang on, Hermione said. Her quill paused above the parchment. If we don't get caught out of bed after rescuing Norberta, then we shouldn't get detention, right? So what? Harry said, giving Hermione a strange look. You think we should intentionally get caught? Hermione shrugged. It's something to consider. If we want to maximize our encounters, that is. So, you're saying that it's a good thing that I failed to lie to Malfoy and his cronies on the train? Harry asked. I guess so, Hermione replied. Oh, speaking of Crabbe and Goyle, how are we going to fight the troll? Ron said. What's wrong with the old? Harry mimed hitting himself in the head with a club, swish and flick. It worked well enough last time. Ron shook his head. I don't mean that. I mean if Hermione's not sobbing her eyes out in the girls' bathroom. Hey, I was not sobbing my eyes out. Then why would we be going after the troll in the first place? Ron finished, ignoring Hermione. I suppose we could just go looking for the thing, Harry said uncertainly. We know that it'll be near that girl's bathroom. But Ron doesn't have any points in general charms, Hermione pointed out. Yeah, but I do, Harry said, and you said that I should be our combat specialist anyway. Fair enough, Hermione said. Then she yawned, stretching her thin arms over her head. Ah, it's strange being in my 11-year-old body again. I get tired. She yawned again, so easily. Are you two going to bed soon? Actually, I need Harry's help with something, Ron said. You do, said Hermione. You do? Repeated Harry. Yeah, Ron said, scratching the back of his head embarrassedly. If we're going to be going through the trapdoor again, I'll need to practice my chess game a bit. Ron, Hermione said, unimpressed. You beat that chess game when you were 11. How could it challenge you at 18? Actually, I was 12, and if you recall, I ended up getting brained by the queen. Anyway, I've hardly had a chance to play for ages. You don't mind me thrashing you for a few games, do you, Harry? I'll give you knight odds. Fine, Harry gave Ron a serious look, but only if you make it rook odds. Deal, said Ron, grinning. And another issue that I personally have with many game stories, and this isn't limited to the Harry Potter community at all, is that the character has an unlimited ability to acquire experience/skills/levels. This is a problem because it makes any challenge that the protagonist faces not a challenge of ability or wits, but just a challenge of patience. You couldn't beat the giant? You just didn't grind enough. Obviously. The game's subset of fiction is obviously meant to be a power fantasy, which is fine. This story will have an element of that too. But if the game is easy, then you're missing out on story drama. Thanks for reading. Chapter 3. Ron's dreams that night were filled with bizarre chess imagery. At first he was above the board as normal, but soon after he was on the board, surrounded by the black and white pieces, which towered above him. He found himself having to dodge around the board frantically. Knights were jumping high over him. Bishops were screaming as they slid past him diagonally. Behind him, the White Queen hovered menacingly. He reached for his wand, but when he waved it, nothing happened. Then he was falling. Gah! Ron cried as he flailed in bed. He sat up, rubbing his eyes blearily. That was weird, he said to himself. The room was empty, Harry clearly having left him to sleep in. Ron dressed quickly and made his way down to the common room, where he was greeted by a strange sight. Harry was sitting, legs crossed, in the middle of the floor. His eyes were closed, and his expression was serene. Hermione was sitting nearby, watching Harry carefully. She noticed Ron as he walked over and put a finger to her lips. "We got to be quiet," she whispered. "What's Harry up to?" Ron whispered back. Hermione turned her gaze back to Harry's still form. He's had the admittedly not terrible idea that if this is some kind of mental magic attack, then a successful occlumency defense may nullify it. Ron frowned. "I thought Harry didn't have any points in occlumency." "Not in-game occlumency," Hermione said. "Real-life occlumency." Ron stared at her blankly. Think of it like lifting your hand when you're asleep. You can move it in your dream, but maybe you could move it in the waking world too. Ah, Ron sighed in understanding. And Harry thinks he may be able to actually wake up. Exactly. Well, how long has he been at it? Ron asked, looking back at Harry. About an hour. An hour? Sure. Sorry, Ron returned to whispering. But it's not as if time passes normally here, Hermione said. Huh, said Ron. I guess I could have really slept in then. Hermione frowned, but before she could make a comment about Ron's slovenliness, Harry tipped precariously to one side before crashing to the floor. "Ow," he said flatly from his position on the ground. "Did it work?" Hermione asked uncaringly. "No," he said slowly. "I thought that I was getting somewhere, but then, I don't know, I felt strangely weightless. Then I was on the floor." "Is that a clue?" Ron asked. "What?" "My real body is floating in outer space somewhere?" "Somehow, that seems unlikely. Maybe Ron and I should try ourselves later on," Hermione suggested. "But you don't have any skill, and I mean real skill, with occlumency," Harry commented. "Begging your pardon, Harry. But neither do you." "It's strange that we still eat and sleep," Ron said as they made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. "But the days are still passing by super quickly." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "Think about it," Ron replied. "We had 2 lessons yesterday, potions and flying, and that was it. Did you notice that we didn't have lunch? We went straight from the dungeons to the grounds, and then straight to dinner and bed. But we already knew that time was flowing strangely," Hermione said, but she still looked confused. "Yeah, but it's more than that," Ron continued, "considering that we skipped a meal yesterday. Do you actually feel hungry now?" Harry and Hermione considered this for a few moments. No, Harry said slowly. I suppose I don't. But what does that mean? Ron shrugged his shoulders, but Hermione had an idea. If this is all happening inside our heads, she said, then it's not real food, is it? We could probably eat as much or as little as we'd like with no ill effects. Which, if you think about it, she paused at the entrance to the Great Hall, Harry and Ron stopping to look at her. Hermione, Ron asked, what is it? It's Halloween, she said, shock written on her face. Ron and Harry looked into the Great Hall in surprise, and it was indeed heavily decorated for Halloween. Giant pumpkins were floating among the candles. Conjured bats were flying near the enchanted ceiling, and the school ghosts were in one corner, preparing for a bout of formation gliding. It's Halloween dinner time, Harry clarified. Hermione sputtered for a moment. But, we just arrived 2 days ago. We can't have skipped nearly 2 whole months. Apparently we can, Ron said. But we just woke up. We haven't even had breakfast. Technically, Ron said, breakfast is just the first thing that you eat during the day, so if you think about it. Hermione shushed him and dragged the 2 boys to sit down among the rowdy and happy Gryffindors. So, we're definitely going after the troll, right? Harry clarified. I guess so, Ron said, though it'll be a bit strange without a proper excuse. Wait a minute, Hermione said, scanning the Gryffindor table carefully and counting under her breath. 3, 4, who's missing? Lavender? Harry and Ron looked at their classmates in surprise, but Hermione was right. Lavender Brown was not with them. Parvati, Harry said hesitantly. Where's Lavender? Parvati turned to Harry. Last I heard, she was in the girls' toilets, sobbing her eyes out. Thanks. Just like I said, Ron had a smug look on his face, sobbing her eyes out. Listen here, Ronald, Hermione started, angrily. So Lavender instead of Hermione. Huh? Harry said, trying to snip his friend's argument in the bud. Yes, Hermione said, throwing one last angry glare at Ron. I suppose that things are being switched around so that the same events can still occur. Well, real Lavender or not, said Harry. I still don't want her to die because of my inaction. Especially not after we failed to help. Neville. Ron and Hermione nodded. And so, Hermione said, looking towards the doors, the next thing to happen should be Troll in the dungeons. Quirrell was sprinting down the length of the hall. Just thought you ought to know. Quirrell collapsed in a dead faint, while screams erupted around him. As Dumbledore appealed for calm and began issuing instructions to the staff and students, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all jumped in surprise. You two felt that, right? Harry asked. Yeah, Ron replied. It was like that time on the train. So, we got a quest to go and save Lavender, right? Said Hermione. Not that we need one, she clarified. Harry nodded in agreement. Let's do it. You know, I had nightmares about trolls for years after this night, Hermione whispered as they sneaked down the hallway. I never thought I'd go looking for one. Don't worry too much, Ron said, squeezing her hand sympathetically. We have a plan this time. Are we clear on the plan? Harry said, his expression tight and his body tense. Hermione and I are back up, Ron said. You're dealing the finishing blow. Slipping away from the rest of the Gryffindor had been incredibly easy, perhaps a consequence of the oblivious nature of their NPC classmates. And now they were approaching the same girl's bathroom that Hermione had been in so long ago. Gah! Ron spat out. That smell! It's even worse than I remember. Harry and Hermione both shushed him as they slowly approached the door. Is Lavender in there? Hermione whispered. I'm not. Harry whispered back, but he was cut off by a high, piercing scream. Wasting no time, Harry rushed into the bathroom, wand drawn, Ron and Hermione scrambling after him. The troll was hideous and, somehow, even bigger than they remembered. It towered over their 11-year-old bodies, its head almost brushing against the high ceiling, its unnatural, long arms scraping along the floor. From the other side of the troll, Lavender screamed again. She looked pitifully small, hiding under the sinks at the far end of the room. Help me, she cried. Harry entered a fighting pose and leveled his wand at the troll. Let's see how you like this, you great, lumbering brute. But whatever Harry had intended to do, he paused instead. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Hermione. Harry looked back at her sheepishly. It's not my turn. Ron jumped in surprise. All right. It's my turn, he said. What should I do? Hit it with something? Hermione shouted at him. At least keep it distracted from Lavender. Oh, right, he pointed his wand. Locomotor Mortis. A red light shot from his wand and hit one of the troll's rock-like knees. But if it had any effect, none of them could see it. Even the troll didn't react. Ron blinked. I'm not sure why I thought that would work. He shrugged. I still have one action point left. Do they carry over to your next turn? Hermione asked. Ron considered this for a moment. No, he said, shaking his head. At least it didn't on the train. In that case, you should move to the other side of the room. Try and confuse the troll by attacking from all sides. Ron nodded uncertainly, but he walked to the other side of the troll. When he reached the wall on their right, the troll bellowed and turned to face them. Oh, Harry said. In 3 huge strides, it crossed the distance to Harry and swung its club into his torso. Harry! Hermione screamed. Harry's body flew across the room and crashed into the wooden door of a cubicle. He slid down to the floor, eyes closed. Harry! Ron yelled. Can you hear me? Both Hermione and Ron watched Harry's still form with bated breath. After several seconds of terror, Harry coughed and stirred feebly. Ron and Hermione sighed in relief, but Harry still didn't respond or open his eyes. What do we do? Ron asked, fear in his voice. Is Harry all right? Hermione was lost for words for a few seconds, but eventually, her brain kicked in and she pushed the panic down. It's my turn now, she said, trying to inject strength and confidence into her voice. That'll give us a moment to think. Ron, she looked at him, you have an extra point in healing charms, so when it's your turn again, you can help him. I don't actually know any healing magic, Hermione, Ron said, giving her an apologetic look. What? Then why? Hermione pursed her lips. That doesn't matter now. Now we just need the potion. She patted down her pockets and then withdrew the vial of potion that she'd made in potions class. Oh yeah, what was it again? A potion of healing? Elise potion of healing, but it'll have to do. She looked at Harry's still form on the other side of the bathroom, measuring distances with her eyes. How far did you get with your last remaining action point? She asked Ron. Ron frowned in concentration. It must have been 3 paces, he said after a moment. Hermione nodded. 3 paces, okay. I'll be able to get to Harry. With 2 AP, then I can pour this down his throat. That can't possibly take more than 5 AP, right? Ron shrugged in ignorance, so Hermione took a deep breath. She deliberately took 6 steps over to Harry, bent over him to open his mouth, uncorked the potion, and then poured it all down his throat while Ron watched anxiously. After a moment, Harry stirred. He shook his head and looked around. Oh, he said. Harry! Hermione cried. Are you okay? Harry looked around the bathroom, taking in the damage surrounding them. Lavender hiding in a corner, Hermione and Ron looking at him concernedly, and the troll standing in the center of the room. I think I broke something, he said. We still need to deal with the troll, Ron reminded them. Right, Hermione said. I still have 4 AP. I guess that administering a potion only took 2. What can you do with 4 AP? Ron asked. Hermione crossed her arms. Her face creased in concentration. I know spells that should deal with trolls, but nothing that a first year could cast. Perhaps some kind of indirect attack? Oh, I know, Ron exclaimed. Turn the floor slippery. Hermione's eyes lit up. Great idea, Ron. Glissio. But despite her confident wand motion, nothing came forth from its tip. Damn, she said. Too high a level or not enough AP? Ron asked. The former, I think, Hermione replied. Blindfold, Harry said in a weak voice, while struggling to keep his eyes open. Could be dangerous if the troll starts swinging wildly, Hermione said, concern in her voice, but it's worth a shot. Obscuro. This time Hermione was successful. A black blindfold appeared out of her wand and shot up to the troll's head, where it proceeded to bind itself over the troll's eyes. Bizarrely, the troll didn't react to this in the slightest, much like with Ron's leglocker curse earlier. Now everybody, except for Lavender, had acted. It was Ron's turn again. I'm a little worried that the troll is going to hit you all flailing about, Ron said to Harry and Hermione. So I'm going to shield you both, okay? They nodded their agreement, and, at Ron's gesture, a glimmering dome appeared around them. A moment after the magical shield had encompassed them, The troll screamed in anger. It clawed at its face, where Hermione's blindfold had attached, and stomped around the room, all the while swinging its club with wild abandon. The floor shook with its footsteps, and the club smashed into the floor, walls, and ceiling. A glancing blow knocked into Ron's shield, which instantly winked out of existence. Just as quickly as it had begun, after a few seconds, the troll stilled and silence fell. "Bloody hell!" Ron exclaimed. "How did we take this thing out last time?" "Like this," Hermione said. "Do it, Harry." Harry's eyes, which had been perilously close to closing, suddenly narrowed into sharp focus. His grip on his wand tightened, and his voice came out clear. "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll's club was wrenched from its hand by an unseen force, swung around once, and then, with blinding speed, slammed into the back of the troll's head. The troll's body fell to the floor, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. There was a final almighty crash, and masses of dust were knocked into the air, and then silence fell. As soon as the troll stopped moving, they were all free to move normally again. Harry sank even closer to the floor, while Hermione grabbed him by the front of his robes. Ron rushed over to the two of them. "What's that healing spell?" "Hermione, enervate." "No," she said, giving Ron an unimpressed look. "It's renervate." Enervate is certainly not a healing spell. Ron muttered under his breath, while pointing his wand at Harry, who stirred once more. "Thanks, guys," he said. "A good team effort." "That was certainly not good," Hermione said sternly. "But that discussion can wait until you're all healed up." "Thank you for saving me," Lavender said, who had walked over to join them. "No problem, Lav," Ron said with a smile. Hermione slapped him on the arm. "She is 11 and also not real." "Sometimes a smile is just a smile, Hermione," Ron said angrily. "Guys, please," Harry implored. "Can we go to the hospital wing?" It hadn't been as simple as that, and they had to endure a dull conversation with McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell before they could make their way to get Harry healed up. Then they had to deal with Lavender, who had decided to follow them, and it took Ron some time to work out how exactly to send her off to Gryffindor Tower. Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey had been totally no-nonsense and had immediately put Harry to bed, Hermione and Ron forced to wait to visit him in the morning. "We've been really quite foolish about how we're approaching this," Hermione said, sitting by Harry's bedside, the morning sun shining through the windows. "Well, I certainly feel foolish, lying here," he replied. "But how did you mean, exactly?" "What I mean," she said, "is that we haven't been treating anything as dangerous. We underestimated the troll because we beat it the first time and because we're older now. Except we're not older, and this wasn't the troll we fought last time. This was some weird game, dream, hallucinatory troll. But we did consider the troll dangerous," Ron objected. "We did plan. But we didn't plan for it as a part of a game," Hermione said. "Like the turn order thing. We should have expected that Ron would go first again, and that the troll would get a turn next. And Ron doesn't know any healing charms, despite being our healer." "Hey," Ron said, sounding hurt. "It's not like they actually teach that stuff here." "No, I'm not blaming you," Hermione said, placing a hand on Ron's arm. "I'm just as bad. I don't know anything about enchanting really, but I still took a point in it." "What are you suggesting that we do, Hermione?" Harry asked. Hermione straightened in her chair. "We need to take advantage of what we can, because time skips forward when we're ready for the next big event. I suspect that the opposite is also true. We can," she hesitated, searching for the right word, "delay or put off moving time forward until we're ready." "You mean practice the skills we have before we decide to move on?" "Exactly," Hermione cried. "We should spend our time studying new spells and practicing them. I should make more potions and find out what enchantments I can do." "Oh," said Ron, pulling his character sheet out of his robes. "So I should practice healing charms, shield spells, and how would I train toughness?" "What, besides getting you punched by Crabbe and Goyle some more?" Harry said with a smirk. "Yes," Ron said from behind gritted teeth. "Besides that." "That's something to worry about later," Hermione said. "For now, we got concrete goals we can follow." She looked at Harry. "Are you getting out of here today?" "Yeah, a spoonful of Skeel Grow and a night of rest, and I feel as fit as a fiddle." Right then, Hermione said, standing and clapping her hands together, "Let's go to the library." Harry's expression dropped. Actually, I feel as though I could stand to spend a little more time in convalescence. He quailed under Hermione's stern look. Okay. I'm getting up. And to be honest, the main reason I chose turn-based combat for this story is because I really like Divinity, Original Sin 2, and I think that it is probably the best platform for a Harry Potter game in real life. Thanks for reading. Chapter 4. We'll have to see if we can buy new supplies in Diagon Alley in the summer. So, Harry said with an air of finality, let's go back to Hagrid's and get this show on the road. You know, Harry said almost conversationally, with the benefit of hindsight, the protections around the stone seemed pretty lackluster. The three of them were quietly walking towards the forbidden corridor. In their brief conversation with Hagrid, he had revealed Fluffy's weakness and that he had told a hooded stranger the night before. Then, with potions in the pockets of their enchanted robes, they had set off for the final challenge of their first year. Yeah, that's been bothering me for a while too, Hermione responded. Maybe the whole setup was a trap or a bluff of some kind. Surely, it's due to the Gifford principle of static defenses, Ron said, nonchalantly. Hermione gave him a bewildered look. The what? She said. Huh? Ron was nonplussed. It's an issue regarding long-term protective enchantments. Harry and Hermione continued to stare at him with equal parts suspicion and confusion. Bill told me about it. Aha, Harry said. And what is the Griffin? The Gifford principle. It's about how to strengthen protective charms. Basically, if you close all avenues of access, it makes brute force attacks more likely to succeed. Like how the fat lady has a password. If there was no password to enter Gryffindor Tower, then it would be much easier to just blast your way through. Or how the Fidelius charm has a secret keeper, Hermione said, nodding in understanding. Yeah, if you had a spell which could just totally close off knowledge of a thing, then breaking the spell would be much easier. Having a secret keeper or adding obstacles in front of the stone makes the defenses stronger as a whole. So, there's no such thing as a perfect defense, Harry concluded. Thankfully not, said Hermione, or accessing the Horcruxes would be totally impossible. They all quietly considered how much trouble that would be, for a moment, and then they had arrived at the locked door protecting the forbidden corridor. Everybody ready? Hermione whispered, and when they had nodded, she continued, Alohomora, I never even noticed you practicing that flute. I didn't practice, really. It just kind of came to me. But why Celestia Warbeck, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. I guess I just heard Mrs. Weasley singing it so much, and the tune just stuck with me. Well, Fluffy at least enjoyed it, said Ron. If falling asleep within moments counts as enjoyment for a Cerberus. They were currently standing in a high-ceilinged room, underneath a swarm of flying keys. They had had no trouble in serenading Fluffy and overcoming the devil's snare. Now, Harry was waiting for Hermione, who had wanted to try some more advanced charm work against the door before Harry tried catching the key on a broomstick. It's no use, Hermione said in exasperation. Even if I could cast every advanced charm I know, I don't think I could get through this. Flitwick was pretty thorough here. Like I said, Ron replied, because we can get the key here, it makes the charms on the door stronger as a result. Okay. I believe you. We'll just get the key the intended way. And by we, I mean you, Harry. So, get going. Harry harumphed, but went to collect a broomstick anyway. Ron and Hermione watched as Harry sped around the room, searching for the correct key. How confident are you feeling about the chess game? Hermione asked Ron. Ron tilted his head to the side and made a "oh" gesture. I'll probably be fine. It's just a little unnerving to go up against an opponent against whom you can't lose certain pieces and who will beat you half to death if you lose. Is that such a big disadvantage? Hermione asked while Harry swooped overhead, being unable to lose pieces, that is. Not the beating half to death thing. Yeah, lots of games of chess between equal strength opponents will involve trading down all the pieces leading to an endgame with very little left. A bishop and 2 pawns versus a rook, something like that. So, instead I'll have to try and find a clever mating attack in the mid-game, which is never a sure thing. Hermione squeezed Ron's arm reassuringly. You'll be fine, Ron. Remember what Dumbledore said? The greatest game of chess that Hogwarts had ever seen. Ron couldn't stop the blush on his childish face. We trust you. Ron smiled at her. But before he could respond, Harry hooped from above them. Got it, he cried. Ron took a deep breath. looking out over the board with its larger-than-life pieces. White's pawn was standing in the center of the board, and the rest of White's pieces were waiting for Ron to make their first move in response. E5, he called out in a clear voice. The game proceeded quickly. Ron, as a knight, had moved twice, and Harry, playing the black square bishop, had moved once up the board. Hermione, the queenside rook, remained in the corner, as it was still the early game. Ron studied the board intently. It's actually really difficult to see any tactics from this perspective. I'm too used to seeing the board from above. He shook his head. You there? Knight F7. The other black knight moved across the board, slipping through the gaps of the other pieces. The white queen, who was now under attack, moved back towards the white side of the board. Damn, Ron cursed. What is it? Did we lose? Hermione asked in concern. No, but I can capture the white queen, he replied. Harry gave Ron a strange look. And that's bad? He asked in confusion. No, but look. See how the queen is on the same diagonal as the king? You can pin it, Harry. It's a totally winning move, but the queen will capture you before being recaptured. Normally, a bishop for a queen is a no-brainer, but we're not playing by the normal rules, are we? Ah, said Harry, looking at the pieces carefully. I see what you mean. Ron grumbled and ended up moving a pawn forward instead. Shortly afterward, there was a fast-played exchange of many pieces. Huge crashing sounds had the trio covering their ears as the stone warriors fought. A pawn was taken out by another pawn, who was in turn clobbered by a knight, who was crushed by a rook. When the dust settled, Ron was smiling grimly. They had come out ahead. The game continued for dozens of moves and dozens of minutes. So much so that Hermione started to get tired on her feet, having remained unmoving for the entire game so far. Finally, Ron cheered tiredly. To Hermione, he looked twice as tired as she felt. You've got it? Harry called from the other side of the giant board. I've got it, Ron confirmed. Hermione, move across to put the king in check. Finally, Hermione muttered, walking along the 8th rank. The enemy king moved to the side in response. Now your turn, Harry. Harry walked diagonally until he was put the king in check again. Ron's victorious grin was so wide that it bared his teeth. Now, Hermione, all the way along. Hermione sighed in understanding and marched all the way across the board, finally putting the king in checkmate. Yay! Harry cheered, running over and clapping Ron on the shoulder. Well done, Ron. Ron rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. It wasn't that impressive. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione chided him. I couldn't even follow half of what was going on there. Ron blushed and Harry laughed. Come on, Ron, he said. You haven't seen the rest of the challenges from here. It's the smallest one. Blimey, Harry, that was fast, said Ron. No, said Harry. I didn't solve the riddle. I just remember from doing it the first time. Hermione frowned. I still want to double-check with the instructions. We don't want to be poisoned, nor do we want to lose skill points from not doing the tasks properly. If it is the same one, Harry said as Hermione mumbled under her breath and pored over Snape's riddle, there's still only enough in the bottle for one. I'd rather not face Quirrell alone. You want to put out the fire somehow? Ron asked. Won't that be super difficult for the same reason that the door in the key room was? Maybe, replied Harry, but I'm hoping that because we'll actually have the key, or potion in this case, that will help us to disable it. That's a good idea, Harry, Hermione said without looking up. If we use the property switching charm to add the properties of the potion to the fire, then we should be able to neutralize it. That's really quite clever. Thanks. Well, in any case, it's still this one, she said, picking up the smallest bottle that Harry had previously pointed out. Let's see if that'll work. She began tapping the bottle with her wand, all the while muttering under her breath, and eventually had to enlist Harry and Ron's help to focus the finicky magic. But finally, she was confident that they had done it. She uncorked the bottle and poured it over the fire, which immediately started hissing and sputtering before dying out completely. Good job, team, Harry said. As a reward, let's go fight a Dark Lord. Yippee, Ron said in a deadpan voice. Hang on, said Hermione. Let's plan ahead. We should assume that Quirrell will take his turn before Harry and me. Actually, he may even go first, so we'll need to be ready. Okay, said Ron. We'll split defense and offense between us. So, we go in, me and Hermione in front, with shield charms already in place. Harry stays behind us and hits him with everything he's got. Do you think you can take him out, Harry? Harry nodded grimly, squeezing his wand tightly. Hermione nodded too, and she and Ron waved their wands to produce a translucent bubble around the three of them. They stepped through the remains of the fire together and into the final room. Just as Harry remembered and had described to Ron and Hermione long ago, Quirrell was standing in front of the ornate frame of the Mirror of Arist. Quirrell spied their reflection in the mirror and turned to face them. "I'm almost unsurprised to see you here, Potter," he said. "Oh, don't mind me and Hermione," Ron said in mock offense. "Don't let us get in the way." "What should I say?" Harry asked them. "What are your options?" Hermione asked. I can show surprise that it's not Snape, ask him why he serves Voldemort, or I think just start fighting." "Ooh, ask him about why he follows Voldemort. Why do you follow that tosser?" Harry called over to Quirrell. "Fool," Quirrell replied with a sneer. "The Dark Lord always rewards his followers, and I have given the most in my service to him. Behold!" And Quirrell began to unwind his turban, revealing the face of Voldemort on the back of his head. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort in a weak voice. "That's so much more disturbing than I imagined," Hermione said. "That's so much grosser than I imagined," Ron said with a disgusted expression. "Look at what I have been reduced to," Voldemort said, ignoring Ron and Hermione. "I don't think we're going to get anything interesting out of them," Harry said. "Let's just start this." Suddenly, there was a change in the atmosphere around them, and they all felt that the battle had begun. But before even Ron could take his turn, Quirrell acted. His wand flicked, and he was surrounded by a glimmering light. For a moment, it was bright enough for the three of them to shield their eyes. But after a moment, it settled into a smoky field which surrounded the defense professor. By comparison, Hermione and Ron's shield charm looked like a soap bubble. Quirrell then flicked his wand towards them, and there was a terrible rushing noise. Their shield charms snapped, overwhelmed. And even after whatever their shield charm had absorbed before it broke, and with the enchantments that Hermione had woven into their robes, they still felt a burning wind assault them. Ron cried out in pain, and Hermione dropped her wand, wincing. "Guys!" Harry shouted. "I'm all right," Ron said, rubbing his head. "Me too," said Hermione in a strained voice. It was just a lot of magical feedback from the shield being overpowered. Quirrell was now standing still, waiting for his turn to come again, which gave them an opportunity to respond. Ron gathered himself up and carefully cast another shield charm around the three of them. Then Harry began the counterattack. A shining silver bolt sped across the chamber and straight into Quirrell's shield. A great deal of its smoky substance was blown away, but it quickly reformed itself, although much thinner than before. "Nice shot, Harry," Hermione said. "Do I attack or help shield?" "You're not going to break through the rest of that shield with first-year jinxes," Harry said, "so best to help shield ya." Hermione moved her wand in a wide circle, and Ron's shield gained a reddish glow. "That's the best I can do with my skill level," she said. "It ought to protect us from the same kind of attack again." But Quirrell was not so accommodating. His next hex punched straight through the combined shield and straight into Ron's leg. Ron screamed and fell to the floor. There was blood everywhere, and Harry and Hermione could see the tip of Ron's shin bone sticking out. "Ron!" They both screamed. Ron writhed and whimpered for long moments, but eventually managed to collect himself enough to jab his wand at his leg. There was a sickening crack, and Ron screamed again. But after a moment, he managed to catch his breath. "Ron!" Hermione cried desperately. "Did you fix it?" "No," Ron said between labored breaths. "No, but I've stopped it from getting worse. I won't be able to move on it, though." "Let's try to take him out before he can attack again," Hermione said. Harry shot another silver bolt, which this time totally blew away Quirrell's shield, and Hermione, trying to replicate her successful attack against the troll, conjured a blindfold around Quirrell's head. But Quirrell was not as helpless as the troll. He merely tapped his head with his wand, and the blindfold fell away. Then he leveled his wand against Hermione. The sickly yellow light that he sent hit Hermione on her wand arm. She gasped and dropped her wand again, then scrabbled at her sleeve, pulling it back to reveal black, rotten skin slowly spreading from the point where the spell struck her. Quickly, Ron snapped. Bring it closer to me. Hermione still couldn't move her feet, as it wasn't her turn, but managed to twist enough so that Ron could reach her. He tapped his wand against her arm forcefully, muttering counter curses under his breath. The curse stopped spreading any further, but it didn't recede and had already reached all of her fingers and almost up to her shoulder. I can't move my fingers, she said, tears in her eyes. Ron looked at Harry and shook his head at Harry's unasked question. Harry held his wand in a white-knuckled grip. This was not going well for them at all. He wasn't sure if he could take Quirrell out with one spell. He could have any number of hidden protective charms, but Harry did have one avenue of attack that Voldemort didn't know about. He looked across the room, measuring distances in his head, and then dashed towards Quirrell. Harry, what are you doing? Ron shouted. Harry said nothing and slammed into Quirrell. With his shield gone, there was nothing stopping Harry from pressing his hands against the man's face. Quirrell screamed, and Harry screamed with him. They both fell to the floor and struggled for a long time, while Ron and Hermione watched with horror. Quirrell's skin was burning wherever Harry came into contact with it, and eventually Quirrell stilled, his face a blackened ruin. Harry stumbled to his feet and looked over at his two friends. Ron was still on the floor, covered in his own blood. Hermione was cradling her useless arm, staring at Quirrell's body. Well, said Harry, swaying on his feet, this could have gone better. Then he collapsed on the floor. And action scenes are one of the things that I think Harry Potter fanfictions struggle with the most. Either they go on too long, use an incredible amount of detail, describing every single spell that is used, or invent loads of complex rules about how magical combat should work, like magical cores and magical exhaustion, how shield spells work, the minutiae of certain techniques. Not all of these are bad, but I think it's something that writers struggle with. In my opinion, the best two fights in canon are Dumbledore versus Voldemort and Snape versus McGonagall. In neither of these fights is an incantation used. In fact, THD, only spell we know of is Voldemort's killing curse. But we still understand what's happening, because we know that a conjured snake is dangerous, or a pillar of fire, or a cloud of daggers. We don't, as an audience, need to be taught anything about magical combat to understand that. Also, can we appreciate how difficult Ron's chess challenge is? I've tried to touch on it in this chapter, and started a lively discussion on Reddit, but suffice to say, it's pretty hard to win as Ron does. Thanks for reading. Chapter 6. As soon as he became aware that he was lying on crisp, clean sheets, Harry sighed internally and slowly opened his eyes. He was entirely unsurprised to see the ceiling of the hospital wing above him. Even without playing Quidditch, I've still ended up here twice, he said to himself. It's your home away from home, isn't it? Harry started at hearing Ron's voice. Turning to the bed next to his, Harry saw Ron sitting up and reading a thick textbook. Harry smiled to see his friend in good spirits, and that his leg wasn't in a cast, which almost certainly meant that Madame Pomfrey had fixed it outright. Actually, Harry said to him, I've always considered Gryffindor Tower my home away from home. Your home away from your home away from home. Then, Ron said with a smirk. Harry rolled his eyes, but chuckled appreciatively anyway. How's the leg? Ron lifted his leg up and wiggled his toes. It was a pretty bad compound fracture, so I needed a dose of Skeel Grow Merlin. That stuff is horrible, but I'll be chasing after hippogriffs again in no time. Harry flashed him a thumbs up. And how's Hermione? Ron's expression fell, and he glanced towards the other end of the room, where a bed had its curtains drawn. Not great, he said in a whisper. It was a really horrible necrotizing curse. Madame Pomfrey did what she could, but she won't regain much functionality with it at all. Certainly not enough for wand work. Ron grimaced. If I had applied the correct counter curse straight away, she probably would have made a full recovery. So, that's what you're studying, Harry said, looking pointedly at the book in Ron's arms. Yeah, Ron said, guilt showing on his face. I don't really have an excuse. If I put a bigger effort in beforehand. Hey, chided Harry, from what it sounds like, you saved Hermione from a much worse injury. Don't beat yourself up because you don't know every healing spell in existence. You've only been studying them for a couple of days. Ron stared down at the book held in his lap, but didn't say anything. How's Hermione taking it? Harry asked after a moment. Ron looked towards Hermione's bed again. Not great, to be honest. She was right-handed, so wand work, writing, eating, she's going to take ages to adjust. Ron's voice dropped even further, so that Harry had to lean even closer to hear him. I heard her crying during the night. Harry grimaced too, looking across the room. He paused for a short time, then, with his mind made up, he called softly, "Hermione, are you awake?" There was silence for a moment, so that Harry thought she was still asleep, but eventually, Hermione replied in a small voice, "Yeah." Harry and Ron looked at each other, and by silent agreement, both got out of bed and made their way over to her. When they pulled back the curtains, Hermione was lying under the covers, staring at the ceiling. Her eyes were red, though from crying or a lack of sleep, Harry couldn't tell. Harry looked at her injured arm, but it was hidden under the covers. "Hey," he said. She turned towards him and gave a small, tired smile. "Hey guys," she said. "Well done dealing with Coral, Harry. Sorry that I wasn't more help." "None of that," Harry said, sternly. "I'm the one who should be sorry. Don't be ridiculous. You performed your part wonderfully. What else could you have done?" Said Ron, and the other two looked at him, eyebrows raised. "I was thinking about that during the night. Couldn't Harry have just worn the cloak and then tackled Quirrell before he was noticed?" Harry and Hermione looked at Ron in surprise. That probably would have worked," Hermione said. "You two probably wouldn't have gotten skill points for it," Harry pointed out. "But even so, you wouldn't have ended up." Harry looked towards Hermione's arm, still hidden under her bed covers. Hermione sighed and carefully extracted her arm so that they could all see it. Cracked, blackened skin extended from the tips of her fingers, all the way to just below her shoulder. She tapped it with the fingers on her healthy hand, and it produced a dull noise, as if she was tapping against stone. Ron managed to stop it before it spread any further, which was great. "Really, I mean it." "Thank you, Ron." He blushed and looked away. But by the time that Madame Pomfrey got to it, it was too late to reverse. "Does it hurt? Can you move it at all?" Harry asked. "It doesn't hurt anymore," Hermione said, shaking her head, "but I can't move it or even wiggle my fingers." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I guess I'll just have to practice left-handed casting," she said, trying to inject strength into her voice. "Hey, look at it this way," Harry said. "If this isn't real, then when we return to the real world, your arm will be fine." "Yeah, I suppose," Hermione said, but she didn't seem very uplifted by the idea. "Did you get any more skill points?" Ron asked, trying to lighten the mood. "Sorry, Ron," Hermione said, "but I really don't have the energy to think about it now. I just want to get away from the castle, trolls, and dark lords for a while." "What's next?" At that moment, Dumbledore swept into the room, his sky-blue robes flowing behind him. "Ugh, I don't want to deal with an NPC conversation right now," Hermione said. Harry stood up. "I'll go over here and deal with him." Harry led Dumbledore back to his bed, leaving Ron and Hermione together. "Sorry I couldn't reverse the curse straight away," Ron said. Hermione suddenly reached over and grabbed Ron's hand, squeezing it tightly. "Hermione, don't be sorry, Ron," she said sincerely. "You're not to blame in the slightest, especially after what happened to your leg." She looked at him seriously. "Don't wallow in regret, okay?" "Okay," he said glumly. They stayed quiet for a while, and it wasn't until Harry came back over and asked, "Am I interrupting something?" that they realized that they were still holding hands. "No," they both cried, letting go of each other, as if they'd been burned. "Okay," Harry said slowly. "Do you want to head down to the feast, then?" It took some time and help from Harry and Ron to put Hermione's non-functioning arm into a sling. But with that done, they made their way down to the end-of-year feast. Ron hesitated a moment after sitting down, but then started piling his plate high with all of his favorite foods. "Are you going to eat anything healthy, Ron?" Hermione asked, eyeing Ron's plate. "Nope," Ron said cheerfully, pouring gravy into a Yorkshire pudding. "If the food isn't real, but still tastes good, then there's no reason not to eat what we like, is there?" Hermione opened her mouth to rebuke him, then snapped it shut suddenly. "That's actually not a terrible thought." She eyed the food spread in front of her and carefully levered an entire joint of roast beef into her plate. "Hermione!" Harry cried. "What?" she said. "Ron's right, and it's not as if anyone is going to complain, are they? Besides, I need a pick-me-up." She picked up her fork in her left hand and then paused, looking at the large piece of meat in front of her. "Oh, let me help you with that," Ron said, reaching over to cut Hermione's food with his knife and fork. "No, no," Hermione said, putting her fork down and drawing her wand. "I can just—" She gripped her wand awkwardly and waved it over her plate clumsily. The roast beef quivered for a moment and then shot up several feet into the air, before crashing back down on Hermione's plate, splattering all of them with little bits of sauce. "Sorry," she said. "I guess I need to practice left-handed spells a bit." Hermione positively glowed pink with embarrassment while Ron cut her dinner up for her. She practiced left-handed spells during dinner, while the boys had a competition to see who could construct and eat the most ridiculous sandwich, in which Hermione judged Ron to be the winner, after he used dozens of color-changing charms to create a 2-foot-long rainbow sandwich, which he spelled to float above the table and, section by section, float into his mouth. Harry gave himself the consolation prize of an entire treacle tart during dessert. Once again, Dumbledore gave them enough points for Gryffindor to win the House Cup. "I guess that's it for our first year," Ron said. "You mean our second first year," Harry corrected him. Ron rolled his eyes. "Fine, our second first year, which lasted all of what? A week. 5 days by my count," replied Hermione. "But not all of those days were a full 24 hours long, so who knows?" "Yeah," said Harry. "The way things have been going, I reckon that I'll get back to Privet Drive tomorrow and be immediately met by Dobby." "Ooh," Hermione said, her eyes lighting up. "Maybe if your persuasion skill is high enough, you can get him to help you more directly. Or at least, hinder you less." Harry made a thoughtful face as he brought his character sheet out of his pocket. "Oh, I have 6 points to spend." Hermione dropped her fork, and it clattered on the table as she hurriedly pulled her own character sheet out of her pocket. "You do? So do I." Her brow furrowed in thought. "I guess the obstacles and Quirrell counted as 2 separate encounters." "This is great. I thought you wanted to take a break for a while," Ron said, eyebrows raised. "Well, I do," Hermione said, "but still, this is exciting." She pored over her character sheet, while Ron and Harry shared a knowing look. "I think Hermione will be fine," Harry whispered to Ron, who smiled. The view through the window of the towns and green hills of England blurred together as the Hogwarts Express made its way south. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together in their compartment, but they weren't interested in the scenery shooting by. Ron put down his quill and passed the parchment that he had been writing on to Hermione. It was filled with lots of tiny notes, but at the bottom of the page, a few lines stood out in bullet points. "Goodness, Ron," she said, "I'd probably have neater handwriting, even if it was left-handed." Ron opened his mouth to defend himself, but Hermione plowed on regardless. "Anyway," she said seriously, looking over the top of the page at her 2 companions, "Harry is dealing with Dobby, Ron is rescuing Harry, and I'm escaping Obliviators." They nodded at her. "After that we meet up for shopping in Diagon Alley, then straight on to Hogwarts. We stick together, and if we can't enter the platform, we wait." She looked at Ron sternly. "No flying cars." He held up his hands in surrender. She stared at him for a moment longer before returning to their list. "When at Hogwarts, the first thing is to join the Quidditch team." Harry and Ron high-fived each other. Yes, it's very exciting. When you're on the team, we'll have to deal with Malfoy, which may or may not involve a giant battle with the Slytherin Quidditch team." "I wish," Ron said darkly. Hermione ignored him. "Then it's the beginning of the chamber situation." Harry gave her an unimpressed look. "Hey, don't look at me like that," she said. "I agreed to try to steal the diary from Ginny, but I told you that I don't think it'll work." Harry glowered, but didn't interrupt her. "Death Day party, writing on the wall, dueling club." Harry perked up at that. "Colin, Justin, and Nick being petrified, Hagrid being arrested, follow the spiders." Ron coughed, then Ginny disappearing and going to the chamber. She looked up at the others. "Plus Quidditch and rogue bludgers," Harry added. "Plus, we don't know if you'll be petrified too," Hermione, Ron added as well. "Naturally, we'll have to play some of this by ear," Hermione admitted. "But anyway, let's talk skills." They all took their character sheets out. "You know," said Ron, "this doesn't have my middle name on it." "Huh," said Hermione. "Nor does mine." "Maybe because of how you introduced yourself when we were first on the train," Harry suggested. "Does it say Ron or Ronald?" "Hey, you're right. Just Ron." Have you also noticed that we always have these with us, too? Harry continued. I'm pretty sure I left it on my bedside table once or twice, but I always have it in my pocket when I want it. Ron and Hermione looked at their sheets in confusion. Ron reached up to a corner and pulled at it experimentally. He frowned and pulled at it with both hands. It can't be torn either, he said. Harry and Hermione both spent a moment trying unsuccessfully to tear their own sheets. That's weird, Harry concluded. Let's not get too sidetracked, Hermione said. You're both taking points in flying, right? Are you sure you don't want to try and join us? Harry asked with a smirk. Quite sure, thank you. Plus, with my arm. Harry's expression fell. Sorry, It doesn't matter. You're going to try and persuade Dobby too, Harry, so you'll need persuasion for that. Otherwise, we should level up our specialisms and fill in any gaps we have. I wanted to take General, Charms, and Transfiguration too. They all considered their own skills for a few moments. Oh, Ron said. What? What happened? We may have a slight problem. Why? Harry asked in concern. I was just trying to level up my healing charm skill from 3 to 4, but it took more skill points, 2 instead of 1. Hermione blinked. It gets more expensive at higher levels? Harry frowned. I guess that makes sense, he said. Otherwise, we could just max out a single skill at level 7 straight away. Not that that would help anyway. Why not? Ron asked. Because the capital S skills aren't actually making us better at magic, it's only a game thing. Putting points into healing didn't inject knowledge into your brain, did it? Ron nodded in understanding. We'd still need to actually study higher level magic anyway, I see. Well, I still think that healing magic is worth the 2 points for an upgrade. I'll put points into flying and bring general and shield charms up to 3 as well. Hermione looked at her sheet closely. It encourages us to invest in a range of skills if the earlier levels are cheaper. I guess I'll put 2 points into enchanting, level shield charms up to 3, then get a point in general charms, transfiguration, and sneaking. It might help to avoid the basilisk. And I'll get flying persuasion, an extra point in shield charms and JHCS, Harry said. Hermione put her character sheet back in her pocket, then took a deep breath. Hopefully, our second year will go better than our second first. An angry noise escaped from Harry's throat. Hermione and Ron looked at him in confusion. First of all, Hermione, that was terrible. Second of all, don't jinx it like that. Ron frowned. I didn't see her jinx anything. No, I don't mean to jinx. I mean, Harry trailed off, seeing the amused look on Ron's face. You're just pulling my leg, aren't you? Honestly, Harry, Ron said. I've hung out with you and Hermione for 7 years. You'd think I'd pick up a few muggleisms. Personally, I quite like the clueless pureblood act, said Hermione. You certainly pull it off better than Malfoy. It's kind of cute with you. Oh, cute is it? Ron said, wiggling his eyebrows. Hermione rolled her eyes. Cute, like your father and his rubber duck bit, she said. Wait, that's a bit. Harry said. I thought he was being serious. Dad has a very dry sense of humor, Ron said. Yeah, I think he does it to seem less threatening, Hermione added. Wizards and witches can be quite intimidating to muggles like my parents. When Professor McGonagall first came to invite me to Hogwarts, she certainly left quite an impression. I can tell you. By comparison, Mr. Weasley accidentally mispronouncing muggle words and inquiring after simple things like phones and televisions makes wizardkind seem harmless, even though he could hurt or intercell them with just a wave of his wand. Yeah, Ron said, he's an expert in muggles. He's a ministry department head, for Merlin's sake. Forget enchanting cars, he could probably build one. Without using magic. Harry was boggled by this new insight. So, he doesn't collect plugs? Ron's face dropped a little. Well, he does, but I think it's part of a project to divine the relationship between electricity and magic. He's even got some really thick muggle textbooks on, what was it, psychics? Physics, Hermione corrected him. Physics, that's the one, physics textbooks to help him. Hang on, what about that letter they sent to the Dursleys? That was covered in way too many stamps. Ron shrugged. That was probably Mum's fault. She's not muggle savvy at all, and Dad knows better than to try and correct her when she gets worked up. Besides, it's only stamps. They just bought one and multiplied it. With magic. Hermione asked in concern. I'd be careful who you mention that to, because I think that stamps are technically a kind of legal currency in Muggle Britain, and that might have technically been illegal. Ron gulped. But it'd be beyond the statute of limitations now anyway. Just don't mention it to the Ministry. Or the goblins, Harry added. And the idea that stamps are legal tender is a somewhat commonly held belief in the UK, maybe because it has the Queen's face on it. This is, and has always been, untrue, because legal tender only applies to the repayment of debts and only consists of notes and coins produced by the Royal Mint, nothing from Royal Mail. However, I heard of the legendary power of the British stamp mentioned by people in the aughts, so I'm ruling that Hermione heard of it in the 90s. This chapter brings the first year to a close, or their second first year. Thanks for reading, and see you in second year. Chapter 7. Considering that, from Harry's perspective, he had been enjoying Christmas in Scotland a few days earlier, summer in the south of England was hot. Not that Harry minded too much, but it added one more frustration to an already frustrating day. He had thought, when he had parted with the Dursleys, just before his 17th birthday, that he would never need to see them ever again. If he hadn't been so confused as to what was going on when he'd woken up in Privet Drive a week before, he would have screamed. Plus, it was his first significant stretch of time away from Ron and Hermione since they had arrived in this game, and that wasn't really helping him be patient with his relatives. Thankfully, he hadn't woken up in the cupboard under the stairs. If he had, he might have gone on a killing spree. He was currently sitting in the back garden of number 4, racking his brain, trying to remember if he saw Dobby watching him before he taunted Dudley, or after. If he were to be honest with himself, he would admit that he had been relying on Hermione's incredible memory and that his own recollections of the previous 7 years were patchy at best. Sure, he could remember the big events, but a lot of the minutiae had slipped his mind, like which order the third-floor corridor challenges came in. He heard the back door of the house open and turned to see Dudley walking towards him. He thought that his question had been answered, but before Dudley reached him, he caught a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye and spun back to see huge, bulbous eyes staring at him from the middle of his Aunt Petunia's rhododendrons. "Dobby, wait," he called, but it was too late. Dobby had gone. "Damn," he said to himself, just as Dudley reached him. "I know what day it is," Dudley said in a sing-song voice. Harry considered his options for a moment, but didn't have any better options than the original. "So, you've finally learned the days of the week. Good job. Today is your birthday," Dudley continued regardless. "But nobody cares, do they? You haven't gotten any cards, have you?" "Good Lord," Harry cried. It's no surprise that it took something as traumatic as a Dementor attack to put you on the pathway to being an even halfway decent human being. Dudley didn't react to Harry's comment, of course, as if it wasn't one of Harry's dialogue options. Harry just sighed. Not too far away, in central London, Hermione was fidgeting in her dress. Honestly, it was too small for her. She hadn't taken it to Hogwarts, and she'd grown enough in the last 10 months to require replacing half of her Muggle wardrobe. But her parents had fought tooth and nail for these reservations, and were going to have to pay through the nose for the privilege of eating at Le Maison Fantastique during its opening weekend. So Hermione was required to wear her Sunday best. The look was ruined even more so by her right arm in its sling. She was anxiously awaiting the arrival of their entrees. Anything that would help distract her parents from the conversation that she was expecting to have to repeat. "Now, Hermione," her father began. "Your mother and I wanted to talk to you about your school." Hermione took a deep breath. It seemed that some things are sure to happen, no matter what reality you're in. Well-meaning, but overbearing parents included. "That whole incident with the troll," her mother continued, "it's just left us a little concerned." Hermione looked down at the menu and tried to speak as nonchalantly as possible. "Oh, honestly, that kind of thing is not that unheard of in the wizarding world. A mountain troll? They're not that dangerous. I mean, 3 students with less than a year's instruction between us managed to defeat it. I think your Muggle perspective is skewing your perspective here." Hermione tried to gauge her parents' reaction with as calm an expression as possible, but her heart was beating furiously in her chest. She had used an argument very much like this when she had originally been at this restaurant with her parents, but whether it was due to her high persuasion skill or her better skill at lying, due to being actually 18, this time her parents seemed to take it better. "I guess," her father said, "we just don't like the idea of you being in any danger." Or the idea that you're growing close to your magical world and away from us, her mother added. Or the idea that I'm growing up at all, no doubt. Hermione silently added to herself. Look, Mum and Dad, Hermione said out loud after a moment of consideration. I'm always going to have a significant part of my life that you can't really appreciate or take part in. But I'm not going to let go of you too. I know that I can't exactly prove it to you, but you can believe me when that I will move heaven and earth for the both of you. I can, and I will keep a foot in both worlds. She tried to project her earnestness and sincerity across to them in her expression, but her parents just stared back at her blankly. Stupid bloomin' PCs, Hermione said to herself. I mean, I promise to be safe, she said, following the game's conversation prompt. You'd better, young lady, her father said, while her mother pursed her lips. I don't want to receive any more letters telling us that you fought a dragon or a demon or whatever. Yes, Dad, Hermione said tiredly. Indeed, her parents hadn't received any more letters detailing Hermione's dangerous adventures from that point on, but only because Hermione kept them all secret. She still felt guilty about it, and of obliviating and sending away them to Australia, so there was a lot of guilt regarding her parents, gnawing inside of her. Just then, the dull murmur of conversation that filled the restaurant was swept away by shouts and screams. Looking towards the source of the alarm, Hermione saw black smoke billowing out of the kitchen. Oh, come on, she exclaimed. I wasn't even upset. Hermione followed her parents grumpily as they were led by the waiting staff out of the restaurant. Her parents joined the crowd of people watching the volume of smoke continue to grow and the increasingly panicked restaurant management. Before long, they all heard the approaching sirens that heralded the arrival of the fire brigade. But because she was listening carefully, Hermione also heard the faint pop of a nearby apparition. Mentally preparing herself for another stressful interaction, Hermione scanned the crowd for the incoming Obliviator. She was studying those around her so intently that she gave a little jump when she heard a new voice behind her. Ms. Hermione Granger? Hermione spun around to face the owner of the voice, and indeed it was the Obliviator she had tangled with so long ago. Look, it's all right. I already know that I'm a witch. I'm starting my second year at Hogwarts in September. Oh, then that's okay then, the Obliviator said blithely. What? Hermione cried. The Obliviator continued obliviously to Hermione's consternation. Just try to keep your accidental magic to private settings as much as possible in the future. This is ridiculous, Hermione said angrily. Stupid persuasion skill. But as frustrated as Hermione might have been, back in Surrey, Harry had her beat. Dobby, I swear to God, Merlin and the great house elf up in the sky, if you don't put that cake back down right now, Harry paused. I don't actually know what I will do, but I promise that you won't like it. Dobby had Harry's aunt's cake wobbling precariously in midair above the kitchen tiles. Harry Potter must promise not to come back to Hogwarts school, Dobby said in his high-pitched voice. No, Harry said angrily, because I don't know if this stupid game will consider that an actual promise, and I don't want to actually skip Hogwarts. Dobby shook his head sadly. Then Dobby has no choice, Harry Potter. And before Harry could jump forward to catch the cake, or skewer Dobby with a kitchen utensil, Harry thought uncharitably. Dobby snapped his fingers, and the cake dropped to the floor with an almighty splat, causing Harry's aunt and uncle go hurry into the room. This time, Harry forwent sighing and growled loudly. Look at it this way, Harry, Ron said as they levered Harry's trunk into the back seats of the Ford Anglia, which was floating outside of Harry's window. At least you didn't have to spend a whole week locked in your room. Harry just glared at him, in lieu of answering properly. With a final heave, they got the trunk through the doorway, and Harry clambered into the passenger seat. There you go, Ron continued. Plus, because of my high-flying skill, I didn't need Fred and George's help to get here, and you can sit up front. Thank goodness for small mercies, Harry said, as he adjusted the passenger seat chair. Now let's get out of here before my uncle wakes up. Ron revved the engine hard and spun the steering wheel hard over. The car banked away from the house and rose smoothly into the skies above Surrey. It's a nice night for it, Harry said, looking out of the window at the myriad of lights from Little Whinging, rapidly disappearing below them. After receiving a warning letter from the ministry and being locked in his room, Ron had appeared at his window only a short while later. Ron hummed in agreement as he tapped at the compass. We'll fly due west until we hit Bristol, and from there I should be able to navigate from landmarks. Keep an eye out for any Muggle aeroplanes, would you? I don't think they fly this low, Harry said. Oh, Ron said, giving Harry a pointed look. And what altitude do aeroplanes fly at? I don't know, Harry admitted. Just as I thought. So, keep an eye out, okay? So, some successes and some failures, Hermione said, between spoonfuls of ice cream. Still, nothing disastrous happened, so we can spend the rest of today preparing for second year. Hermione, Ron and Harry were sitting at a table outside of Fortescue's ice cream parlor, indulging themselves with the largest sundaes available. By whatever mechanics the game functioned under, they had arrived in Diagon Alley at exactly the same moment, Hermione walking through the door of the leaky cauldron, just as Harry and Ron stepped out of the fireplace. Harry stabbed at his own ice cream. I think Harry's still upset, Ron stage whispered to Hermione. She looked at Harry in concern. I would have thought that you want to have seen Dobby again, considering. That's just it, said Harry. Dobby was a lovable, crazy house elf who gave his life to save us, but this was just some weird facsimile of my friend. Just a puppet following a script. Harry glowered. Just an NPC. Hermione patted his arm, sympathetically, and Harry gave her a small smile in response. What did you actually want to buy? He asked. My money bag has mysteriously refilled itself. Potions ingredients, she replied. And I want to pick up a few reagents for enchanting items. Harry nodded and turned to Ron, who grinned at him. And a new broomstick for Ron. Time for Ron the Chaser to make his debut, Ron said. Chaser, Hermione said, in confusion. Not Keeper? Nah, cause it will always be Keeper, so I have to take another spot. I won't be able to beat the twins at bludgeoning. And Harry's a shoe-in for Seeker, so that's all that's left. Ron shrugged. The girls are good, but Katie Bell is only a third year. I'm sure that I can beat her in the tryouts. Keeper has most of the same skill sets as Chaser anyway. And it'll be all the easier with a decent broom, added Harry. Would the Clean Sweep 9 be out yet? Ron shook his head. Not until 93. But the Comet 260 will do fine. And you'll be able to get a decent broom with what Harry has in his pouch. Hermione asked skeptically. Not brand new, admitted Ron. But the second-hand market should be overflowing with 260s. They were notorious for being difficult to maintain, and while loads were bought during the initial hype about their performance, after the issues started showing up, people started switching over to the simpler Clean Sweeps and Nimbuses. It actually cut into a lot of the respect and popularity that Comet had, and the shift in the broom market let newcomers like Firebolt make their mark. Hermione was impressed. Bring up Quidditch, and suddenly he's Professor Weasley, she said with a grin. Oh, haha, Ron said flatly. Now that they were getting used to time skipping forward, they weren't very surprised when they found themselves entering King's Cross Station again, shortly after finishing their shopping. And to think, Hermione said in amusement, we only got off the train this morning. Ron and Harry gave each other incredulous looks, then turned to Hermione. Hermione, Ron said, that was yesterday. What? Don't be ridiculous. We got off the train, I went out for lunch with my parents, and then we met up for shopping. What are you talking about? It's definitely been 2 days, Hermione, Harry said. I had to deal with Dobby and my relatives, spend the night locked in my room, then flew to Devon in the early morning. We met up with you shortly after dawn. Hermione boggled at her two friends. Are you telling me that not only is time skipping forward, it's skipping forward at different rates? Maybe, said Harry. Ron just shrugged. Hermione threw her hands up in defeat. Gosh, she cried. Let's just get on the train. She marched forward, speeding away from the two boys, and confidently walked into the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Bonk! Hermione fell to the floor, clutching at her head. Ow, she said. Dobby, remember, said Harry, helping her back to her feet. Ow, she said again. Rethinking your position on spew? Ron asked with a smirk, while handing her a healing potion. Hermione glared at him and downed the vial of potion. She closed her eyes for a moment, then shook her head, as if to clear it. Ah, that's better, she said. And no, Ron, I'm not backing down from the position I've held for the last 4 years because of something that was done by a fake house elf with the best intentions in mind, and that I should have anticipated anyway. In any case, what this? Dobby's plan? Did he think that you'd give up and go home? Dobby is a very special elf, Harry said. That's one way to put it, Ron said in a low voice. Hermione ignored him. Let's just wait. Sooner or later, someone will come to either find us or fix the barrier. Okay, I think we can conclude that nobody is coming. Hermione, Ron said from where he sprawled on the floor next to their trunks. We could have concluded that an hour ago. The clock hasn't even moved to 11 o'clock, Harry observed. We've been waiting for at least 2 hours. Hermione ended her staring match with the wall and turned to the others. We'll just have to solve this problem ourselves. Not by flying the car, she added, spotting that Ron was about to speak. I guess we could just send Hedwig off to McGonagall, said Harry. I suppose if we're picking the boring option, Ron said glumly. Let's consider that an option of last resort, Hermione said. We may get skill points if we solve it ourselves. They all thought silently for a long moment. Could we enter the platform from the other side? You know, from where the train leaves, Harry suggested. Hermione tilted her head in consideration. That might work. And how? Ron said. We'd have to fly, under the cloak, with all trunks and Hedwig's cage. It'd be like 6 separate trips, and we couldn't do it before the train leaves. That is, assuming that time will start moving again when we start any plan. That's not an unreasonable concern, Hermione admitted. Is there another way onto the platform? Like a service entrance or something? Nah, that'll all be through the Floo network, said Ron. Can we get to another Floo connection quickly? Asked Harry. The closest is probably the Leaky Cauldron, Hermione said. We couldn't get there quickly, even if we took a taxi. Plus, we'd still have to lug everything with us, said Ron. So, it's through the barrier or give up, Harry surmised. Hermione considered the impassable wall in front of them. House elf magic is powerful, but limited in scope. The ceiling will be strong, but it might be susceptible to some kind of destabilizing attack. Come at the problem sideways, said Ron. That's what Bill would suggest, I'm sure. But we can't use our wands, Harry objected. But we did just buy a ton of new potion ingredients, Hermione pointed out. Something based on… Ron was thoughtful for a moment. A pinch of phoenix ash? Because of its transportation powers. Hermione's eyes lit up. Oh yeah? With a strand of demiguy's hair. To represent the idea of not being seen. Shake it in a vial of deep, ocean water. Hermione spun around to their trunks and started digging through them. Place a drop of the resulting mixture at the edge of the barrier, said Harry, nodding along. It may not stay open for very long, though, Ron said, picking up his and Hermione's trunks. So, we'll have to move quickly. It's imported Nepalese phoenix ash, rather than fresh, Hermione said, while vigorously shaking a potion's vial and its glowing contents. But it'll have to do. Everybody ready? Harry hoisted his trunk over his shoulder and picked up Hedwig's cage. Ron nodded. Hermione carefully let a drop of her concoction fall where the barrier met the floor, and for a moment nothing happened. Seconds later, the brickwork in front of them wavered, and suddenly they could see both the Muggle and Wizarding platforms overlapping each other in a way that made their heads hurt. Go! Harry cried, rushing forward. They all barreled towards the barrier and ran through it. It wasn't the smoothest transition. They felt as if they were pushing through treacle, but after a concerted effort, they were through, on a platform 9 and March 4th. The three friends had overexerted themselves by carrying all their luggage and straining as they did to pass through the barrier, and they all crashed to the floor. Nonetheless, they still had the energy to grin at each other once they had picked themselves up. There you are, Mrs. Weasley said sternly. She grabbed Ron by the shoulder and pushed him towards the train. Quickly now, all of you, get on before it leaves. Ron helped Hermione climb into the carriage, while Harry moved their trunks on. As soon as they were all on, the train's whistle blasted from the front of the train, and they were off. Once they had found an empty compartment and put their trunks away, they all collapsed into the plush seats. Ready for another year? Asked Harry. More like another week, Ron said. No, said Hermione, and the two boys looked at her questioningly. More like, are we ready to take on a basilisk? They had no answer for her, and they all shared nervous looks. Thanks for reading. Chapter 8. In the dead of night, the girls' dormitory was blanketed in darkness. Only a sliver of starlight shone through a gap in the curtains, but the darkness didn't bother the sleeping occupants of the room. The door opened silently, but even if the girls had been awake, they wouldn't have seen anybody come in. Soft footsteps went over to one of the four-poster beds, and its curtains were pulled back. The trunk was opened by an unseen hand, and its contents rifled through. The pillow was gently lifted, carefully as to not wake its owner. A wand was briefly visible, waving across the room. A moment later, the door closed again, and everything was as it was before. "No luck," Hermione said grimly, pulling off the invisibility cloak. Harry and Ron looked up at her from the table they had claimed in the Gryffindor common room. Ron's new Comet 260 displayed between them. The brass ring, which normally held the bristles in place at the tail of the broom, had been removed, and Harry and Ron had those bristles spread out between them. They were organizing them into two piles, though what each pile represented, Hermione couldn't begin to tell. Ron made a thoughtful face. "Did you check under her pillow?" "Yes," interrupted Hermione, "and under the bed, in her trunk, in the pocket of her robes. I even cast a generalized detection spell and learned far too much about the contents of the first-year girls' room than I wanted to." "Why would an 11-year-old need 14 different flavors of lip gloss?" "You mean different colors, right?" Harry asked. "No." "Okay then," Harry said loudly. "Moving on. Will you be okay with brewing a potion for Ron's broom?" Harry slid over an open book to Hermione. She took the book and glanced at the cover, a home guide to broomstick maintenance. "Essentially," Harry continued, "the various charms on broomstick are applied either on the shaft or the bristles." He gestured at the disassembled broom on the table. "Normally, the manufacturers carefully balance them, but on this model, they began to deteriorate at different rates and significantly diverged. So, they need readjusting," said Hermione. "I think I understand the problem. Similar things have come up in the exercises for the enchanting textbooks I've been reading. We've dumped all of the potion stuff on that table in the corner." Harry gestured to the pile of cauldrons, tools, and ingredients. A few minutes of preparation later, and Hermione was dropping carefully prepared reagents into a cauldron. "We should let it simmer for the next 7 minutes, but after that you can dip the bristles in," she said. "What are the different piles for?" "Those that grew pointed towards the ground." Ron pointed to one pile. "And those that grew pointed towards the sky." He pointed at the other. "If we put the skyward bristles on the bottom of the broom and the groundward bristles on the top, it'll keep the pitch stable mid-flight. Don't ask me why it's backwards. I don't know. And if we do all of this, it'll fly well?" Hermione asked, giving the potion a half-stir. Ron grinned. "Boy, will it." The Comet 260 was supposed to be a rival to the Nimbus 2000. Properly maintained, Slytherin won't know what hit them. True to his prediction, Ron's broom had performed well, and he had excelled in the Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts. His shooting was a little wobbly, but his passing skills were great, and his flying was outstanding, only really outdone by Harry. One would have appointed Harry as the new seeker and Ron as the third chaser. Harry cheered, and Hermione hugged Ron joyously. Ron smiled at them both in thanks, but his expression twisted into a scowl momentarily, and then a viscous grin when he saw the Slytherin team approaching, with Malfoy in the middle of the pack. "Here we go," Hermione said with a frown. "Don't be glum," said Harry. "It'll be fun." Meanwhile, Wood and Flint had begun the same argument that they had had originally, with the Slytherins showing off their new Nimbus 2001s and Malfoy revealing himself as the new Slytherin seeker. "Oh, it's my turn to speak up," said Hermione. "Get ready." Ron and Harry tensed up, and Hermione took a step forward. At least the Gryffindor didn't have to buy their way in. She needed it, Malfoy. They got in on pure talent. "You miserable little ball of slime." Malfoy turned towards her with disgust in his eyes. "Nobody asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood." There were gasps from the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but Ron merely grinned. "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy," he cried out, and suddenly Malfoy was sprawled out on the grass, vomiting up slugs. "Merlin, that felt good," Ron said smugly. But his joy was short-lived, because Flint had whipped out his own wand. There was a flash of light, and Ron was sent careening into the grass, 20 feet back. "You all right there, Ron?" Harry called. Ron groaned in response. Harry shared a look with Hermione, who shrugged, and then turned to face the Slytherins. "Okay, it's my turn now," Harry said so. "It's 8 Gryffindors against 7 Slytherins," said Hermione. "But Ron and Malfoy are on the ground. I guess if everyone takes a turn before it comes to us again, I'd better throw up a shield." Harry stepped close to Hermione and conjured a translucent bubble around them. And after that, everybody else had a turn. Harry and Hermione watched with slack-jawed awe from behind Harry's shield charm as the Quidditch players launched a veritable torrent of magic at each other. They were limiting themselves to incapacitating and joke spells, but when they had all finished and it had come around to Hermione's turn, more than half of the combatants were on the ground and smoke was rising all around them. "That was quite the impressive display," Hermione said, eyes wide. "I'd have never believed that Alicia could transfigure rocks into Rottweilers, or that Fred and George had quite so many fireworks in their pockets. Did you see would pile drive the Slytherin keeper? He didn't even use any magic." Of the Gryffindors, only Harry, Hermione, Wood, and Fred were still standing, and for the Slytherins, only one of their beaters and the hulking Captain Flint were left. "Flint should get his turn before yours, Harry," Hermione said, "but I'm not going to be able to punch through his shield left-handed." She stood still for a moment, mentally reviewing the spells available to her, then carefully waved her wand, causing a bank of fog to envelop their 2 opponents. Flint roared incoherently, and several spells shot out of the fog, just barely missing Harry and Hermione, but crashing into Wood's stomach and forcing him to collapse to the ground, his face twisted in pain. Harry spared look of concern for his fallen captain, but turned to deal with the 2 remaining threats. He banished the fog away and stunned the unshielded beater. Now it was 3 against 1, and both Fred and Hermione had a turn before Flint did again. Fred shot a spell which cracked Flint's shield, which gave Hermione the opening to disarm the Slytherin. He stumbled for a moment and then rushed towards them, but Harry still had his shield spell up, and Flint bounced off it and fell to the ground. Harry's turn came around for the final time, and he unceremoniously stunned the Slytherin captain, and the combat ended. Hermione rushed over to help Ron up, and after he had recovered and gathered his wifes, Ron went around healing the Gryffindors. "What about the Slytherins?" Hermione asked him when Ron went to put his wand away. "What about the Slytherins?" Ron said darkly. Hermione rolled her eyes, but it was Harry who spoke up. "I think Malfoy might be in danger of choking to death on giant slugs." Ron sighed, paused, then sighed again, but did go over and mumble the counter curse over Malfoy's limp body. Malfoy spluttered and wiped his sleeve across his mouth to try and clean the slug slime away. He wasn't very successful. "When my father hears about this," he said with a rasping voice. "Whatever," Ron said. "Want to head back for lunch?" he directed to Harry and Hermione. They went back up to the castle in high spirits until they realized that Halloween was upon them again. They had been waylaid by nearly headless Nick, who had requested that they go to his Death Day party, to which they had received a quest, and they trudged down to the dungeons, their good mood having evaporated. "I hate that Ginny has to go through this again," Harry said, angrily scuffing his shoes against the floor at the back of Nick's party. They were currently ignoring and being ignored by the dozens of ghosts around them. What none of them could ignore, however, were the long-since-expired cakes set out, some of which had progressed so far beyond rotten that they began producing forests of mushrooms. Ron grunted in agreement with Harry, holding his hand over his mouth to try and guard against the odors assaulting them. "It's really messed up what happened to her, but especially because Percy, the twins, and I didn't notice." Hermione frowned. "Don't get too caught up in all this," she said, holding a hastily summoned handkerchief over her nose. "Remember that it's not really Ginny and it's not really Voldemort's spirit. Besides, remember what Dumbledore said, older and wiser witches and wizards have been tricked by Voldemort too." Harry maintained his downcast look. "I just wish I could have saved her from it," he said quietly. "But you did save her," Hermione implored. "And we're going to save her again. Console yourself that fact that we're going with you this time, and you won't have to face the Basilisk alone." Harry gave her a wry look. "I should console myself with the idea of facing down a 1,000-year-old monstrous snake?" "No," said Ron, smirking, his voice taking on a sarcastic tone, "that we're facing it together." "Oh, sod off," Harry said, rolling his eyes, causing Ron to laugh. I've had some thoughts about that, actually, Hermione said. What about how to kill Slytherin's monster? Asked Ron. Yeah, or well, obviously the best approach would be to stop the snake from being summoned. So why don't we just silence Riddle's spirit before he can speak? Ron laughed again. That's brilliant, Hermione. Can you imagine what the look on his face would be if we do that? Hermione turned to Harry. What do you think? Harry seemed to be considering it, but then he came to a sudden realization and shook his head. It wouldn't work. We'll need the basilisk venom to destroy the diary. Unless one of you two wants to try your hand at fiendfire. Ron and Hermione shook their heads vigorously. Not after the incident in the room of requirement, Ron said. Hermione gasped, her eyes widened in surprise. The room! That's where the diadem was. That's right, Harry exclaimed. Idefurwuten. We went to the room, and then… Malfoy, cried Hermione. Malfoy and his bookends ambushed us. And that's when the diadem was destroyed, wasn't it? One of those idiots unleashed fiendfire and nearly killed all of us. They were all thoughtful for a few moments as they slotted this newly recovered information into their memories and tried to see if it led to any new memoirs surfacing. Well, it's a relief to know that our memories aren't totally gone, Ron said. So, we probably haven't been hit by an obliviation. It doesn't actually help us deal with the basilisk, however, Harry pointed out. If we can deal with its petrifying gaze, said Ron, then it's, well, I was going to say easy, but it's still a massive, venomous snake, but it'd be at least easier. Didn't Fox scratch its eyes out last time? Asked Hermione. Yeah, said Harry, but I don't want to put my trust in an event which may not happen again. We don't want a repeat of the troll scenario, do we? Okay, so we'll think of some anti-petrifying defenses, said Hermione. But can we get going for now? I think the smell of the rotten cake is making me dizzy. Harry and Ron shrugged. Let's go discover a petrified cat, I guess, Harry said. Ron idly flipped through the pages of the book in front of him. He looked up to see Harry staring blankly into the middle distance, while Hermione was making notes behind a tower of books. They had returned to the library not too long after leaving the Death Day party, but the short time had been eventful. After Harry followed the voice of the basilisk, they had found Mrs. Norris petrified outside of Moaning Muddle's bathroom. Then they had had to deal with Filch's accusations and Dumbledore's questions. Harry had tried to bring up the voice that he heard, but the game wasn't being cooperative and the professors had just dismissed them. Hermione had brought them directly to the library so they could research anti-basilisk strategies. I think it's certainly possible, Hermione said. Harry gave a start from his semi-conscious state and took a moment to center himself. Possible to do what, sorry? To stop the basilisk's killing gaze, she said. There's not much literature on basilisks, but because we know that the reflection of its gaze can petrify people, it makes it a strong possibility that it's a kind of transfiguration effect, rather than a direct killing effect, which is not unheard of with other magical creatures. It doesn't have any of the soul-affecting properties of Dementors or Lethifolds, or a physical property, like a Nunda's breath, for example. Okay, said Ron. So how do we stop it from transfiguring us dead? By brewing an anti-transfiguration potion, Hermione responded, presenting a sheet of parchment to them. It's a recipe that I adapted from half a dozen other recipes, but it'll prevent any transfigurations from affecting the drinker for a few hours, probably. There's another possibility, said Harry. Other than transfiguration, that is… The other two looked at him questioningly. Well, because it requires eye contact, I was wondering if it might not be a kind of legitimacy attack. Hermione's eyes widened. Like the dragons in Lord of the Rings, who could transfix you with their eyes. Both the boys gave her a blank look, but Hermione was deep in thought and didn't notice them. I guess I can see it. If you were to force enough magical power into a mental attack, then I could imagine it destroying the mind and, consequently, the body. But why would a reflected legitimacy attack cause petrification? Is it less plausible than transfiguring someone to be dead? Asked Harry. Well, not transfiguration as we understand it. A more primitive, fundamental type of transfiguration. I think you're both ignoring the most obvious idea, Ron said. Hermione and Harry both looked at him in surprise. What? Said Hermione. What do you think it could be? I have no idea, but even if we can't destroy its eyes, we only have to block our own eyesight. And what? Harry was almost scoffing. Fight a massive basilisk blindfolded? Ron shrugged. Well, yeah, I'm sure if we spend the time that we can find some kind of solution. A spell that gives us an awareness of our surroundings, something to do with sound, maybe. Hermione appeared thoughtful. We could transfigure ourselves sets of bat's ears, she said, and use some kind of ultrasound spell. It'll take some time to get used to fighting like that, said Harry. Well, we probably should get some reasonable occlumency defenses in place too, said Ron, just in case it might help. Plus, it's a good skill to have, no matter the situation, added Hermione. So, continued Ron, we practice occlumency, research an ultrasound spell, or something similar and help Hermione design this anti-transfiguration potion. Hang on a moment, Harry said, a note of concern in his voice. I spent months with Snape and hardly made any headway with occlumency. Even if we find a better training regimen and spend hours on it every day, it could still take weeks. Ron and Hermione shared a look. It's not as if we're running on a schedule, she said. We can practice other skills at the same time. I thought we were trying to get out of this bloody game, Harry said, raising his voice. Voldemort is still out there, waiting for us when we escape. This shouldn't be the time to practice obscure magic. Steady on, Harry, said Ron. We understand, Harry, said Hermione, holding up her hand placatingly. But we don't know what happens if we die here, and you yourself must admit that the basilisk is one of the most dangerous things we will face. Probably just short of Voldemort himself. Harry sat down and crossed his arms grumpily, but he didn't object. Plus, we're not exactly setting ourselves up for tons of fun, Ron pointed out. By your account, learning occlumency is not very pleasant. Harry shrugged non-committally. Furthermore, Hermione started. Okay, Harry said, holding up his hands in surrender. You're right. I wasn't thinking things through. It's just not a particularly enticing prospect. Hermione gasped and held her good hand to her chest, in a mockery of being insulted. You mean to say that several weeks of nonstop studying won't be fun? Oh, haha, Harry said flatly, but the corners of his mouth were twitching. Come on, you can help me color code the schedules. Harry glowered at her, causing her and Ron to laugh. Chapter 9. Ron walked confidently through the tall bookshelves of the Hogwarts library. He confidently stepped over a small tower of books that were in his way and narrowly ducked under another book, which was magically suspended in midair. He rounded a corner and entered the small den which had become the home of him, Harry and Hermione, over the course of the last month. Because time wasn't passing in the normal way, they weren't attending lessons and they didn't need to eat or, as they had discovered, shower, they had decided to convert a corner of the library into their own personal realm, rather than trek to and from their dorms when they were tired. They had moved some of the bookshelves to act as walls and had made a passable imitation of a room and filled it with comfortable, transfigured furniture. 3 small, curtained-off areas were a concession to their remaining need to sleep. Ron sat down in his beanbag, an incredible muggle invention that he wished Hermione had shown him years ago, dropped the book he had brought into his lap, and pulled off his blindfold. That was very sneaky, leaving that book floating at head height. I almost missed it. He waited a moment for a response, but when none was made, he looked up at his friends. Harry and Hermione were engaged in an intense staring match. Both of them held their wands tightly, and there was an almost palpable tension in the air around them. Ron almost felt like he could see sparks of lightning flashing between them. They had all 3 of them put their extra skill points from defeating the Slytherin Quidditch team into occlumency and had been fervently studying and practicing it for the whole time they had spent in the library. Ron opened the book he had brought with him and began reading while his friends were occupied, but it was only a short time later that there was a sharp whistle and Harry and Hermione broke their gaze away from each other. Harry rubbed at his temples while Hermione picked up the cause of the whistle, a small wooden cube, from the desk. Has it been another day already? She asked. Even though time wasn't progressing forward, Hermione was still able to find out a way to use her magic to enchant the small cube to count seconds. Then, after it had counted up to 86,400, it emitted a sound. Hermione went over to a piece of parchment, stuck to a bookcase, and marked it with her quill. That makes 35 days, she said. Just over a month, said Harry. And I feel like I've made more progress than I would have with 10 years of Snape's instruction. Well, we've all been pretty intense in our practice, Ron pointed out. Not to mention The threat of death by Basilisk is a good incentive. Maybe Hogwarts should make that part of the curriculum, Harry said with a grin. The bottom student of every year gets fed to one of Hagrid's monsters. Harry, that's terrible, Hermione said, but she was fighting back a smile. By the way, how was the adapted extrasensory charm? She asked Ron. Ron smiled. It works like a dream. I didn't trip over a single thing. I honestly forgot that I was blindfolded. It was so natural. They had initially experimented with some partial transfigurations, turning their ears into those of a bat, but they had found it incredibly confusing, not to mention difficult to maintain. Eventually, they had settled on an extrasensory charm in order to boost their hearing ranges into the ultrasonic. A simple, enchanted gadget from Hermione produced an ultrasonic signal, and that had been enough for them to navigate the library by sound alone. I want to test the range out in the hallway at some point, Ron said, but I think it should reach 50 feet at least. That's not too much smaller than the chamber, is it, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry considered this for a moment. I don't think so. I was a bit distracted, but it wasn't a huge room. And how do you two think your occlumency is? Ron asked. Ron had surprised and slightly annoyed them both by taking to occlumency like a duck to water. Within a couple of weeks, he had developed enough of a proficiency to keep both of them out and had only gotten stronger from there. With the books they had taken from the restricted section, Harry and Hermione had made good progress, but it had been slow by comparison. I think we're probably at as good a level as we can be with our skill level, Harry said, looking questioningly at Hermione, who nodded. In that case, Ron continued, are we finally ready to move on? Not that 5 weeks of uninterrupted studying hasn't been fun, he said to Hermione. Hermione ignored him and looked around the small room that they had created. Hundreds of books that they had gathered were placed on the shelves in a way that made a mockery of the Hogwarts library sorting system. Her potions equipment was set up in one corner. Reams of parchment contained the numerous notes that they had made, and a small workbench had several of Hermione's ongoing and abandoned enchanting projects on it. I guess, she said eventually. It's just, I feel that we could spend years practicing magic here, and it wouldn't be wasted. Years, said Harry, spluttering. Hypothetically, I mean, Hermione said quickly. Hey, do you reckon you could make a clock that whistles once a year? Ron asked after picking up and examining the cube that whistled once a day. Why would you want such a thing? Harry asked, perplexed. Ron shrugged. It'd be simple enough to do, Hermione said after considering it for a moment. It'd be the same counting design, but instead of counting up to 86,000 for 100, it'd have to count up to that number multiplied by 300. Wait, a calendar year or an astronomical year? What's the difference? Well, a calendar year is 365 days, but an astronomical year is the time it takes to revolve once around the sun, which for the Earth is 365 and a quarter days. Well, it's a little bit less than a quarter day. Wait, said Ron. Are you saying that a year isn't a year? Why else would we have leap years? The calendar and astronomical years drift apart by about 6 hours every year. Does that mean we're celebrating our birthdays at the wrong times? Ron asked. Hermione frowned. I guess it depends on if you care more about it being the same day or the same point in the Earth's revolution around the sun. It's a question of semantics, and if you think about it, Harry stood up suddenly, drawing both of his friends' attention. Okay, that's it. We've spent far too much time hidden away in the library, and we've all gone round the bend. We're going to continue with the game's story. Before you two enchant a device to measure the distance between the different understandings of a year. It probably wouldn't be too complicated, Hermione said, rubbing her chin. No, Harry cried. Out, out, out. Ron sped underneath Alicia, catching the quaffle as she dropped it, without slowing down. Now he had a good 30 feet of space around him from the Slytherin chasers, and he angled his comet towards the enemy goalposts. The Slytherins were still struggling to react to the quick pass to Ron, and he had a moment where it was just him facing off against the Slytherin keeper. Unfortunately, he wasn't really at the right angle to make a good shot, and his teammates were too far behind to safely pass to. He hesitated a moment too long, and there was a sharp crack as a bludger was hit behind him. It took Ron a moment to check that the bludger was indeed heading towards him, and another moment to choose against a wild shot, and instead to make a long, risky pass back to Angelina. But before he could bring his arm back for a throw, Harry swept by him, and managed to catch the bludger's attention. Madam Hooch's whistle sounded from behind him, and play stopped. Foul! No attacking the seeker when the snitch isn't in play. Penalty to Gryffindor. Ron grinned and waved at Harry, who saluted in return. This was the 7th penalty that Harry had forced the Slytherin beaters to concede. Ron alighted on the ground and watched while Angelina made the run up to her penalty shot. Goal! Cried out Lee Jordan from the commentary box. That brings Gryffindor to 120 points against Slytherin's 10. There were cheers from 3/4 of the stadium. Clearly, the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were also happy that the Slytherin team weren't dominating on their expensive brooms and were instead enjoying watching the Nimbus 2001s being beaten by superior tactics. Harry's Nimbus 2000 and Ron's Comet 260 weren't too much slower anyway. It was clear that the Slytherins hadn't really had enough time to get used to their new brooms, and not all of them had the skill to really push the top-of-the-range models to their limit. Not that it would have helped against Harry's Seeker strategies if they could. Every time that the Slytherin chasers were making an attack, Harry would rocket through their formation at the opportune moment, causing them to drop the quaffle or miss a pass. He was helped by Dobby's robe bludger, which Harry had turned from a danger into an asset, and would let it fly just behind him as he rushed past the chasers, forcing them to dodge away from the tampered bludger themselves. When Gryffindor had possession, Harry kept forcing fouls from the beaters, and with all the penalties, Gryffindor were racking up their score. Twice, Malfoy had seen the snitch and had tried to catch it for a quick victory, but Harry had left his interference of the quaffle play and had flown over to stop him. Harry wasn't even trying to catch the snitch himself, just to block Malfoy, even at the expense of a foul against Gryffindor, until the snitch disappeared again. If they hadn't been Slytherins, Ron thought he would have felt sorry for them. It was 3 hours into the game, when the players on both teams were almost falling from the brooms from exhaustion, when Harry took mercy on them all and caught the snitch. The final score was 540-60. It wasn't the highest score in Hogwarts history, but it was the highest of any of the games from their time at the school. Harry had to keep flying after the final whistle had sounded, because the robe bludger still hadn't given up, but they had planned ahead for this, and eventually he flew low enough for Ron and Hermione to catch the bludger with a spell and render it inert. It probably wouldn't have been such a successful strategy against a real team, Harry said later, during the celebratory party in the Gryffindor common room. If they weren't NPCs, they would have changed tactics in response. If they'd stuck to passive bludger defense and short passes, my interference wouldn't have been half as effective. Harry is being modest, Ron said, sipping at a butterbeer. That was some world-class flying today. Yes, it was very impressive, Hermione said, nibbling at a slice of cake. But let's not get too sidetracked. Colin should get petrified tonight, and we can assume that it's the dueling club tomorrow. Hermione, Ron said in exasperation. You were just witness to one of the greatest Quidditch games of this generation. If it had happened in the real world, they'd be talking about it for years to come. Harry frowned. That's probably a bit of an exaggeration, mate, he said. Maybe so, but we can at least bask for a moment in Malfoy's defeat, can't we? I'm not stopping you from basking, am I? Hermione said. I'm eating cake with you. I haven't pestered you about your extra skill points at all, have I? Harry ignored his two friends' bickering and looked over his skill sheet. Harry Potter, Magicality 5, General Charms, 2 Healing Charms 1, Jinxes, Hexes, and Curses, 4 Shield Charms, 3 Transfiguration 2, Mentality 3, Enchanting 1, Acclimacy 3, Persuasion 2, Potions 1, Physicality 2, Brawling 1, Flying 3, Sneaking 2, Toughness 3. After beating the Slytherin Quidditch team twice, both in the air and on the ground, he'd gained 6 points, 2 of which had gone to Acclimacy, and now Harry pondered where the last 4 points should go. Even though they had a solution to the Basilisk's eyesight, it was still a massive snake that could crush them with its body, or poison them with its venom. If he took his JHC skill up to 5, he could put out some very powerful blasting curses, but it had taken 2 skill points to take it from level 3 to 4, and would take at least 2 skill points to take it to level 5, if not 3. Still, the 3 of them were relying on Harry to put out most of their damage. So he increased it anyway, and happily found out that it still only took 2 skill points to do so. He put his remaining points into another level of General Charms, which were always useful, and one into healing charms just in case Ron was out of action. Ron and Hermione's argument had come to a close, so Harry wished them a good night and went to bed. He still found it strange that he needed sleep, but not food or water. Just another part of the mystery of the whole situation. He briefly wondered if they'd ever get out of the game while he was drifting off to sleep, but then he fell asleep properly and found himself dreaming about flying his broomstick, the wind rushing past his ears as he plummeted towards the ground. "Look at his ridiculous outfit," said Ron. "I know, right?" In his gormless expression, Harry responded. "And that hair," Hermione sighed, gazing wistfully at Lockhart. The three of them were standing at the back of the Great Hall, ignoring Lockhart's speech to welcome everyone to the Dueling Club. "He's a liar, a fraud, and an incompetent buffoon," Ron said to Hermione. Hermione sniffed. "I'm as human as the next woman. You're 13. I may have the body of a weak and feeble 13-year-old girl, but I have the heart and stomach of, well, an 18-year-old woman when faced with Gilderoy Lockhart in his prime." "Stomach?" Ron mouthed to Harry, who shrugged in response. "Can we get on with it?" Harry asked. "I want to duel Malfoy again. Don't you think he's been embarrassed enough this year?" Hermione said with a pointed look. "No," said Harry and Ron simultaneously. "Besides," Ron continued, "don't think I didn't see you shooting daggers at Bulstrode." "That's totally different," Hermione objected. "Little Miss Headlock has got another thing coming if she wants to try and wrestle with me again." Harry gave her a shrewd look. "What have you done, Hermione?" he asked. Hermione turned away from him. "I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise," she responded. Soon enough, they had been partnered off, Harry with Malfoy, Hermione with the towering figure of Millicent Bulstrode, and Ron with Seamus. When they began, Ron quickly disarmed Seamus, and Harry started shooting annoying and embarrassing jinxes at Malfoy. But Hermione just stood there, waiting. Much like they remembered, Bulstrode ignored her wand and rushed towards Hermione. But at the last moment, the sleeve on Hermione's injured arm sprung into action, grew 10 feet long, and wrapped itself around her attacker, immobilizing the bigger girl immediately. "What was that?" Ron called, while Harry continued to pepper Malfoy with minor jinxes and hexes. "Well, this arm isn't doing anything, so I decided to put it to good use. I enchanted the sleeve with a stretching charm and an animation charm, which was no easy feat. I had to sew a strand of unicorn hair into it before the enchantments would hold." She looked over to where Harry and Malfoy's duel was taking place. "Are you just about done, Harry?" she shouted. "Yeah, I suppose," he said. Across from him, Malfoy was stuck to the wall, covered in multicolored spots. His normally blonde hair had been turned black and wiry, and there was a faint humming noise emanating from him. "Don't you think that's a bit much?" Hermione asked, although she didn't appear to be particularly upset. "He is only 12. Hermione, he becomes a Death Eater, brings more Death Eaters into the castle, and almost kills Dumbledore, Katie, and Ron." Hermione considered that for a moment. "Well, when you put it that way. Also," Ron added, "he's a massive prat and has been trying to get one over on us for years." While they were speaking, Snape had walked over to Malfoy and had freed him from the wall. Even though he was still jinxed in every other way, it didn't stop Malfoy from brandishing his wand and yelling out Serpensortia. "Oh, for the love of—" Harry muttered, then stepped back towards Malfoy and the angry snake he had summoned. The snake turned to face Harry as he walked closer and coiled as if about to spring towards him. But Harry didn't seem to be in the mood for waiting around. A blast of fire shot out of his wand and engulfed the snake. It writhed in the flames and then disappeared into nothing as the magic that bound it failed. Harry wandered back over to Ron and Hermione. "Well, that was duller than I expected." "I know, right?" Ron said. "I only used a single disarming charm against Seamus, and that was it. Should we keep going with the game?" he asked the other two. They nodded, and they all left the inaugural Dueling Club together. Over the next few days, at least days from their perspective, there was another spate of petrifications, including of Penelope Clearwater, which meant that Hermione herself had avoided the same fate she had originally met. Harry and Ron had thrashed both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw in Quidditch, although not to the same extent that they had with the Slytherins, winning the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor a year early. But soon enough, they felt the pressure of the end-of-year confrontation approaching them, and before long, They found themselves standing in front of the Forbidden Forest as Hagrid was being led away to Azkaban. Now, Ron, Harry, and I are going to be right beside you the whole way. We'll deal with the talking. You just need to be ready to throw up a shield at the first sign of trouble. Ron nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He had a slightly panicked look in his eyes, and he was gripping his wand tightly. We'll be in and out before you know it, Harry said, placing a comforting hand on Ron's shoulder. The touch made Ron jump, then he coughed and shook his head to clear it. Yeah, he said in a strained voice. In and out. Nothing to it. It was a long journey through the forest, and the meager lights from their wands were casting long shadows. Ron was suffering the most, but after 30 minutes of following the trail of spiders, all of them were jumping at the various sounds caused by the wind and forest creatures. On more than one occasion, they thought that they could see eyes staring at them from just beyond their wand light, but were never sure. It's not much further, Harry said, but the menacing trees surrounding them softened his voice down to a whisper. Once we're done, we'll take a few days off, pig out in the kitchens, play some chess, do some flying. Does that sound good, guys? Yee. Yeah, that sounds great, Hermione stuttered out. Ron just nodded stiffly, having lost the power of speech long ago. Finally, they entered into a large clearing between the trees. They couldn't see the acromantula, but they could hear skittering all around them. There was a rumbling up ahead, and from between a gap in the trees, a lumbering form emerged. Hermione swallowed a small scream that almost escaped from her. That's Aragog, she whispered. He's huge, Ron moaned from beside her. Tell us about the monster, Harry shouted. His voice sounded pitifully weak against the ominous forest. We do not speak its name, said Aragog, as there was a fresh explosion of spider movement from all around them. It has been in the school for far longer than I have, and I killed the child 50 years ago. Okay, thanks. That's all we wanted to know, Harry said. We'll just be on our way then. But Aragog was not so forthcoming. My children do not harm Hagrid because of my commands, but I cannot deny them fresh meat, especially when it has wandered so willingly into our nest. Now they could see the dark silhouettes of the acromantula approaching. Ron was crouched close to the ground, holding his arms over his head and whimpering loudly. Hermione crouched down next to him and flung her arms around him protectively. All the while, the spiders were creeping closer and closer. Harry, she cried. Don't worry, he said, looking around. It should arrive any moment now. What should? The car. It rescued us from here last time. You mean the car that is still in Devon? Hermione screamed. Harry spun around to look at her in shock. He'd completely forgotten that they hadn't flown the Weasleys' Ford Anglia in the game. Then he saw that the spiders behind her were almost upon them. Oh, bugger. Harry, what do we do? Hermione cried. Ron was now rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet and was letting out a dull groan. Hermione was hardly any better, crouched down beside him and staring around with wild eyes. Dozens of spiders were approaching from all directions, even dangling down from above. We have to, Harry spluttered. But it was too late. Combat had begun. And let's talk about Quidditch. J.K. Rowling is brilliant at world building and introducing whimsical and creative ideas. Taking the image of a broomstick flying witch and turning that into wizards and witches using broomsticks to play a fast-paced game with 4 balls, half of which are trying to knock you to the ground. Nothing less than genius. However, quite rightly, she has been criticized for not thinking through the rules and consequences for what she introduces, and this is never seen more than with the wizarding sport. The thing is, Quidditch works really well as a sport by itself, although this is probably accidentally on Rowling's part. First, the snitch. Probably the most maligned element of the game. 150 points is too many. A game could last 5 minutes or several days. In fact, the ability of the players to choose when to end the game is great. In a cricket test match, the teams often have to choose whether to declare at a certain score, even if they could get more runs. In order to prevent the other team from playing for a draw, test matches can also last between 2 and 5 days. In Quidditch, sure, you could instruct your seeker to catch the snitch as soon as possible, but then you lose the ability to score more goals. If your chaser team is strong, you want the game to last a long time. Conversely, if you're the weaker team, you can end the game before you concede too many points. Now you have the Seekers battling for different objectives. The weaker team Seeker is trying to catch the snitch, but the stronger team Seeker is trying to block them. And sure, you could have a situation where two teams just score tons of goals, while both refusing to catch the snitch, but you'd receive tons of injuries and your players would be exhausted for the next match, or school day at Hogwarts. You might be able to dodge bludgers for a few hours, but after 12 hours of flying, you'd be beaten half to death. This all means that there are incredibly important tactical decisions to be made, which leads to great sport, both to watch and play. Secondly, the disconnection between the Seekers and everyone else. Okay, so the Seekers have to carefully decide when to catch the snitch, but they're still flying separately from everyone else. That's not good. So, you could have three completely separate areas of play. The two Seekers flying miles above, the four beaters just swatting the bludgers between them like a high-stakes tennis match, and everyone else playing with the quaffle, but only if you have no imagination. In canon, there is a rule against attacking the keeper when the quaffle is not in the scoring area, which means that the keeper can disrupt the opponent's beaters. Slytherin hits the bludger towards the Gryffindor chaser. But what is flown in the way? Foul. Penalty to Gryffindor. But this means that the goals are undefended, so it's another tactical trade-off. If you just add but not contradict, canon a very little and extend this rule to the Seeker too, then the Seeker is the ultimate play disruptor. But again, this lets the other Seeker fly uncontested. Do you risk losing the snitch for a higher chance of scoring a goal? All of this is somewhat reliant upon a league format, which the Quidditch World Cup kind of rejects, but English football has both leagues and the FA Cup, leading to both a Premier League champion and an FA Cup champion. You'd imagine that in a knockout format that the Seekers would try to catch the snitch as quickly as possible, but then you reverse what we just talked about and have the chasers and beaters regularly foul the Seekers, conceding penalties, but stopping the game from ending before you can make a 150-point lead. If I knew anything about programming, I'd like to make a football manager-esque Quidditch game, where you have to manage all of these little decisions while also recruiting players, managing broomsticks and other equipment, hiring coaching staff, and so on, but that's beyond me. Anyway, thanks for reading my rant, and thanks for reading my story. I've received many very kind reviews, for which I want to thank you all very much. You're helping maintain my enthusiasm to continue this story. I've got great ideas for upcoming revelations, but I can't spoil anything yet. P.S. I may have included the Ravenclaw match earlier than it was supposed to happen in canon, but I would have dealt with it off-page anyway, so it has no narrative impact. Chapter 10. Ron's blood was rushing through his head. His heart was beating furiously in his chest, and his throat was sore, as if he had been screaming for hours, though he couldn't remember having done so. He had closed his eyes and crouched close to the ground some time ago, but he had still heard the hundreds of spider legs skittering across the ground. The horrible noises had stopped for now, but he still couldn't stop his mind's eye from conjuring images of the many-legged monsters crawling all over him. After some time, he realized that he hadn't been devoured by spiders yet, which confused him and made a small part of his mind start asking why not, instead of blindly panicking. Then he started to hear Hermione's voice, sounding as if it was far away, even though, as he now realized, her hands were shaking his shoulders. He focused on her voice, which distracted him from his terror even more, and found comfort in her presence. "Ron? Ron, can you hear me?" she asked frantically. Ron made a noise in his throat, not trusting himself to speak. He didn't look up or open his eyes. "You can take all the time that you need, Ron. We're in combat, but it's your turn, so nothing is going to happen until you're ready." The rational part of Ron's mind, which was quiet, but growing stronger, acknowledged what Hermione was saying, and even recognized that it was to their advantage. But that part of his mind was still being drowned out by the panic part, which just wanted to get away from this place as quickly as possible. He distantly heard Harry discussing something with Hermione, but he couldn't focus on it enough to follow. A moment later, Hermione was speaking directly to him again. "Okay, here's what we're going to do, Ron. All we need from you is a nice big shield. You don't need to do anything else. You don't even need to open your eyes. So, we're going to focus on your breathing, stand up straight, and cast the biggest, strongest shield charm that we can, okay? Ron managed to force out another grunt of acknowledgement. Okay, so first take a deep breath in. Ron heard Hermione take a deep breath to demonstrate, and the rational part of him was practically screaming internally for him to act. It took a moment, but Ron took in a long, shaky breath, and then let it out. Nice and slowly, Hermione continued. Ron let out his breath, and it did make him feel better. The panic receded just a little bit. Hermione led him through the same cycle again and again, a dozen times 24. Ron wasn't sure, but it must have been many minutes later when he found the strength to stand. That's great, Ron, said Hermione. You're doing brilliantly. Now remember, we're not facing off against magic, so try and focus on protecting against physical attacks. Ron realized that he was still gripping his wand tightly and managed to move it into position to start casting. As he prepared to cast, he could feel the tension that had been bleeding away build up again until it almost overwhelmed him. A moment before his will collapsed, he waved his wand and cried out, Protego! Ron's shield wasn't the best example of finesse and good spellcasting, but his current state had at least helped to make it strong. Harry looked out of the shining bubble which surrounded the three of them and surveyed the clearing in the woods they were in. Of the Acromantula, there were too many to count. They were totally surrounded, and they were too far from the trees to make a fighting retreat using them as cover. Not that Ron was in any condition to move anyway. In a way, it made the decision-making all the easier, because the only viable plan was to fight it out, and against so many enemies who couldn't use magic, broad, area of effect attacks were their best bet. Luckily, Harry had been brushing up on his defensive magic and had just leveled up his jinxes, hexes, and curses skill. He had a vague idea of what he wanted to do, but before he could go, they had to endure the spiders' first assault. The biggest threat of the spiders was their venom, their stealth, and their mobility. Luckily, in terms of raw physical strength, they were lacking. Dozens upon dozens of the Acromantula took their turn to bash themselves against Ron's shield. A few of the more overly enthusiastic beasts probably did more damage to themselves than they did to Ron's shield. Harry glanced at his friend. Ron still hadn't opened his eyes, and he was squeezing Hermione's hand tightly. But if his shield charm was close to failing, he wasn't showing it on his face. The last few Acromantula within striking range made their attacks. Miraculously, Ron's shield had survived the onslaught, even if it did seem strained and thin in places. Now, it was up to Harry and Hermione to finish the spiders off, so that Ron wouldn't have to push himself any further. Have you got any ideas, Harry? Hermione asked. Yeah, said Harry. I know what to do. I'm just considering how exactly to do it. The other two hadn't been with him and didn't know the exact details, but Harry had been in this kind of situation before, except that time it hadn't been a forest, but a cave, and it hadn't been giant, man-eating arachnids, but corpses animated by dark magic. When they had found the fake locket and the inferi had attacked, Dumbledore had conjured a great ring of flames to protect them, and Harry was going to try to replicate the feat now. Unfortunately, that which may have been simple for Dumbledore was not so simple for Harry. He could summon flames, but he was struggling a little on how to shape them. He was pretty sure he could make a long ribbon, but to have it encircle the three of them without burning them, he was going to have to play it by ear and improvise. He took a deep breath and raised his wand high above his head. Incendio, he cried, while bringing his wand down in long, sweeping motions. For a moment, it looked as if Harry was holding a thick, fiery rope in his hands. Then he threw out his arms, and the rope flew out. It spun around them, just beyond Ron's shield, and encircled them many times, burning any of the spiders that it came against. Harry's body was racked with tension at holding the spell together, but he grinned in satisfaction. He could maintain it. He turned to Hermione to see what she was going to do now. It was her turn, but stopped at the look on her face. Her wide eyes and open mouth were illuminated by the dancing, orange flames of Harry's spell. Hermione, she jolted a little in surprise, then blinked and shook her head. Sorry, Harry. I was just a little... Where did you learn to do that? Harry blinked. From Dumbledore, but you should have seen it when he did it. He summoned it in an instant, and then flames were twice as large. The light from the fire had transformed their view of the forest clearing. No longer was it the menacing forbidden forest, where danger lurks around every corner. Now it was just an ordinary wood. The acromantula were still there, but they didn't seem as intimidating from behind a wall of fire. So, Harry said, after a moment had passed. "Oh, right," Hermione said. "It's my turn. I guess I can't do anything helpful to deal with the spiders." "A cheering charm on Ron?" Harry suggested in a whisper. Hermione grimaced. "It wouldn't be my first choice," she whispered back. "He's not feeling sad, is he? He's panicked and scared. Forcing a bunch of cheer into him will just upset and unbalance his emotional state even more. There are calming potions which could help, but I don't know of anything similar that I can do with just a wand." Harry looked around. "I can keep this up for a while. If you cast a featherlight charm on him, can you carry him so we can all walk out of here?" Hermione started to nod, then aborted the motion. "No, because for us to leave safely, we'd have to stay within the ring of fire, but in turn-based combat, we move at different times." Harry swore. "Of all the ridiculous. Okay, we'll just have to take out the acromantula from where we are. Hopefully, after some of them are defeated, the rest will run away." Hermione nodded and carefully extracted her hand from Ron's grip. She spent a moment in consideration, then pointed her wand towards a nearby pile of rocks. "Maybe if I—" she said to herself. There was a flash of light, and then the rocks twisted and moved, pulling themselves on top of each other, until they made the rough form of a humanoid figure. Hermione's transfigured rock monster was smaller than herself, but it was still taller than the acromantula and not particularly vulnerable to their ordinary attacks. Its heavy, rock arms slammed into the nearest enemies and knocked them to the ground. One of them had its carapace broken and was turned into a smush. Hermione looked a little green around the edges at the sight, but kept her grim expression. After Hermione, it cycled back to Ron's turn, but at their prompting, he just skipped it. This gave the acromantula another opportunity to attack, but due to Harry's flaming barrier, they couldn't approach. Many of the spiders decided to flee at that point, but evidently some of them were brave enough, angry enough, or stupid enough to maintain their attack. Hermione's rock monster was buried under a pile of bodies and flailing spider limbs, but the magic binding it together still hadn't broken. When his turn came around, Harry didn't want to try casting any more magic while he was keeping the fire burning, but he did manage to get one of the tail ends of his long fiery rope to whip out and strike the closest spiders. After Harry, Hermione decided to follow his example and set her rock monster on fire. The flames didn't bother her construct at all, but it burned the spiders that were trying to overpower it easily. After a few more rounds passed, the acromantula were either dead or had retreated. They all felt a sense of relief when the combat ended and they could act normally again. Harry let the flames around him dissipate and Hermione's rocks collapsed to the ground. The clearing was littered with dead and burnt acromantula corpses. Black blood and spider ichor were everywhere, and a horrible odor permeated everything. Thankfully, none of them were hurt, at least not physically, but they were all of them shaken up. By silent agreement, Harry and Hermione took Ron by the arms and led him out of the forest and back to the castle. They decided that, rather than leave any of them alone, they would sleep in their library den again that night. Ron had somewhat recovered by the time they had entered the castle, but he still had a haunted look to his eyes. Harry slipped away from them while they were climbing the stairs and later found them in the library. "Here," he said, handing a potion vial to Ron. "It's a dreamless sleep potion that I nicked from the hospital wing." Ron took a quick glance at the vial before opening it and drinking the contents. He immediately swayed on his feet, and Harry helped him to his bed. He fell asleep within moments. Harry closed the curtains around his bed, put up a silencing charm for good measure, and sat down at the desk with Hermione. "Good God, that was horrible," he said. "I mean, he did great, but I didn't think it would be so bad for him." Hermione ran her hands through her hair, which was extra frazzled at the moment. "I think there might have been acromantula in the battle. In the real world, I mean at Hogwarts. It might have put Ron more on edge. I don't know." Harry took in Hermione's exhausted appearance. "I'm sorry that I forgot about the car." "It's all right," she quickly replied. "We got through it." Harry smiled tiredly in response. "Thanks. Well done, by the way, with that nice piece of transfiguration. You know what it reminded me of? McGonagall's chess pieces." "Me? How about you? That incendio saved us all." It was an impressive bit of magic that most adults wouldn't be able to do. But Hermione, I am an adult. She scoffed. You know what I mean? You said that Dumbledore did it, and I assumed that Professor Flitwick or maybe Professor McGonagall could, but I'd be surprised if Professor Sprout had that much finesse for dangerous magics. Harry hummed non-committally, blushing slightly at the praise. Anyway, Hermione continued, let's get some sleep ourselves. We're going to take a break for a while, right? Harry nodded tiredly. We all need an opportunity to relax after that. The next morning, Harry woke to find Hermione was already up and nose deep in textbooks. Morning, Hermione, he said with a yawn. Hermione slammed her book closed and added it to a large, almost tottering, tower of books next to her. All gibberish, she exclaimed. What? Sorry, Harry. I mean, good morning, she gave him a tired smile. I woke up early and decided to research about helping Ron. And all of these are those damned gibberish books. You mean one of those books that none of us have read before? Yes. Harry sat down with her and glanced through the book she had just rejected. Hermione had been right. All the words in the book were nonsense. You've no idea how to help Ron, then? How about a memory charm? Hermione shook her head. That'll get rid of the memory, but not the feelings associated with them. He'll still feel scared around spiders, but he won't know why. Honestly, our best bet is to just keep a supply of calming drafts ready, in case it comes up again. At that moment, Ron stumbled out from behind the curtains and stopped at the sight of them. Hey, Ron, how are you feeling? Hermione asked. Much better, thank you, he replied in a strained voice. I wanted to apologize for. Harry stood up, gripped Ron at the shoulder, and gave him a look. A number of emotions flitted across Ron's face as he kept his eyes locked with Harry's. Yeah, I thought you'd say that, Ron said. He sat down in his beanbag chair and looked over at the two of them. So, what's the plan? 4 sets of footprints could be heard creeping along the dark tunnel. It should be just up ahead, Harry whispered. As they rounded the corner, they could see that Harry was right. A large circular doorway was at the end of the tunnel, covered in dozens of snake carvings. Harry turned to the others. Ron stood tall at the back of their group. He was already wearing his blindfold, which might help give them advanced warning if anything tried to creep up behind them. He had spent a lot of their downtime in recovery, but now that he was better, he was determined to not let them down again. Hermione hadn't put on her blindfold yet. Beside her was the hulking form of her rock monster 2.0. Inspired by McGonagall's chess pieces and the school statues which had fought in the battle, she had decided to make her own attempt using transfiguration and enchanting. She had spent days doing research and making plans, and they had joined her out on the Hogwarts grounds using geomancy spells to try and find the best stone to construct with. The end result was a bipedal creature, made from dark stone, with crude facial features that Hermione had carved. It had a large tail to give it balance if it needed to wrestle with something, and a large horn on its head. Hermione had said that she wasn't sure if it could pierce a basilisk's hide, but it would still hurt. Ron and Harry were very unimpressed when she named her creation Rocky. Harry nodded to them and whispered to the door, "Open." They all walked purposefully down the chamber towards the statue of Salazar Slytherin, where Ginny and Riddle were. "Renervate," Ron said, pointing his wand at Ginny. "She won't wake," Riddle said. They hadn't expected that to work, but they didn't want Ginny to be out of the way, and it cost nothing to try. "Wait, that's Tom Riddle?" Hermione asked. "Yeah," replied Harry in confusion. "Why?" "Oh, no reason," she said, fanning herself a little with her hand. "Hermione," Ron cried. "I didn't say anything. He's a mass murderer." "I didn't say anything," Hermione protested again. "Besides, he's only committed 1 murder at this point." "Wait," Harry said slowly. "Hermione, do you think he's fit? I'm not saying I'm attracted to him. But, well, look at him." Harry looked at him. He didn't understand at all. "Merlin, Hermione," said Ron. "First Lockhart. Now a teenaged you-know-who. Come on, Ron. I don't remember you complaining about my taste in men when I—" Her eyes widened, and she suddenly shut her mouth and blushed heavily. Ron had a confused expression. "What are you?" Then Ron's eyes widened, and he blushed too. "What are you two going on about?" Harry asked, looking between them. "Nothing," they both said. Then Ron cleared his throat. "Blindfolds on, everyone," he said. Hermione rushed to put hers on, and Harry did as well after giving them both a suspicious look. A quick supersensory charm, and they could see just as well. "What are you doing here, Riddle?" Harry asked. While Harry was talking Riddle through the conversation, Hermione and Ron made preparations to their battlefield. Ron produced a long length of magically reinforced barbed wire and began to place it around where the basilisk was going to appear. It almost certainly wouldn't hurt the massive snake, but it might catch against the monster and slow it down for a critical moment. Hermione lifted Rocky up to the statue itself and had it ready to jump down onto the basilisk's back as it emerged. "Ready whenever you guys are?" Harry called over to them. "Ready. Ready. Okay, here goes nothing," he said quietly. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who need it." Harry spun his head around hopefully, straining his ears for a hint of Phoenix song, but none could be heard. For some reason, Fawkes and the Sorting Hat weren't coming to their aid. Meanwhile, Riddle was retreating to the far wall so that he could watch the basilisk deal with them. From the statue, the sound of stone grinding against stone could be heard, along with the slithering sound of a heavy body. Let's see how Harry Potter and his friends face off against the true heir of Slytherin and Slytherin's monster. And I was going to have Hermione call her newest rock creation. Right on, but Pokemon Red and Blue wouldn't be out in Europe until '99, and I couldn't justify why Hermione would have knowledge of the games early. The idea of manufactured golem-like creatures isn't something you see much in fanfiction. Despite the instances in canon where they appear, McGonagall's chess pieces, the school statues, and the Fountain of Magical Brethren come to mind. You have to include a limit to their power to keep it balanced, such as limiting the size and skill of the constructs to the skill and power of the witch or wizard, but still, it might not be great against a wizard, but against a magical beast. Stone can't be poisoned, can't be petrified, it's already stone, and is pretty tough to break too. Looking back, they deal with some pretty scary stuff in the second book. Thanks for reading and for the very kind reviews. To the reviewer who pointed out that it was Hermione who joined Harry in detention in the first book, thank you. I am now very annoyed with myself. Chapter 11. She was the Queen of Serpents. She was the ultimate weapon of the greatest wizard of all time, Salazar Slytherin. For 1,000 years she had slumbered, her body resting, but her mind was filled with the words of her master, constantly reminding her of the evil that mudbloods represented and the danger that they posed to those of pure blood. She had awakened only briefly when the heirs of her master found her, but now one had appeared again and she could hear his commands, calling her forth. Cold blood coursed through her body, her heart beating with the desire to rid the mudblood filth from her master's school. She was ready to bring all her deadly weapons to bear. Her muscular body, with its nigh-unpierceable hide, her potent venom, which none could survive, and her greatest pride, the murderous stare of the basilisk. She slithered through the narrow tunnel that would lead her into her master's secret chamber. What fools his supposed friends had been, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, to not listen to the irrefutable wisdom that her master offered. But they could never match his intellect and cunning, so that even when they forced him from his own school, he had already prepared her as a final contingency. Oh, how she longed to be truly let loose, to expel the unworthy and unclean. She would rid this glorious castle, the birthright of every pure-blooded witch and wizard, of those tainted by the muggle filth. Then the heir could rule, with the castle as a seat of power, and lead the nation in Slytherin's noble name. Her head emerged from the tunnel, and she paused for a moment, waiting for her commands. Then a pile of rocks fell on her head. She flailed in wild abandon for a moment. She wasn't truly hurt, but she was shocked, and she recognized it as an attack. Her flailing had thrown whatever had hit her to the far end of the chamber, and she slithered the rest of her body out of the tunnel. Her body fell to the floor and was attacked again. A huge length of thin, sharp metal was trying to bite into her body. She hissed loudly in anger. No weapon so puny could ever wound her. She dared not open her eyes, if the heir was here too, but her other senses were just as impressive. She turned her head towards the 3 warm bodies in the chamber with her, trying to determine who her enemy was. "Kill the 3 interlopers," came the voice of the heir. She couldn't sense the owner of the voice, But she knew that it was not one of the three bodies she was aware of, so she knew who her enemies were. She hissed loudly again and then tensed her body to strike. "Okay, I've got the first turn," Ron called out. "We still good with plan A?" "Go for it," Harry shouted back. Ron flicked his wand, not at the basilisk, but at the barbed wire that lay around it. "Wingardium Leviosa!" The wire moved quickly, one end looping itself around the basilisk's thick body and the other end winding itself around the legs of the statue of Salazar Slytherin. The idea was simple. If the basilisk couldn't move, then it couldn't bite or crush them. Ron used the last of his action points to apply as powerful a sticking charm as he could to the wire. Then, they all waited to see whose turn was next. The basilisk tried to leap towards them, but as it moved, the wire squeezed it tighter and tighter and dragged the monster to a stop. It hissed and spat, thrashing its body wildly against its bindings. The wire screeched in protest of the incredible tension it was suffering under, then snapped suddenly, halfway between the snake and the statue. The basilisk stilled, having apparently spent its entire turn in breaking its bonds. They could see that the wire was still tightly wrapped around the basilisk and could see where the metal had dug into its body. "Wow, oh wow. You really don't want me to translate what it was saying there," Harry said, eyes wide. "Anyway," he shook his head, "my turn." He pulled his arm back, ready to cast against the snake. "I really hate using this spell." Saktum Sampra. There was a flash of light, which they could see through their blindfolds, and a roaring sound filled their ears. Where Hermione's and Ron's mundane attacks had only served to surprise and irritate the monster, Harry's use of dark magic was more successful. A dozen deep cuts opened up on the basilisk's body, spewing blood all around. Even more disturbing was that the basilisk made no reaction to this at all, bearing Harry's attack without even a flinch. Hermione surveyed the damage for a moment, then, satisfied, made her own contribution. Glissio, the floor beneath the basilisk, became slippery. When they had been planning, they had theorized that this would be especially effective against the giant snake. Snakes move by wiggling, and it wasn't as if it had hands with which to balance itself with. Now they had all taken their turns, but before the initiative could cycle back to Ron, Rocky the Rock Monster picked itself up from where the basilisk had thrown it and rushed over to interpose itself between Hermione and their opponent. His turn again, Ron followed with another Sectum Semper attack, while not as impressive as Harry's added several new cuts in the snake's thick skin. It was then that the basilisk reacted to their collective attacks. It screeched and writhed, spraying more blood from its body. It slithered its whole length, as if to speed forwards and crush them, but it found no traction against the stone floor. It hissed again and turned its gaze to the floor. For a moment, nothing happened. Then there was a sound like breaking glass, and the floor lost its charmed property and returned to its original condition. "Did it just kill your spell with a look?" Ron asked in shock. Before Hermione could respond, the basilisk turned its gaze towards her, and she fell to the floor. "Hermione!" Ron and Harry shouted. "I'm all right," she said weakly. "I just feel like I got hit by a lorry." "Even through your blindfold?" Harry asked. "And the anti-transfiguration potion and my occlumency defenses. Are you sure that you're all right?" "Yes, but I think I'll have a headache for a while." Evidently, that had been the limit of the basilisk's action points, because Harry felt the initiative come to him. He carefully measured some distance with his extrasensory perception. "Watch out, Hermione. This could get messy." He thrust his wand forward, like he was plunging a sword into an invisible foe, and cried out loudly, "Confringo!" Looking back later, Harry would admit that using such a powerful blasting curse within the confines of the enclosed, entirely stone chamber was not a good idea, especially when they all had an extra sensory charm applied to their hearing. The explosion was totally deafening and even knocked Hermione down on her back. It took Harry a moment to recover, and he could tell that Ron was all right too. But when he turned his attention to Hermione, she was clutching at her head. "I can't hear anything," she shouted. "Drink a potion," Ron shouted back. Harry boggled at him. Had he not registered what Hermione had just said? "I guess I'll drink a potion," Hermione said loudly again. She unstoppered a vial taken from her pocket and downed the contents. She sighed in relief as the healing properties took effect. Better? Harry called to her. Okay, I can hear you now, but goodness, Harry, give me a better warning next time. I don't think there'll need to be a next time, Ron said, pointing and drawing their attention to the snake. Harry's attack had been perfectly aimed into the center of the basilisk's existing injuries and took advantage of the gaps in armored hide to devastate the monster's vulnerable innards. A huge chunk was missing from the basilisk's body. They couldn't see any blood with their echolocation, but they could see chunks of flesh had been splattered around the snake. I'm almost glad I can't see the full extent of the damage, Hermione said. I drank a potion, which leaves me with 5 AP. I don't want to be crushed by a falling basilisk body, so I guess I'll Protego. Her turn ended, and Rocky moved into action. It rushed forward and tackled into the basilisk, digging its horn into exposed flesh. Then it was the basilisk's turn again. This time it didn't screech, but whimpered instead. It swayed from side to side for a moment. Then, with what must have been the last of its strength, it plunged forwards towards Hermione. It still had to contend with Rocky grappling at its waist, and there was a scraping sound of stone against stone as Rocky dug his feet into the floor. It was close, but the basilisk stopped before it could test itself against Hermione's shield charm. Overpowered cutting and piercing charms from Ron and Harry put an end to the basilisk's struggles. Well, much better than with the acromantula, wasn't it? Ron said cheerfully, moving to take off his blindfold. Wait, Hermione cried. The eyes might still be dangerous. She spun her wand, and with a muttered obscuro, and a new blindfold shot out of her wand and wrapped itself tightly around the basilisk's head. They all took off their blindfolds then, but even when clearly dead and with its eyes covered, they could still feel the terrible power of the basilisk's gaze when they looked too closely towards its eyes. Now that they could see properly, they saw that the chamber had been turned into the image of a slaughterhouse. Thick, black blood from the basilisk's wounds had sprayed everywhere, though luckily Hermione had spelled their robes to repel that kind of grime and muck. Chunks of flesh, the result of Harry's blasting curse, were spread about as well. The wound in the basilisk's torso was so deep that they could see muscles and bones exposed to the air. Truthfully, if somebody who hadn't been so used to seeing scenes like this were there, they might have been sick. Rocky emerged victorious from the basilisk's corpse, but he was covered head to toe in snake ichor. He began to limp over to the three of them, but after a few steps, he collapsed to the floor, spider web-like cracks visible all over him. Poor thing, Hermione said sadly. The inherent magic of the basilisk must have seeped out with its blood and totally overwhelmed Rocky's enchantments. Oh well, Rocky 3.0 will be bigger, better, and stronger. Can you come up with a better name than Rocky? Please? Asked Harry. Rocky 2. Can we stay focused, please? Ron implored. My sister is still having her soul sucked dry here. Okay, Harry muttered. Don't get your knickers in a twist. He walked over to Ginny's still form, ignoring Riddle, who was ranting about something that Harry didn't care about, and picked up the diary. Without fanfare, he went to the basilisk's head and carefully removed a tooth. Thankfully, they had planned ahead and had avoided attacking its head. He gave a quick glance towards Riddle, then plunged the Fong into the diary's cover. The Quidditch Cup, the House Cup, 3 special awards for services to the school. I even managed to rescue Dobby again. It has been a good year, hasn't it? Harry leant back in his seat on the Hogwarts Express with a self-satisfied air. It may have been touch and go there for a moment or two, Hermione pointed out, but I'll admit, we seem to have gotten quite a bit better at magic. And I don't just mean our capital S skills. We have been practicing pretty hard, Ron said. It stands to reason that we'd get better. Still, Hermione replied, even with preparation, most groups of 3 adults couldn't defeat a basilisk. Ron considered Hermione's words. Maybe you're right. Should we be concerned about next year? Harry said, still reclining in his seat with his eyes closed. Hermione picked up a piece of parchment that she had been making notes on. Not really, she said. The biggest threat is Dementors, and we can all cast patron uses. Oh, and the incident with Professor Lupin, I suppose. You mean when he? Ron raised his hands as if they were claws and gave her a snarling expression. Yes, that. I suppose there aren't too many highlights to our 3rd year, Harry said. Lots of stuff happens, but we don't take an active part in much of it. Dementor's on the train, Hagrid's first lesson, Lupin's first lesson, and that's just the first week. After that, it's pretty much Quidditch until the end of the year, said Hermione, reading down her list. There's like 8 or 9 months where the only thing we do is Quidditch, while Sirius breaks into the castle. At least we don't have to defeat a giant monster this time. At that, Harry sat up. We should probably make a plan for fighting off Werewolf Mooney, just in case. Oh, and come up with a better containment plan for Wormtail. And yes, he said quickly after. Hermione opened her mouth to interrupt. I know that we probably won't be able to capture him, but it's worth a try, right? Besides, it's an excuse to study new spells, I guess. There was a long stretch of silence as they all considered the challenges they were about to face. Hey, Harry. Yeah, Ron. Why didn't Fox appear? Harry sighed. The first time, Dumbledore told me that my loyalty to him had summoned Fox and the Sorting Hat to help me. And this time, asked Hermione, do you feel less loyal to Dumbledore? Harry looked out of the window at the scenery rushing by. He spent a moment scratching at the windowsill in frustration. Yeah, I do, he said eventually. But I don't remember exactly why. Because he misjudged Snape? Ron asked speculatively. No, it's not that. In fact, I don't think he misjudged Snape at all, actually. Harry, Hermione said seriously. Snape murdered him in cold blood, and he was trusted enough by Voldemort to get appointed as headmaster. I can't explain it, Harry said sharply. Sorry, it's just a feeling. A strong feeling. Don't get me wrong. I still think Snape's an unimaginably large prat, who is cruel and mean to vulnerable children, but I think that something funny was going on that night in the astronomy tower. The other two looked at him skeptically. I don't know, Harry defended himself. I don't think Dumbledore was afraid of death, so if it was a part of some larger plan, he wouldn't shy away from it. And even caught by surprise, I don't see Draco Malfoy disarming Dumbledore, not if Dumbledore didn't want it to happen for some reason. It would be a good way for Snape to ingratiate himself into Voldemort's trust, Hermione said. Ron groaned. I hate double agents. Why can't everything just stay simple? Maybe we can send Voldemort an owl, asking him to stop all this funny business and to fight fairly, Hermione said with a smirk which caused Harry to snort in amusement. But seriously, if it's not Snape, then why distrust Dumbledore? I'm not sure, Harry said, but Ron caught the very slight hesitation. He narrowed his eyes slightly, but didn't comment. Knowing that they were going to have to spend a short time away from each other, they decided to spend their time on the express relaxing and winding down from their action-packed year. They played card games and chess. Hermione read some wizarding, children's adventure stories that Ron had found in the library. Ron made some minor modifications to his broomstick. For a moment, it seemed as if the train ride would last forever, which then they realized it possibly could. But they could still feel the pressure of time weighing upon them. The war that they were a part of was still waiting for them. Soon, they decided to continue, and the train made its arrival into King's Cross Station. Harry bid them goodbye as he dragged his trunk through the barrier. Hermione made to follow him, but was stopped by Ron's grip on her elbow. Ron, she looked at him inquisitively. I just wanted to ask. He started. Hermione tried to read his expression. What was it? Embarrassment? Nervousness? Did we remember the same thing when we were in the Chamber of Secrets? Oh. Hermione felt her face heating up. Yes. That is, if you mean during the battle, when we snod. I was going to say kissed. Do you recall what prompted it? Don't get me wrong. I think it was clear that those feelings have been there for a while. Hermione paused. Right? Yeah. A while, of course. But I can't remember what I said. Ron furrowed his brow in concentration. Something about creature. Oh, a wrinkly, bigot house elf. How romantic. Hermione deadpanned. Hey, Ron protested. I recognize the importance of romance. I may well look like it, but I'm not actually 13, you know. Hermione smiled. I know. Oh, by the way, did the Chamber of Secrets seem familiar to you? You think we may have been there during the battle? Ron asked, and Hermione nodded. He considered this for a moment. Maybe. There's still loads about the last few hours and days before we arrived here that I can't recall properly. Maybe there was something familiar about it. Ron suddenly made a face. Oh, Merlin. You don't think we snogged in the chamber, do you? Hermione made a face as well. Good Lord, I hope not. Talk about unromantic. Having a first kiss inside the secret base of an evil, bigoted wizard. Can you imagine? Ron laughed, and she smiled at him in response. So, what do you want to do? About us, I mean, Ron asked. Hermione looked off into the middle distance. I know that my mother would say that it's a bad idea to start a relationship when in the middle of a war, and that my father would say that the middle of pitch battles are the best times for first kisses. Maybe they're both right. She turned to look at Ron. But it seems at the moment that we have quite a lot of time with only as few distractions as and when we want them. I guess if you're up for it, we can explore our relationship a bit. Yes. Ron blushed. I mean, I'm up for that. Definitely. He impulsively took her hand and gave it a tight squeeze. Hermione squeezed back and whirled to give him a fierce hug. They both savored it for a long moment, but then Hermione broke it and held him at arm's length. Just so long as it doesn't stop us from helping Harry, or from finishing this game, she said seriously. Ron grinned at her. I wouldn't have it any other way. And, for the record, I don't mind Ron/Hermione, at least for book Ron. Movie Ron deserves, well, not nothing, but maybe movie Lavender, not to be confused with book Lavender, who is great. But this is not going to be a romance story. It makes sense for their characters to remember that they had kissed and to develop their relationship, but I'll keep it in the background. That being said, why movies did you have their first kiss be in the chamber and not in front of Harry? The Basilisk doesn't have it in canon, so I just chose female on a whim. Thanks for reading and the kind reviews. Chapter 12. They could sense the children's happiness before they could see the train. A bright beacon of joy, which they would never normally see in their usual haunt, was quickly approaching. Their fury over the escaped prisoner mixed with their desire to feast upon the children's happiness, and their restraint was stretched to its breaking point. There! Permission to search the train had been given to them. A lone member of their number went to the engine, ordering the engineer to bring the train to a stop, while the rest waited impatiently. Soon enough, the brakes engaged, and the train screeched to a halt. Even from a distance, the Dementors could feel the children's happiness abate, replaced by fear and trepidation. As their good mood left the children, it flowed into the Dementors, feeding and invigorating them, and their desire to feast grew. The Dementors increased their speed. Now they could see white faces pressed up against the windows, and their aura spread over the carriages, spreading fear and panic. Screams erupted as the Dementors neared their goal. They crowded around the doors to the carriages and began to make their way inside. At the moment that a dozen cold hands grasped onto a dozen door handles, a brilliant silver light erupted from the middle of the train. Two more similarly dazzling lights appeared at equal points on either side. The light burned the Dementors. Their crippling aura had been banished, and they could no longer feed upon the vulnerable children. They retreated immediately, fleeing from the powerful humans who had acted to protect the children. Well done, guys, Harry said. Keep it up for another minute or so. Give everyone a moment to recover under the Patronus light. Sure thing. Ron's voice came from Harry's robes. Can you still hear me loud and clear? Hermione's voice asked. While Harry dealt with Aunt Marge and the night bus, and Ron went with his family to Egypt, Hermione decided to spend her time alone designing some enchanted items. They were all currently wearing the metal pins she had provided, which relayed their voices to each other while they were in different carriages. Hermione protested that it was a quick and dirty enchantment, with what few resources she had had at hand, and that future versions would have extra features, like a mute control and a way to prevent others from overhearing them. But Ron and Harry assured her that it was very useful. Yep, loud and clear, Harry confirmed. Good. I was suddenly worried that the power of the Patronus charm might overload the enchantments. Is that long enough? Ron asked. I don't want to exhaust myself. Harry looked around at the students near him. They may have been NPCs, but they were still radiating fear. However, it was only the natural fear resulting from their situation and not the unnatural influence of the Dementors. Yeah, that's enough, he said, dismissing the silvery prongs from his side. You can head back to our carriage. Soon, they were together again, and the train had resumed its northward journey. Through the windows into the train's hallway, they could see Lupin pass by, his hands full of chocolate bars to hand out. "Without needing extra Patronus lessons, I guess I won't need to spend much time with him this year," said Harry. "Shame," said Ron, "'cause he was the best defense professor that we had." "Do you think so?" asked Hermione. "Because for my money, I'd say that Snape was probably more helpful in 6th year." "Hermione!" Harry cried out, affronted, sharing an expression of betrayal with Ron. "Hey, I'm just saying as good a teacher as Remus was, knowing how to deal with Hinky Puffs and Grindylows hasn't helped us as much as Snape actually teaching about how to confront the real dark arts." "But still," Ron said in protestation. "Yeah," Harry said. "By that argument, Crouch Jr. was a better teacher." "Well, if you think about it—" "No," Harry interrupted. "I can't accept that Remus Lupin is a worse teacher than 2 Death Eaters. He's the only one that didn't intentionally try to attack us. Not worse, but less effective. Come on, you know how much we learned about dark magic in our 4th and 6th years." Harry harumphed and crossed his arms. "I had to fend off Grindylows during the 2nd task of the Triwizard. And when Voldemort attacks us at the bottom of a lake, I can see how that would be useful, but until that happens, I think a general repertoire of defensive and offensive spells is more suited to our goals." Harry didn't say anything for a long moment. "I was horrible to him." "To Snape?" "No, to Lupin. And it was a stupid thing to argue over. I should have kept a level head. We could have talked it out. I remember talking to him about something during the battle, but I can't remember what." Harry," Ron said nervously. "I don't think—" He shared a look with Hermione. "I think Lupin was, taken out during the battle. That is, I definitely remember talking with him, and I think it was near the end, just before we arrived here. I mean—" "I think Ron's right," Hermione said. "Him and Tonks, I think I remember that." She paused and thought for a moment. "I definitely think our memories of the battle are becoming clearer." "Yes," said Harry. "At this rate, by the time we get back to our 7th year in this game, we might actually remember what happened to us to end up here." Hermione was summoned away from them by McGonagall as soon as they arrived at the castle, so Ron and Harry returned to their lair in the library alone. When Hermione found them a short while later, she showed them the golden chain around her neck. "Got it." Even Hermione's prestigious memory was struggling to remember the exact order that the events of their first week of 3rd year had occurred, so there was a sense of uncertainty before breakfast the next day. However, when they quizzed their year mates, they were told it was care of magical creatures first. If they actually cared about the subject, Hagrid is a great teacher," Hermione said, darkly eyeing the Slytherins walking ahead of them, on their way down to Hagrid's first lesson. "He knows the material back to front and explains it really well. He just has a classroom management issue. And a bunch of insufferable toe-rags determined to ruin it for him," said Ron. "That too. And he might have an issue with underestimating just quite how fragile the students are," added Harry. "Yes, well, I'm just saying, he's a genuine expert in magical creatures, and if the blonde ferret actually tried, he'd learn a lot." Ron scoffed. "You're assuming that he has any redeemable qualities whatsoever." Harry laughed, but Hermione frowned. "He didn't actually assassinate Dumbledore when he had the opportunity," she pointed out. "Yeah, but he did almost assassinate both Ron and Katie," Harry argued. "Plus he put Madame Rosmerta under the Imperius curse. He didn't betray you at Malfoy Manor." "Only in the most lackluster way possible," Harry continued. "But none of that matters anyway, because after that he still chose to side with Voldemort in the battle. He could have just sneaked away, followed the rest of the students who were leaving the castle, but he, of his own volition, chose to come back and try to stop us. And he almost succeeded. Plus he's Malfoy," Ron added with a confused expression. "He's always been a slimy, bigoted, stuck-up, hate-filled—" Okay, I'm not defending him. It's just, I don't want to pretend that he's all bad, or we'd be exhibiting the same kind of bigotry and self-centeredness that blood purists do." Harry seemed to be considering what Hermione had said, though Ron was ready to keep arguing the point. But they had to stop, because they had reached Hagrid's first lesson at the Hippogriff Pen. Harry fumed when the Slytherins started talking among themselves during Hagrid's lecture, and Ron muttered colorful curses under his breath. Hermione just calmly waved her wand, and the Slytherins were silenced. Normally, taking such an action against them would provoke a response, but the Slytherins just ignored Hermione's spell, even when they produced no sounds. When they looked closely, They could even see that their mouths were still moving. Not one for extended periods of talk without action. Hagrid soon called for a volunteer. Deeming it unnecessary to ride Buckbeak again, Harry pushed Ron forward, who handled the pressure of facing the proud creature with only a little hesitation. After a short flight over the Hogwarts grounds, Ron dismounted, flushed but exhilarated. "That was incredible," he said, beaming. "I'm glad that someone appreciates the joy of flying," Harry said, throwing a wayward glance at Hermione. "That's right," Ron said. "I'd forgotten that you'd flown on Buckbeak, too, Hermione." "If witches were meant to fly, we'd have wings," Hermione said shortly. "I can transfigure you a pair of wings if you'd like," Harry said, wiggling his wand. Hermione made a rude hand gesture in response, which caused Harry and Ron to laugh. But Ron cut his laughter short and whipped his wand out in a blur. "Accio!" he cried, and Malfoy was wrenched backwards, as if by an invisible hand, narrowly avoiding Buckbeak's claws as they struck towards him. Hagrid quickly brought Buckbeak under control, and Malfoy jumped up from the heap he'd landed in, spluttering about dangerous animals and his father. But he was unhurt. Ron pocketed his wand and took in the looks that the others were giving him. "What?" he said. "I just didn't want Hagrid to get into trouble." Harry nodded in understanding, but Hermione gave Ron a skeptical look. "You knew that we'd rescue Buckbeak anyway." "I didn't want to hear Malfoy complaining for the next 6 months. It's not even the real Malfoy. He's still as annoying as the real one. You didn't have enough time to reason all that out in the moment you had to act." Ron opened his mouth to disagree further, but Hermione smiled at him and squeezed his arm. "It was very noble of you." Ron closed his mouth. "Thanks, I suppose," he said, but he had a troubled look. It was later, when they were walking back up to the castle, when Ron took Harry aside and asked him in a concerned voice, "You don't think I'm getting soft, do you?" "What? Is this about Malfoy?" Ron nodded. "I wouldn't get too twisted up about it, Ron. I agree that Malfoy is probably irredeemable, and I know that you know that. You just had an instinct to protect. Outside of a war situation, he doesn't actually deserve to be a hippogriff punching bag, yeah? You are actually a decent human being, you know?" Ron blushed and scratched the back of his head. "Hermione liked it anyway," Harry continued. Uh, eh. About that," Ron started. "You and her have remembered that you two kissed in the battle?" "What?" Ron boggled at Harry. "You knew. I was there too. I mean, you remembered?" Ron asked, eyes wide. "I remembered ages ago," Harry said. "But why didn't you?" "Oh yeah, because that conversation would go well." "Hey, Ron and Hermione, you've forgotten, but you actually admitted your feelings for each other and started snogging during the battle. Don't worry that you don't remember, just trust me." Ron snorted. "Maybe not. Besides, you were sure to remember. Sooner or later." Hermione was waiting for them in the entrance hall. "It's defense next, of course." "Come on then," Harry said. "I've already practiced my Patronus this year." When they arrived in the classroom, as they had expected, the boggart-infested wardrobe was rattling ominously at the front of the room. They mostly ignored Lupin's lecture, but when the time came for the practical exercise, Harry forced himself to the front of the line of waiting students, determined to not let Lupin skip him over. Lupin, for his part, seemed to be willing to indulge Harry. When he stepped up to face up against the monster, it twisted itself into the form of a great billowing cloak. Harry confidently brandished his wand, the words to summon his Patronus on his lips. But when the cloak opened, it was not the grim visage of a Dementor that faced him, but a different figure. Tall and pale-faced, with slits for a nose and dark, red eyes, Lord Voldemort stood before them. "Expecto," Harry began, but his voice faltered. "Harry, leave it. Just come back." Harry could hear Ron's and Hermione's voices behind him, but it all seemed so very far away. "Harry Potter," the facsimile of Voldemort said, his voice soft. "The boy who lived." Harry was unmoving, his wand hanging uselessly by his side. Voldemort raised his wand, his head tilted curiously to the side. "Accio." Ron replicated his rescue of Malfoy, and Harry was dragged backward until he bowled into Ron, knocking them both to the ground. The boggart lost its form and collapsed into a dark mist at the front of the classroom, while Ron and Harry found their feet. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked, while fussing over him. "I'm fine," he said, rubbing his face. "Just caught off guard." It's often the unexpected things that can scare us the most, Ron said. Is that why you didn't react? No, Harry said, shaking his head. That was just a feeling. A feeling that you shouldn't act? Hermione asked, confused, but Harry just shrugged helplessly in response. I guess I'll go next, Ron said, squaring his shoulders. Remember that it might not be a spider, said Harry. Even if it's not, Ron took a deep breath. I must learn to face my fears. He marched forwards past the other waiting students and planted his feet in front of the boggart. There was a moment where nothing happened. Then the mist swirled and came together in the form of an acromantula. Ron stepped forward, eyes flashing, and brought his wand up to attack, but the boggart started changing forms again, and Ron paused in confusion. A moment later, and the giant spider was replaced with the image of Hermione. But it wasn't the Hermione who was with them now, 14 and with only one working arm. It was the older Hermione that they remembered. Her clothes were dirty and bloody, and she was laying on the ground, her face twisted in a tight grimace. Ron spent a moment taking in the image when the older Hermione screamed. Ah, Hermione! Ron cried, and he took a step forward before he caught himself. But another voice could be heard. What else did you take? What else? Answer me. Crucio. They all froze, Bellatrix Lestrange's voice shocking them into inaction. The older Hermione on the floor screamed again. Bellatrix was shouting as well. Ron seemed paralyzed, and Harry readied his wand in order to pull him back, but at the last moment, Ron raised his arm to stop him. He leveled his wand, and there was a soft bang. The boggart was blown backward into the wardrobe, unraveling in a smoke as it went, and the wardrobe shut itself up. It was not, strictly speaking, the approved method for dealing with a boggart, but it had sufficed. Besides, there was no source of humor in the scene they had seen. A moment passed. Hermione, whose own face was pale, rushed forward and embraced Ron tightly. Harry couldn't hear what they were saying to each other, but he could see that they were both drawing comfort from the other's presence. Harry took a moment to compose himself as well, and a short while later, Ron and Hermione walked over. I've decided that I don't need to face the boggart myself, Hermione said, and Harry nodded in understanding. Besides, I can imagine what it would be, Hermione said darkly. They discovered later, after they had retreated to the library, that Hermione hadn't received any skill points, but none of them really cared. They spent another long stretch of time in the library, catching their actual skill levels up to the level of their game skills levels. While Ron and Harry practiced and played Quidditch, Hermione spent her time inventing and improving magical equipment for them to use. Ron and Hermione spent some of their time alone, outside of Harry's company, which he was grateful about, as he could spend the time secretly searching the castle for more boggarts, determined to face up against the image of Voldemort again, unwilling to allow himself hesitate at a crucial moment. In truth, they hadn't gained many more skill points since their encounter with the Basilisk, so it was only a week later, from their perspective, after winning the Quidditch Cup again, that they felt ready enough to face the final challenge of their third year. So, they went to visit Hagrid, who happily did not have the execution of Buckbeak looming over him, who had found Scabbers. No sooner than had they said their goodbyes to Hagrid, the rat tried to twist itself out of Ron's grip as thunderous footsteps approached them. Ron braced himself, but still cried out in pain as Sirius, in his animagus form, bit down upon his leg. Harry and Hermione raced after them, but even dragging Ron, Sirius was faster. In short order, he had pulled Ron among the roots of the Whomping Willow as Crookshanks held his paw down on the hidden knot that immobilized the tree, and down into the darkness of the secret tunnel. Harry froze the tree with a spell, and without hesitating any further, he and Hermione charged in after them. And if it feels as if I am rushing through third year, be aware that I am trying to avoid just rehashing canon again and again. Harry only personally runs into a boggart once, after his lessons with Lupin in the third task maze. I'd expect that it would change after that point. Wormtail or Voldemort in the graveyard. Bellatrix and other Death Eaters advancing on them in the Ministry. Cold, dead hands gripping at him in the cave. Boggarts make sense if they're trying to induce overwhelming or paralyzing fear in those they confront as a defense mechanism. Harry just isn't challenged by Dementors as he grows older. Chapter 13. They made a curious procession, coming back down the tunnel, Ron, his leg hastily self-healed, went first, levitating the bound, unconscious form of Peter Pettigrew in front of him. Following Ron was Harry, levitating the unconscious but unbound form of Professor Snape. Hermione, Professor Lupin, and Sirius Black, still in his shabby prison uniform, completed the end of the line. They had not enjoyed reliving the depressing revelations about the personal histories of Harry's parents and their friends. Harry had kept quiet, speaking up only when he was prompted by the game. He steadfastly avoided looking at Sirius. They emerged from the tunnel, back onto the moonlit Hogwarts grounds, Ron helpfully holding his hand against the secret knot on the Whomping Willow. "Make sure you're ready, everyone," Ron said, twirling his wand. "It may start straight away." Harry and Hermione emerged, and after depositing their unconscious charges a relatively safe distance away, drew their wands and trained them on Lupin. Their defense against the dark arts professor froze as he stepped clear of the Whomping Willow, his gaunt figure silhouetted against the illuminated night sky. Seeing it again, the three friends were reminded how painful the werewolf transformation looked. Lupin's screams of pain turned to howls as his body changed, and he collapsed to the ground, even as his hands were transforming into paws. His head snapped towards the trio as the werewolf mind took over, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione all stiffened as they felt the combat start. "Here we go," Ron muttered under his breath, as he pointed his wand towards the werewolf, but he stopped in confusion. "Huh, it's not my turn. It's not one of yours, is it?" Harry and Hermione shook their heads, but before they could answer out loud, a huge, black dog barreled into the monster. Sirius, in his animagus form, snapped and scratched at the werewolf. But as large as he was, the werewolf was larger, and Sirius's scratches and snapping had little obvious effect. A moment later, Sirius stilled, and it switched to Ron's turn, but Ron floundered for a moment in indecision. "I can't get a clear shot with Sirius in the way," he said to Harry and Hermione, causing Harry to swear under his breath. "You're kind of ruining our strategy here, Sirius," Hermione complained loudly. Ron settled on casting a large shield to protect the three of them, and then it was the werewolf's turn. They still didn't understand all the properties of the turn-based system they were using, but by whatever mechanism facilitated it, when the werewolf began thrashing to and fro, biting and tearing at Sirius, the dog was able to keep its grip on the werewolf without being thrown away. "Just get out of the way, Sirius," cried out Harry, while concern coloring his features. "You don't need to save us." "Harry," Hermione said softly. Harry gave her a sidelong glance, then grimaced in response, trying to clamp down on his emotions. He tried shooting a minor curse, hoping to catch one of the werewolf's exposed limbs, but in his effort to avoid hitting Sirius, his curse sailed far wide of the wrestling canines. Hermione spent a few moments considering her options, and then clucked her tongue in exasperation. "Why are we all so stupid?" she asked rhetorically, before pointing her wand and snapping out, "Accio!" Sirius's body, bruised and bloodied, was wrenched out of the werewolf's grip and sailed towards the three children, landing softly at their feet. He whimpered softly, the full extent of his injuries being more obvious from up close. Then it was his turn again, and he rose to his feet. But he didn't rush off to tackle the werewolf again. Instead, he took up a position in front of the three of them, growling menacingly. "Good thinking, Hermione," Ron said. "That'll make this much easier." He flicked his wand, and a silver bolt shot out of the tip. The bolt screeched as it flew forwards, leaving their ears ringing, before striking the werewolf in the chest. It produced no obvious damage, but they were only trying to drive the beast off, not to seriously injure it. The beast spent its turn battering itself against Ron's shield charm, before Harry, Hermione, and Ron again struck at it with curses. When it was the werewolf's turn to act again, he howled in pain before bounding away into the forest. "Well, that was almost as easy as using a hippogriff," Hermione quipped when combat had ended. Ron snorted, but Harry was already at Sirius's side. Still in his dog form, Sirius had collapsed to the ground and was panting heavily. "Sirius, you idiot," Harry chided. "We could have dealt with it. Why did you have to throw yourself in harm's way?" Ron and Hermione came up behind him, and Hermione patted Harry on the back comfortingly. They all spent a moment savoring the quiet, letting the rush of battle, even a short one, fade away. The moment was interrupted by Ron swearing loudly. "What?" cried Harry, jumping to his feet. "Wormtail," Ron said, pointing. "He's gone." Indeed. Where before they had left the unconscious Snape and Pettigrew, now only Snape remained. They all leapt forward, casting human-revealing charms across the grounds. "It's no good," Hermione said. "I can't pick up anyone except the three of us and Snape within half a mile." "Damn," Harry said, glaring out across the moonlit grounds. "Wait, the three of us and Snape? Sirius?" Harry spun around towards where Sirius had been, but now he had disappeared too. Without hesitating, Harry rushed off. "The lake, hurry!" "Harry, wait!" Hermione shouted after him, even as she and Ron chased after him. "Don't split up!" Normally, Ron could match Harry's sprinting speed, but his quick and dirty healing of his leg injury from before had left him a little stiff and, in any case, Hermione would struggle to keep up, especially over long distances, so the two of them stuck together. They soon lost sight of Harry, but could feel the depressing aura of the Dementors as they got closer to the shore of the lake. "We have to hurry," Ron said between labored breaths. But even before Hermione could answer, there was a huge explosion of silver light ahead of them. They could just make out Harry's silhouette in front of the light of his Patronus. By the time they finally arrived, it was all over. The Dementors had fled, leaving the unconscious body of Sirius and Harry, who was gripping his godfather's arm tightly. "You shouldn't have run ahead of us like that, Harry," Hermione said, after catching her breath a little. "Yes, sorry." "You're right," Harry replied, not taking his eyes off of Sirius. "Hermione's sight. Let's just get up to the castle. Without Pettigrew, I assume we'll have to rescue Sirius yet again." "Cool," said Ron. "I've never time traveled before." "Well, only in the normal, boring way," Hermione pointed out. "What? I mean..." But Hermione's response was cut short by a furious Professor Snape, who marched down and, without saying a word, levitated Sirius and set off towards the castle. Not presented with any other options, the three friends began to follow. 5 minutes to midnight. "Miss Granger, 3 turns should do it. Good luck." With that, the headmaster closed and locked the door to the hospital wing. There was a moment of silence before Ron spoke up. "You know, there was nothing stopping Dumbledore from coming with us. And wouldn't that make this whole adventure easier?" Hermione shook her head. "That wouldn't work because, well, you see, so..." She stopped with a confused expression on her face. Then she slowly turned to face the door Dumbledore had just left, though. Why didn't he come with us? Or just do it himself? Merlin knows how dangerous it is to send 3 teenagers into the grounds when they're full of Dementors, Death Eaters, and a wild werewolf. "Just the one Death Eater, actually," said Harry. "I'm including Snape, too." Hermione's expression turned from confused to almost angry. Although, whether she was angry at Dumbledore or because she didn't understand the situation, Harry and Ron didn't know. "Dumbledore's plans have always been a little out there," Harry offered. Ron scoffed. "If you mean that he's always been off his rocker, then I agree with you." "Hey," Harry protested. "His plans generally work out." "Yeah, except when they almost get you off by Quirrell. Or bitten by a basilisk," Hermione added. "Or kidnapped for a dark ritual. Or lured into the Department of Mysteries. Or..." "Okay," Harry shouted. "Look, are we going back in time or what?" Ron looked as if he had been having fun at the headmaster's expense, but shrugged and went over to Hermione. "How does this thing actually work?" he said, eyeing the time-turner skeptically. Hermione's eyes lit up. "Well, it all starts on the shores of the Black Sea. There's a rare, magical fish which, when it dies and is washed ashore, imprints its magic into the sand beneath it. Then, Ron held up his hands to stop her. "That's great, Hermione, really, but what I mean is, how do you use it?" Hermione's happy expression dropped, and she grumbled to herself. "You wear the necklace and spin the hourglass," Harry interjected. "Got it," Ron nodded. Hermione continued to grumble to herself as she slipped the thin chain around Harry's and Ron's necks. The boys thought they could make out the words ungrateful and Philistines, but wisely chose not to interrupt her. "Do you ever think," Hermione said out loud, "that you don't appreciate just how magical magic is sometimes?" "Of course magic is magical," Ron said, nonplussed. That's why they call it magic. Hermione glared at him, and Ron wisely decided to stop talking as Hermione spun the hourglass 3 times. For a moment, the world outside them blurred into a mess of colors. A rushing noise surrounded them, and they all felt a terrible weight pressing them down. As quickly as it had started, it had ended again, and they found themselves in the hospital wing. Only now it was filled with the purplish light of the late evening. "We don't need to rescue Buckbeak this time," Hermione began. "But we still must not be seen." If only we had some means of becoming unseeable," said Ron in a measured voice. "An item of clothing, perhaps, which possessed the supernatural ability to—" Yes, Harry snapped, pulling out the invisibility cloak. "You're very clever. We didn't use the cloak last time, did we?" Hermione asked as she pressed up against the 2 boys. "No, we didn't." "Lupin still had it," Harry said. "At least now we have Ron to keep giving us such good ideas," he added, irony dripping from his voice. "Being the brains of the group is such a burden sometimes," Ron said with a grin, before crying out in pain. "Oh, sorry," Hermione said, nonchalantly. "Was that your foot? It's so cramped under this cloak." "Hey, yeah," Harry said. "Have we gotten taller?" "That has been known to happen to school children," said Ron. "But, we've only been in this game for a couple of months." "Did either of you two notice when we changed from tiny 11-year-olds to slightly less tiny 13 and 14-year-olds? Ron and Hermione both shared a look and then shook their heads. "Weird," Ron declared. They slowly made their way down to the grounds. "In fact," Hermione said, "the only thing we have to do here is rescue Sirius. No rescuing Buckbeak. No escaping a werewolf. No fighting off dozens of Dementors. Why do we even need 3 hours? Wait, without Buckbeak, how is Sirius going to get away?" Ron asked. "My Nimbus 2000, Harry said. "You and I are going to fly up to Flitwick's office on our brooms. Let Sirius escape on mine, and then both take your broom to get back down." "Okay," Ron said slowly. "If you're all right with giving up your broom like that." "It's fine," Harry said, pulling out his wand. "Accio Nimbus 2000. Ron copied Harry's example, and soon 2 broomsticks had arrived and were hovering at waist height. "Now, which room was it again?" Harry asked Hermione. She frowned in concentration. "It was, come on, think. It's the 7th floor, 13th window from the right," Ron said, mounting his broom. "That's the one. How did you remember that so easily?" Hermione asked in surprise. "It's the only one with a light on," Ron said, pointing. Somehow, as they'd come down from the hospital wing, late evening had changed into the dead of night, and the light from Flitwick's office shone out like a beacon. "Huh. Oh well, I guess I'll just wait here," Hermione said, pulling the invisibility cloak back over herself. Ron followed Harry as they ascended up the side of the castle. Harry reached the illuminated window first, rested his wand against the window, and paused. "Harry," Ron asked, "what's wrong?" Harry didn't answer. Ron brought his broom up to hover beside Harry's, and from there, Ron could see that Harry's face was stricken with powerful emotions. Ron had known Harry for as long as anyone, so long as you didn't count the Dursleys. So it was easy for Ron to pick out the multitude of feelings warring for dominance on Harry's face. Grief, anger, guilt, and love were all fueling Harry's current hesitation. Ron drifted closer and nudged Harry with his elbow, jolting Harry out of his inner conflict. "Sorry, Ron. Ron held up a hand. "You don't need to explain, mate," he said, and then added softly, "Do you want to do the next bit by yourself?" "No." Harry began, but then he caught himself. Actually," Ron just smiled at him and drifted a short distance away from the window. Harry shot him a look of appreciation and then tapped the window with his wand. "Harry," Sirius asked, bewildered that Harry was flying outside the window. "Get on quick," he said, following the game's conversation prompt. It was lucky that Sirius was thin enough to slip through the window and light enough to share the broomstick with Harry, racing brooms not being well known for their ability to handle heavy loads. A short, slightly precarious flight later, and Harry and Sirius were standing on the battlements. "Sirius, you'd better go quick." Harry could feel what the game system was prompting him to say, but he couldn't bring himself to say it just yet. Harry stared into Sirius's gaunt face. He could see hints of the handsome man hidden somewhere there. But the long years in Azkaban and then recently being on the run had not been kind to him. It was another year until Harry saw Sirius again after this, a year in which Sirius recovered, both physically and mentally, but the wounds that he was wearing so clearly now never left him ever again. "I never wanted you to suffer for me," Harry said to him quietly. "More than anyone, you suffered the most that Halloween night. One friend died, another betrayed you, and the last convinced you were the traitor," followed by 12 years of suffering in Azkaban. Harry paused, trying to fight down the lump in his throat. The fake NPC Sirius continued to look at him passively. "I never wanted you to die for me," Harry said quietly, almost desperately. "You were always there for me, and then my stupidity got you killed." His voice cracked at the word killed. "I just wish that we had had more time together." He rushed forward suddenly and grabbed Sirius in a tight embrace, feeling far much more like the 13-year-old he currently looked like rather than the almost 18-year-old that he really was. He stayed like that for a long moment. If he felt Sirius hug him back, he was sure that he imagined it. "All good?" Hermione asked, her head visible above the cloak, when Ron and Harry alighted beside her. "Yep," Ron replied. Harry just nodded once. "Great. Now let's hurry back to the hospital wing," she continued, opening up the cloak for them to huddle inside. But they only made it into the entrance hall before they stopped in surprise. Instead of the entrance hall being the quiet, dimly lit place that they expected, curfew having long since passed, it was a center of hubbub and activity. What must have been the entire student body was streaming into the Great Hall. "It can't be the leaving feast already, can it?" Ron asked, perplexed. "Just when I thought I was getting used to how this game worked," Hermione complained. Stuck for choice, they followed the students into the feast, but when they made it to an empty spot on the Gryffindor table, Harry stopped. "You know what, guys? I'm really not in the mood for being around people right now," he said. "I'm just going to spend some time by myself in the library, all right?" Hermione opened her mouth to speak, a look of consternation on her face, but Ron beat her to it. "Sure thing, mate. Take all the time you need." Harry gave them both a tired smile of appreciation and made his way towards the doors. "I think seeing Sirius again was pretty hard on him," Ron whispered to Hermione when Harry was out of earshot. "I guess," Hermione said, gazing in concern at Harry's retreating back. "Hang on," Ron said, looking at the faces on the table around them. "Isn't that Jimmy Peaks?" He was pointing a short distance down the table. "I think so," said Hermione, looking at the small boy that Ron was pointing towards. "So what? But he was 3 years below us." "Wait, are you saying that this isn't the leaving feast, it's the entrance ceremony?" At that moment, Harry reached the huge doors at the entrance to the Great Hall, but they were thrown open from the other side and he was greeted with the scarred and imposing form of Alastair Moody. "Mad-Eye," Ron hissed at Hermione. "No, not Mad-Eye," she corrected him. "Barty Crouch Jr." Crouch marched past Harry, without giving him a second glance. Harry stared at him as he went by, then turned to look at Ron and Hermione, and gave them a look that perfectly conveyed that Harry was thinking, "What in Merlin's name?" "We haven't done any planning for this year," Hermione complained. "To be fair," Ron countered, "our plans don't always work out that well. We haven't even decided what we want to try and achieve. I doubt we can stop Harry from being entered into the tournament, but I reckon we could prevent Voldemort's resurrection with some careful planning." "Oh, come on," said Ron. "There's no way that the game will let us stop that from happening." "There's nothing to be lost by trying, Ronald. We've got to let it happen again," Harry said, cutting through their argument. Hermione looked at him in surprise. "But Harry, if we can avoid it, then it's way less dangerous for you." Harry struggled with what to say for a moment. "We have to get out of this game, Hermione. I think you were right, all the way back when we first appeared here, when you said that we've got to finish the game to get out. To do that, I have to face Voldemort. I have to. Look, whatever you say about divination, it's always been my destiny to stand against him. We're not going to win by playing it safe or by using our foreknowledge in order to trick our way to victory. We've got to beat this game by being better than it, stronger than it, by being stronger than him. I'm tired of us getting through our adventures with luck and outside help. Redoing the last 3 years has shown me just how much potential we have, and I intend to live up to that potential. And then some. I'm going to win this bloody tournament. I'm going to go to that graveyard and escape. Again, we're going to fight through the next 4 years, and beat every challenge the game throws at us. We're going to beat this game, we're going to escape this game, and then we're going to deal with whatever is waiting for us outside, even if it's the real Voldemort himself. And things are going to be shaken up in the next chapter, for which I'll explain my reasoning in the next author's note. Thanks for listening and for the reviews. Chapter 14, 6 months later. For 1,000 years, the main doors to the entrance hall of Hogwarts had welcomed and protected the children of magical Britain as they studied to become competent witches and wizards. In that time, Hogwarts had seen many violent wars, terrible famines, and virulent plagues, and for 1,000 years, those doors had stood strong, unbroken by the troubles of the outside world, a steadfast reminder that Hogwarts would protect her charges. Currently, Hermione Granger was hastily transfiguring what little remained of those doors into a makeshift barricade. It had taken a whole 15 minutes just to remove the giant's corpse from the doorway, because, even dead, the giant's resistances made it difficult to use magic on it. They had staged the best part of the Hogwarts defenders around the entrance hall, and that was where the best part of the Death Eater forces had struck. It had been a veritable maelstrom of violence, but Ron and Harry were all pretty good at magic by this point and had managed to make significant contributions to the castle's defense. She was just levitating some of the strewn about rubble to the front of the barricade when she heard Ron's voice in her ear. "Okay, I've recovered the Basilisk Fong that we need and am making my way back up to Myrtle's bathroom. Has Harry gotten out of the pensive yet?" Hermione placed her finger against the earring she was wearing, which Ron's voice had sounded from. "Not yet. Snape must have given him more memories than we expected, I guess." "Sure. I'll be back with you in a few," Ron said before his voice disappeared. Hermione spent the next several minutes trying to reanimate the massive steel automaton that she had brought to the battle, but the damage it had suffered had been too severe. Evidently, fighting and defeating 2 giants, a troll, and scores of acromantula had been beyond its ability to survive. Shrugging, Hermione began stripping the alchemically treated steel from its body and reinforcing her barricade with it. Ron found her there, a short while later, specks of grime visible on his robes from when he slid down the tunnel to the Chamber of Secrets. "Nicely done," he said, inspecting the barricade. "Do you think it'll stand up to much punishment?" Hermione let her wand drop to her side and gave her handiwork an appraising eye. "Maybe, but remember that Voldemort said he'd join the next assault when the hour is up, and I'm not sure how it'll fare against him. Well, hopefully whatever it is that Harry finds out will mean that we won't have to take him head-on." Ron helped her finish building the barricade up, although at this point, Hermione's injured arm wasn't slowing her down at all, and she was casting left-handed as if she was born that way. It was Ron who spotted Harry first, as he stumbled, dazedly, down the main staircase. Ron pointed him out to Hermione, and the two of them rushed over to him. "What's wrong, Harry?" asked Hermione. "You look like your whole world has come crashing down around you. What was it that Snape wanted you to see?" Harry slowly turned his head to look at her, with an overwhelmed expression. "Yeah, he was a good guy," he said eventually. "Snape was?" Ron cried out. "Yeah." Hermione took the revelation in with wide eyes and mouth agape, before breaking into a huge grin. "I knew it," she shouted, turning to face Ron. "I told you so. I told you that it didn't add up and that it was all a double bluff. But you didn't believe me, did you?" Ron had assumed a very grumpy expression. Okay. You win, I lose. You're right and I'm wrong. Happy." Hermione squeezed his arm apologetically, but still wore her triumphant grin. "Was there anything else?" she asked. "Perhaps the part of Dumbledore's plan where we defeat Voldemort?" Harry jumped in shock at Hermione's question, but, after a moment, nodded. "Well, come on. Out with it, then. What's the plan?" Hermione asked, still enthused regarding the revelation of Snape's true allegiances. "I'm the last Horcrux." Harry's blunt announcement struck Ron and Hermione like a thunderbolt. "What?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "Are you sure?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore told Snape about it," Harry continued. "He said that at the end I have to die. That Voldemort has to do it himself." "Oh, Harry," Hermione said, her hands covering her mouth. "But there's got to be another way, right?" Ron said angrily. "Some other way of destroying it without hurting you. What about one of those books from the restricted section?" There's loads of esoteric, soul magic stuff there. He looked at Hermione demandingly, but she refused to meet her eyes. The only way to destroy a Horcrux is to destroy the container, she said quietly, looking down at her shoes. I've read every book about soul magic in the library, restricted or not, few that there are. From the little information on soul containers that there is, they don't present any alternative to destroying the container outright. Ron cursed loudly and turned and stomped away. Actually, said Harry, I was wondering if this was the reason that we're in this game. What do you mean? Hermione asked. I don't know, but assuming that there is a logical explanation for us being here, then surely my having a part of Voldemort's soul lodged into me could be part of that explanation, right? Hermione's brow creased in concentration as she contemplated Harry's words. Okay, let's try and think this through logically. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that the original battle played out in the same way. Snape died, but he gave us a set of memories which you, Harry, went to go and view in Dumbledore's office alone. Meanwhile, Voldemort gives you an ultimatum to go and confront him. Harry nodded along with her. Then, you discover that you have to die in order to defeat Voldemort. So you, with your saving people thing, hey, rather than meeting with us to come up with some plan, rush off to face Voldemort alone. Then what? He gloats for a bit, and then hits you with the killing curse. She paused and turned to look at Harry. Why would that make you wake up in a game? Harry shrugged, but Ron spoke up. Well, if he's got extra bits of soul in there, then wouldn't that act as a, I don't know, a shield or something? What? Harry asked. You think Voldemort missed my soul and hid his Horcrux instead? That's it, Hermione exclaimed. Ron's right. I am. Yes. Hermione had very quickly become energized. She was pacing back and forth in front of them. Well, I mean, he didn't miss your soul. He hit your body and it affected both your soul and the Horcrux. But then why? Because the killing curse is just meant to rend the soul from the body. But with the Horcrux there too, and honestly, there's a ton of strange magic surrounding you. Harry, it just plunged you into this state of limbo. Okay, but if that's the case, because this is a battle of domination. Harry, this is all happening inside your soul. If you win, then the Horcrux loses and will be ejected and destroyed. And if you lose, then your soul will move on. Both of the boys blinked at her, overwhelmed by her pronouncement. It seems a little far-fetched, to be honest, Hermione, Ron said. No, Harry interjected. I think she's right. It has the air of truth to it. It feels right. Hermione grinned maniacally. Okay, Ron said, still confused. But then why are Hermione and I here? Hermione said, intelligently. We spent the most time around Harry, I guess. You guess, Ron said skeptically. And we've spent the most time around the Horcrux. Maybe our exposure to it has somehow connected us to it. I mean, we have a pretty strong connection to Harry. What do you reckon, Harry? Ron asked. But Harry was deep in concentration. No, I don't think that's it, he said slowly. At least not entirely. There's something else. Then he gasped suddenly, plunging his hand into the moleskin pouch he wore around his neck before, withdrawing the golden snitch Dumbledore had bequeathed him. The stone, he said. Stone, Hermione repeated. What stone? But Harry was already whispering to the snitch and pulling out something small from it. He held his open palm towards his two friends. Hermione leaned in and Ron walked over to examine it more closely. It was a small, unassuming stone, but there they could see a small symbol etched into it, a triangle, a circle, and a line. The resurrection stone? Hermione asked incredulously. It's real? Well, yeah, Ron answered. If the cloak and the wand are real, then it stands to reason that the stone would be too. So, I had the stone, Harry continued, and I went to the forest. If Voldemort hits me with the killing curse, while I'm holding the thought of you two in my heart, maybe in conjunction with how much time you've spent around the Horcrux and me, the stone pulls you into the game, too. It's certainly possible, said Hermione, gazing intently at the stone. There's really very little research on soul magic. Her voice tapered off. But there is that curse that we found in the restricted section, the one that traps people in their own souls. Oh yeah, I remember that one, Harry said. Yeah, and there was that account from that wizard who claimed that he spent years dreaming inside his soul, but he was only out of it for a few minutes in reality. I think then, if we are in your soul, Harry, which I'm now feeling pretty confident about, then we are under some sort of time dilation effect. That's why we feel like we're falling all the time, said Ron, and the other two looked at him in surprise. Because we are falling. Listen, our souls, or whatever, get summoned here, and our bodies go limp and collapse, and we fall to the floor, Harry in the forest, and Hermione and I in the castle somewhere. We just haven't hit the floor yet. Yes, of course, cried Hermione. And the books, added Harry, excitedly. The books in the library. Of course, all the ones that we haven't read, we have no way of accessing, so loads of them are just gibberish. But what about the ones that aren't gibberish but that we still hadn't read? Ron asked. Those are the books that Voldemort read, Harry said triumphantly. So you mean, Hermione said, that this whole time we've been stealing secrets from Voldemort's soul? That's actually pretty impressive. So, I guess the last question is why is it a game? Harry asked, looking at Hermione questioningly. She blushed and scratched her nose. That might actually be my fault, she said. Why? Well, I had had a bit of free time this summer after 6th year, and I may have binged through my dad's old RPG games on his office computer. Hermione, said Harry, bemusement written on his face. You're a geek. She glared at him in response. Well, excuse me for having my own interests, she said. Besides, for all we know, Voldemort has a top-of-the-line gaming PC with a dedicated graphics card and 12 megabytes of RAM, and he sneaks away from Death Eater meetings to play. I don't know, Ultima or something. Ron looked at Harry and mouthed megabyte at him, to which Harry shrugged in response. Then he sighed deeply. All this time and we're finally working it all out, he said. To say that I was frustrated with being stuck here would be an understatement. Now we just have to use our new understanding and make sure that we can actually get out of here. I think I had the right idea from the very beginning, Hermione said. Beat the game, which here means doing the same thing again. Complete the circle by going to the forest. Prove to the fragment of Voldemort's soul within you that your life and your body belongs to you. You can defeat every challenge that life throws at you, and you can defeat Voldemort at every turn, even if it does mean sacrificing yourself. When you prove that you are stronger and better than the Horcrux, it'll lose and be destroyed by the real Voldemort's killing curse, leaving your soul untouched. And that'll end the game? Harry asked. Probably. Hermione shrugged. How encouraging, Harry said dryly. Hey, Hermione said defensively. We're kind of in uncharted territory here. Harry smiled at that. Then he broke into full-blown laughter. After a moment, the other two joined him. For a while, Harry said after their laughter had died down, I was worried that we were going to be stuck here forever, but I think we've finally got it. This theory, this is it. I'm sure of it. You realize the problem, though, right? Ron said. What problem? Asked Harry. That while mine and Hermione's real bodies are safe in the castle. Oh, I'm in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by dozens of Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Yes, I can see why that would be a problem. You'd have taken the cloak with you, right? Said Hermione. And even if you don't have it, we've gotten pretty good at disillusionment charms. Presumably, if you're trying to let Voldemort kill you, then he's sent one spell at you. If everyone is watching, then they may not be ready to cast at a moment's notice, giving you the chance to make your escape. You'll have to be ready to act quickly, though. Right then, Harry said, clapping his hands together and marching towards the door, ready to vault over Hermione's barricade. Let's get back to reality. Hold on, Ron cried. Even assuming that everything we've surmised here is true, we'd still be going back to a war zone. What's more is that we're separated. If we've learned anything over the last several months, it's the value of good preparation. Right, Hermione said, waving her wand and causing a table and chairs to appear in the middle of the wrecked entrance hall. Let's come up with a plan. The thick foliage of the Forbidden Forest parted with a soft rustling as Harry crept invisibly forward. The true cloak of invisibility was wrapped tightly around him. They had experimented with the Resurrection Stone, but appeared to only be a copy in the game of the real thing. The phantoms that it summoned were only as conversational as the other NPCs that existed around them. Now Harry was just keeping it in his pocket. He knew that behind him, Ron and Hermione were following under disillusionment charms, but they were only coming to watch, not to interfere. They had spent a couple of hours hashing out a plan for how to proceed when they reappeared in the real world, and now the only thing left was for Harry to throw himself at the end of Voldemort's wand. When Harry arrived at the Acromantula nest, where Voldemort was waiting, head bowed, among his Death Eaters, Harry was suddenly reminded of the change in the form of his boggart. He was surprised to see Hagrid was there too, and he spent a panicked moment trying to work out how to include rescuing his first friend in his plans. Harry looked behind him, although he knew that he wouldn't be able to see Ron or Hermione. They had said their goodbyes earlier, just in case something unexpected happened, but Harry had a strong intuition that this was the right decision. Taking a deep breath, Harry discarded his cloak and stepped forward. Voldemort raised his head slowly and made eye contact with Harry. "Harry Potter," he said slowly. "Oh, just get it over with, you overdramatic, murderous freak. The boy who lived." Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh, for the love of—" There was a flash of green, and everything went black. Harry was laying on the ground, with darkness around him. Quick as a flash, he pulled the cloak out from underneath him and pulled it over his head. Next, he searched for his wand. It wasn't on his person, and he couldn't find it on the ground near him. Starting to panic, he tried to summon it into his hand, but despite the practice they had all done, magicking without a wand was still hit or miss. He noticed that it was very quiet, although he could hear heavy footsteps approaching him. Growing ever more desperate, Harry began pawing at the ground more urgently. He despaired at the darkness. Hadn't there been a fire burning in the clearing? The footsteps stopped, and suddenly Harry was assaulted by a bright light. And that was how Harry found himself cowering under a blanket, staring up at the face of his Aunt Petunia, who was standing at the doorway to his cupboard. Oh, bugger. Well, that didn't go exactly to plan. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting on a bench on platform 9 3/4. As far as they had been able to determine, they were back at the beginning of the game. "I think," Harry replied to Hermione, his voice tight, that is something of an understatement. Both Hermione and Ron were being very patient with Harry, as it was clear to them that he was feeling frustration at their current predicament particularly acutely. "So what?" Ron asked. "Was our entire theory wrong? I was so certain that this was happening inside Harry's soul," Hermione said bitterly. "No, I still think that's right," Harry said. "But if completing the game isn't enough, then I don't know what would be." "Well, it was hardly the most convincing win ever, was it?" Ron said. The other two looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean, Ron?" Hermione asked. "Well, I mean, think about how much stuff we missed. We skipped the Forbidden Forest and Quidditch in our first year. In the Buckbeak situation, we stopped from starting at all. We didn't do the DA in our 5th year," Harry added. "And we skipped the Seven Potters plan by just operating away. Plus, look at how we struggled," Ron continued. "You lost the use of her arm, Hermione, although she had found that it had been restored to how it originally was when the game reset. Plus, I got those horrible scars on my leg from Fenrir Greyback, and now they're gone too. The Horcrux is attached to your soul, isn't it, Harry? Can't you tell if it's, I don't know, weaker or something?" Harry frowned. "I don't know. I've never sensed the Horcrux before." "How about using occlumency?" Ron asked. "But occlumency is about protecting the mind," Hermione said. "We're talking about Harry's soul. Maybe some of the meditation techniques would be helpful. When we get back to Hogwarts, we can make a more serious investigation into soul magic in the library." "So, what you're asking, Ron," Harry said, turning to him, "is if the Horcrux has been weakened, then by beating the game again, it'll finally die." "I guess that was what I was asking, yes." "Well," Harry said, jumping to his feet, "then let's get started." He looked at the others expectantly and, stuck for choice, they began following him onto the train. "Do you reckon that we've kept our skill points?" Ron asked, once they had settled into a compartment on the express. "I mean, I worked pretty hard to get good at healing charms, and I'd be pretty ticked off if that has all disappeared." "Well," Hermione appeared contemplative. "Your actual knowledge of healing charms is still there, right? The game can't make you actually forget that, can it? It may just prevent you from using skills that you haven't invested skill points in." Just then, the door rattled, and it opened to reveal Ron's twin brothers. "Hey, Ronnikins, we're going down the train to see Lee," one of them said. "Apparently, he has a new pet tarantula. Make sure you introduce yourself to your new friends." They left as quickly as they came. "I'm Ron Weasley. Nice to meet you," Ron said in a monotonous voice, as if reciting from a script. And I am Hermione Jean Granger, Hermione added in a fake, aristocratic tone. The name's Potter. Harry Potter, Harry said, putting on a passable Scottish accent and making finger guns. Damn, all back to level 1, Ron said, perusing his character sheet again. Of course, Hermione sighed. Of course we can't change any of our attributes. It's not as if our actual bodies are here, so I can't improve my real physicality. And why we can eat as much or as little as we like, Harry pointed out. But our minds and souls are still functioning normally, continued Hermione, which is why we can learn new spells and skills. So, do we keep the same specializations as before? Ron asked, now that I already know a bunch of healing charms. Makes sense to me, said Harry. Wait, no, Hermione exclaimed. Don't you see? This is an incredible opportunity. We can spend as much time in here as we want. We can steal magical secrets from Voldemort himself. You're already good at healing charms, Ron. You don't need to practice them anymore, but Harry and I do. And one of us should study enchanting instead of you, Harry said, nodding along. And if it takes more than one more time to finish off the Horcrux, Hermione said, brimming with excitement, that just means we can learn new branches of magic all over again. Do you guys mind if I focus on jinxes, hexes, and curses this time? The two boys gestured their approval. I've always been interested in enchanting, Ron added. And I guess that leaves me with healing charms, said Harry. To be honest, Harry, Hermione smirked, with the amount of times that you've been hurt, you could probably do with a few more healing charms under your belt. Harry stuck his tongue out at her, and Hermione laughed. But before Harry could respond to her properly, the door opened again. They've been saying that Harry Potter is here. Is that true? Once again, an 11-year-old Draco Malfoy was standing in the doorway. Ah, time for round 2. I mean round 3, Ron said, pulling out his wand. Antilles Holandés, eléctrico. It's not just a game story and a do-over FIC. It's also a time loop adventure. Well, there you go. I know that skipping such a large part of the story must seem strange, but there are a couple of reasons. First, a lot of my original ideas about how a Harry Potter game story would look like were used up in the first few chapters. Since then, I've just been following the stations of canon, and it was becoming uninspired and uninteresting, both to write and, I presume, to read too. Secondly, my enthusiasm for this story has been lagging. This chapter here was the one that I really wanted to write. The twist that, instead of Harry having a chat with Dumbledore when he gets hit by Voldemort's AK, the three of them get dropped into a game was what pushed me to actually start writing. I'm constantly impressed with the patience and perseverance of writers of the truly long stories. But honestly, I just want to move on to other projects. But I don't want to leave you with an unfinished story. I know that canonically Harry survives because of his mother's protection living in Voldemort. But upon reflection, I think the idea of the Horcrux taking the bullet, as it were, makes more sense.